to undermine democratic processes. Addressing supporters during the march, leaders of the party described the protest as a peaceful effort to safeguard democracy and resist any move towards authoritarianism. They stressed the need to protect the integrity of the electoral system and ensure that elections remain credible, transparent, and fair.
We hope to achieve a lot. We just told INEC in plain language that we don't agree with the interpretation of the status quo ante bellum. It's as simple as that. That is not what the judgment is. They've interpreted it wrongly, and we want INEC to reverse herself, to honorably reverse herself.
Protesting for the future of Nigeria, democracy of Nigeria must work.
Power is in your hand, not in anybody's hand. If you allow them, they will continue. Don't forget, when we were in APC, we chased PDP out. It's our time to chase away APC.
INEC has taken the wrong decision against our party. As it is now, given the pronouncement by INEC to stop dealing with us, to stop engaging with us, INEC has effectively left our party without leadership. We believe that it is wrong, that's put our party at disadvantage, and we're asking INEC to reverse itself and apologize to Nigerians.
Nigerians are fed up. We are tired. You cannot have 32 governors, have the whole judiciary, have the whole Senate, and you are still protesting. If you are not a madman, you are a madman and we will cure you. This generation will cure this madness.
The protest comes amid an internal crisis within the ADC following INEC's decision to de-recognize factions within the party's leadership. After a recent Court of Appeal judgment, development has deepened divisions within the party, with competing groups accusing one another of illegitimacy and political interference. ENUGU State Governor Peter Mbah has called on Nigerian youths to remain grounded in faith, purpose, and patriotism despite prevailing socio-economic challenges. He made a call at a Joshua Generation International Youth Conference held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu. Correspondent Chinemeremi Kegmanam reports.
It was a convergence of faith, inspiration, and youthful energy as participants from across the world gathered under one roof for the Joshua Generation International Youth Conference with the theme, Rooted in Christ. The event, organized by the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, brought together young people, clergy, and thought leaders committed to shaping a value-driven generation. Addressing the gathering, Governor Peter Mbah challenged youth to rise above current realities and build strong expectations anchored on their dreams and aspirations. He commended the church for its long-standing contribution to national development, particularly in education and healthcare, noting that its value of discipline, integrity, and service remains critical in nation building. The governor stressed that being rooted in Christ provides a solid foundation for navigating life's uncertainties without losing direction.
To be rooted is to have a center, to draw nourishment from something deeper than circumstance. It means that when the world shifts, and it will, you are not lost in it.
Governor Mbah described Nigeria as one of the youngest nations in the world, endowed with immense human capital and national resources. He, however, cautioned that unchanneled youthful energy could breed frustration and social instability. The governor urged youth to harness their talents productively and resist the growing Japa mentality, encouraging them instead to contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's development.
When you step out from this arena, you're stepping into an emerging ecosystem that wants your ideas, your passion, your intelligence. Your future is no longer confined to where you are. It is shaped by what you can do, and it challenges the belief that you must leave Japan in order to succeed.
The governor further called on stakeholders, including government, parents, religious leaders, and educators, to work collaboratively in shaping the minds of young people. According to him, sustainable development depends largely on the creativity, innovation, and sense of purpose of the young generation. Highlights of the event included special prayers offered for the governor by Anglican bishops, as well as interactive sessions and fellowship activities. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
In a move aimed at easing the economic burden on small-scale traders, the Enugu State Governor Peter Mba has ordered the immediate and indefinite suspension of daily toll collections from petty traders operating without lock-up shops across the state. The decision forms part of the administration's broader tax reform agenda focused on promoting ease of doing business and supporting low-income earners. Correspondent Chinemere Mikebunam reports again.
For years, petty traders across markets in Enugu State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily at the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
Where the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarified that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the state's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find out a way. Now it's not working. Because they wouldn't stop, I don't have to stop. Yes, they do change. And he was supposed to bring change to the grassroots. And that's what he's doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairmen will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mba's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the ex-Gandhi price of petrol by 75 naira to 1,200 naira per litre following a recent surge in global oil prices. Latest adjustment comes shortly after the refinery increased petrol prices to about 1,275 naira per litre, citing volatility in the international oil market. Industry sources say the price reduction is driven by a sharp decline in global crude oil prices. Brent crude futures dropped to about $95 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate crude also recorded a significant fall, easing production and supply costs. Experts attribute the downturn to easing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, particularly a conditional ceasefire arrangement involving the United States and Iran, which has reduced concerns over supply disruptions. Fuel marketers and commuters have welcomed the development, expressing optimism that a reduction will help ease the impact of rising living costs. Energy analysts say the move could influence retail petrol prices nationwide, especially if a downward trend in crude oil prices is sustained. They also noted that despite increased domestic refining capacity, Nigeria's fuel pricing remains closely tied to global oil benchmarks. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says it's considering the recapitalization and restructuring of development finance institutions to address the financing challenges facing micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs. The Deputy Governor in charge of Economic Policy, Mohammed Abdullahi, made this known during a panel session at the launch of a Nigeria Development Update by the World Bank in Abuja. He explained that a recent review by the Apex Bank revealed that existing development finance institutions are too small to meet the credit needs of businesses. According to him, combined assets base of DFIs in Nigeria is just over 8 trillion naira, far below the more than 130 trillion naira required to adequately support MSMEs. Meanwhile, the federal government has announced plans to introduce a mass savings scheme aimed at reducing reliance on borrowing and boosting domestic investment. Minister of Finance Wale Edun said the initiative will enable Nigerians across income levels to save, invest, and earn returns while contributing to economic growth. He noted that alternative funding options, including domestic savings mobilization and equity participation, will play a greater role as the government seeks to attract private sector investment. Edun added that the move is part of broader fiscal reforms focused on improving revenue generation and strengthening expenditure management. If you live in the highbrow areas of Abuja, Lagos Island, Onitsha, or Ibadan, there is a slim chance that a luxury apartment which your company rented for you actually belongs to a senior officer at the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON. The salary of such an officer may not be more than 500,000 naira per month. The Abuja, Lagos, Onitsha, or Ibadan property may have a value close to 1 billion naira. So, how do these SON officials come by these choice property? Correspondent Chimeze Zedema has been digging through the maze of corruption in the approval of product standards by the SON and a culture called settlement, and now reports.
Right at the peak of the Easter, Salah, or Christmas rush, your car begins to sputter and eventually stops. You and your family are stranded in the middle of nowhere and are sitting targets for kidnappers. You manage to get a mechanic who simply tells you, "Why did you not use Tokumbo plugs?" Tokumbo is the used plugs brought in from US or Europe. It is the new plugs that cause your car to stop. Truly, he removes the brand new plugs you fix only a week before the journey, replaces them with the used plugs, and your car comes alive. So are fairly used plugs from Europe or US better than brand new Sun-approved plugs?
Sun does not regulate used products. Our mandate only covers brand new products. So when it comes to used products and used spare parts, Sun does not regulate such products. I, for one, will not buy a
Tokumbo part over a brand new part. And when I buy a brand new part, I check for basic marking information to guide me, to know that the person who is selling that part or who manufactured that part is traceable and is proud of his product. Once I don't see that information, I reject the part and I tell the mechanic or the spare part dealer, do you have another brand? I inspect it also. Is there a product registration number or logo? Is there a product registration number or logo? Is it properly marked? And I would like to say that the mechanics, like I said, are being clever by half, and the spare part dealers, because we have in Nigeria, we have what we call pantakers, where a car that was involved in an accident ends up in a pantaker in the junkyard, and then they disassemble it and sell the component bit by bit. And because of they want to quickly sell it, they tell you, this is direct, or this is direct, or buy. But you don't know how long, how much wear and tear that Tokumbo part you're buying has endured before you go and purchase it. For a brand new part, you are sure that it is brand new, you're the first user. So you have some guarantee from the manufacturer on the end of life and the lifespan. But for a Tokumbo part, it's something that someone just losing from a junkyard, even if it's in America or in Nigeria, and he never knows, you don't know how long.
The Standards Organization of Nigeria may defend the integrity of its approval process. The mechanics who recommend and fix the motor parts for their customers have a different story. In the motor spare parts markets, there are three categories of products: the fake parts, the genuine parts, and the Tokumbo. The first two are approved by the Standards Organization of Nigeria, and the third is part of the knocked down parts used for maintaining old vehicles.
If the customer brings the car for repair, it depends how the person get money, because sometimes Belgian parts is better than new one that they buy, because new one the cost and then they know they last too much, because they depend on how the man get money to buy the original part, because that new one where they talk to original day, inferior one day, and then Belgian one is the one where they don't use before, but you know the grade way if you buy for him that will satisfy him.
For those who sell these parts, it's a matter of demand and supply. The genuine spare parts are too expensive for impoverished Nigerian car owners, and the fake ones disappoint even before you drive off from the mechanic's workshop. So Tokumbo seemed to be a more reliable option.
Someone who sells spare parts, which moves your business more, Belgium or brand new parts?
Belgium.
Why do you think Belgium moves your business?
It lasts longer
than brand new parts?
Yeah.
Is it that the brand new parts you're buying is fake or not, like it's not original?
People don't believe in new parts. People don't believe in new parts.
Why do you say so?
I don't know, but they don't believe in new parts. They'll say maybe after 1 week or 2 weeks, it is spoiled.
So in a pass, there's a category that there are some things you have to go for the new one, there are some things you have to go for old one. Like brake pad, now you cannot go it for new old one. Are you getting me? So there's parts where you cannot even see. Like there's some things in this vehicle, I have to go for where they butcher car. You understand me? Before I go see them, even people where they say car, old parts, they will not see. You go for butcher. There are some things you will not even go for new one. You go and buy it for old one, because the new one we saw is fake. But if you want to buy the original one, maybe where they do transport, you will not have the money to buy a original one, new one.
The mechanics say they are fake spare motor parts. The Standards Organization of Nigeria says it only approves internationally certified parts. How come these fake parts dominate the motor spare parts market in Nigeria, and who approves their importation?
We have a compliance department that is very effective on ensuring that no one is manufacturing or importing fake products. Just last week, I was involved in various operations where a lot of people who were involved in such acts were sanctioned, penalized, and where corrective actions were imposed on them. These are people who are even trying to be legitimate manufacturers, but we guide them.
Some importers boast that they can import any spare part they want as long as they settle, an euphemism for compromising officials of the Standards Organization of Nigeria. So the next time you refuse to use Tokumbo parts and your car breaks down in no man's land, just remember that you may just be contributing to the building of the luxury apartments owned by some officials in Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, or Onitsha. It is a matter of settlement. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima for Signature Television.
China probes malicious cyberbullying of teen diving champion Kwan, and Tehran celebrates as Iran-US agree to 2-week ceasefire. Details of these and more in our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Chinese swimming authorities say they have launched an investigation into cyberbullying of diving champion Kwan Hongchang, the 3-time Olympic gold medalist, and reported the matter to the police. Kwan, who won her first gold at Tokyo 2020 at the age of 14, and 2 more at the following Games in Paris 2024, has given several interviews in which she talked about toxic online commentary over her weight and the intense pressure she has felt to diet, even though she was already eating very little. Now 19, Kwan said that she is seriously considering retiring after the Paris Olympic this year, before deciding she wanted to keep going. Celebrations have erupted in Tehran following news of a 2-week ceasefire agreement that will allow for peace negotiations between the United States and Iran. Iran has accepted the temporary cessation of hostilities, with talks scheduled to begin on Friday in Pakistan, after United States President Donald Trump announced he would suspend military operations if Tehran fully reopened the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister confirmed the safe passage through this critical waterway will be coordinated with Iranian armed forces during the 2-week period. The breakthrough came after Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif urged Trump to extend his negotiation deadline and called on Iran to restore access to the strait. Iranian officials are portraying the ceasefire as a victory, claiming their preconditions for negotiations have been accepted by the U.S. They assert that Trump's acknowledgement of progress on major points of contention validates Iran's position. Government representatives are telling citizens that this outcome stems from national unity, patience, and military strength during the conflict. Meanwhile, several Gulf nations have reported missile and drone attacks on their territories, hours after Iran and the United States announced a 2-week ceasefire. The United Arab Emirates on Wednesday said its air defenses are actively engaging incoming missiles and drones from Iran. The UAE's defense ministry said in a statement that the sounds of explosions heard in different areas across the country were caused by air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicles. Operations at Abu Dhabi's Habshan gas complex were also temporarily suspended after a fire broke out early Wednesday due to falling debris, the Abu Dhabi media office said. The interception also injured 2 Emiratis and 1 Indian national, the media office added. Kuwait also said its air defenses were intercepting a wave of Iranian drones launched since 8 a.m., according to its army. A group of companies tied to Khalifa Haftar helped funnel hundreds of millions of dollars into the eastern Libyan commander's failed 2019-2020 assault on Tripoli, according to a new investigation, and left the Libyan people to bear the cost. The report, published on Tuesday by the Sentry, an investigative and policy organization, said Libyan businessman Ahmed Gadala functioned as a key enabler for Haftar family members, who secured $300 million in loans from a minor bank based in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates ahead of the offensive. The months-long campaign by forces loyal to the Regenade military commander to seize the Libyan capital from the United Nations-recognized government killed hundreds of people and displaced hundreds of thousands. According to the investigation, the money likely helped finance operations, including payments to Russia's mercenary Wagner Group, which supported Haftar's offensive. The campaign eventually saw Haftar's Libyan National Army get pushed back from the capital and lose a string of western towns to forces loyal to the government of national accord. After Haftar's offensive collapsed, the loans have remained largely unpaid, leaving the Libyan public to bear the financial burden, while Gadala has faced no accountability. And that's it on the international news.
It's entertainment news.
Popular Nigerian social media critic Martins Vincent Ose, also known as Very Dark Man, has announced that his petition against Blessing Okoro, popularly called Blessing CEO, has been approved for investigation by the Nigerian Police Force under the Inspector General of Police. This follows growing controversy over Blessing CEO's claim that she's battling stage 4 cancer. On March 25, 2026, she posted a viral Instagram video in which she tearfully alleged that she had been diagnosed with the illness, also displaying apparent hair loss she attributed to the condition. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Delta State Chapter, has disowned a viral histology report allegedly linked to Blessing Okoro, saying it was altered from the genuine report belonging to another patient. In a statement signed by Chairman Israel Adaigo and Secretary Usma Hana, the NMA explained that the original test conducted at Zenos Medical Diagnostics in Asaba confirmed breast cancer in a patient named Mbara Deborah in May 2025. The association said the document circulating online was manipulated from the original report and does not belong to Okoro. It urged the public to disregard the false reports and warned against actions that could undermine medical integrity. Lagos socialite and nightclub owner Mike ENUGU, popularly known as Pretty Mike, has announced the reopening of his nightclub Proxy Lagos nearly 7 months after it was raided by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. In an Instagram video posted on Tuesday, he reflected on the personal and business challenges he faced following the raid, which also coincided with the death of his father. He expressed gratitude to those who supported him during the difficult period. The NDLEA operation, carried out in the earlier hours of October 26, 2025, resulted in the arrest of over 100 guests, including Pretty Mike and Toyo Ide. The agency said banned substances, including loud and laughing gas, were recovered from the club. The UK government has barred US rapper Kanye West, also known as Ye, from entering the country over his past anti-Semitic remarks, forcing the cancellation of a major music event. Organizers of the Wireless Festival, where West was scheduled to headline all 3 nights in July, announced the cancellation shortly after tickets went on sale. They confirmed that all ticket holders would receive full refunds. The decision followed mounting backlash, with major sponsors such as Pepsi and ENUGU withdrawing their support. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer had earlier described West's booking as deeply concerning, adding that the rapper should never have been invited to headline the festival. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nwokonta's Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities when the main market is in chaos, people.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export, we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is
Welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Thursday, the 9th day of April 2026. The week is slowly winding down and coming to an end. And we see that in Nigeria, I think Nigeria is on standstill at this point because everything surrounding the ADC and INEC and PDP and everything moving towards 2027 election seem to be what is, happening in the country recently. That's what everybody's talking about. That's what the headlines are talking about, as well as the issue of insecurity. Well, don't go anywhere. I'll be looking at most of these headlines in a moment to see what the dailies have for us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Now looking at the headlines this morning, let's start with the Punch newspaper. And on the major headlines, it says 2027 alignment, Wike-backed PDP fumes over Makinde ADC alliance plans. Oyo Governor Atiku Obi Kwankwaso Amechi Mark hold high-stakes meeting, mull new platform. Alia Akume rift threatens Benue NAS members' re-election bids. Northeast logs nearly 2,000 explosions in 7 years, says report. World Bank flags fiscal risk in Nigeria's 4 trillion naira power bond. 2027, INEC registers 3.4 million new voters. Senate presidents, governors unveil Lagos mega projects. Youths rally Jonathan for 2027 presidential bid. 500-level students dies during football match. And Bauchi APC split over governor's defection move. Now to the Nigerian Tribune. Page 2 says ADC Turaki-led PDP meet, explore 2027 options. Why Tinubu didn't project commissioning in Lagos, says presidency. Pipeline surveillance contracts, NAS committees passed vote of confidence in Tantita, NNPCL, others. ADC leaders protest at INEC headquarters. Ask commission to withdraw offensive correspondence to party. Threaten coordinated civic action. Delta governor approves 200,000 naira monthly tax-free allowance for medical doctors. And the Gencos say FG's 501 billion naira bond raises strong indicator of market confidence. All right, that is for the Nigerian Tribune. Over to the Vanguard newspaper just above the mast. FG waives demurrage on 10,000 containers, reviews single window progress. ADC lists 6-point demands at INEC protest. All right, these are the two major headlines on the Vanguard. So let's look at the Daily Trust newspaper. And it says 2027 ADC PDP close ranks. The World Bank says Nigeria's inflation remains high despite rebasing. Nigeria not collapsing, FG replies CSOs. Fagore Garo touted for Kano deputy governorship. Tanzania president orders officials to travel by bus amid fuel shortages. Bauchi APC divided over Bala Mohammed's defection bid. Tinubu absent as Akpabio commissions Lagos projects. All right, let's look at the Guardian newspaper. Major headline, opposition explores options as ADC, PDP question INEC's neutrality. CSO's youth storm GEJ's office, urge him to contest. Finality of Supreme Court ruling does not translate to infallibility in public eye. On News Page 3, 2027, don't give power to APC by boycotting polls, Adebayo urges Nigerians. Nigeria making progress, not on the brink of collapse, FG assures. NCAA warns of flight delays, cancellations during rainy season. Akpabio commissioned Lagos project, tasks states on modern Nigeria. 2 years later, activists, community urge military to release Okwama detainees. And finally, on The Guardian, World Bank, multidimensional poverty threatening Nigeria's economic potential. And over to The Nation newspaper, we have just one major headline there, which says, on the story and photos on page 5, Lagos ushers in iconic projects. All right, we've covered the headlines, the major headlines on the papers for this morning. Good morning, Chris. Welcome to our newspaper review segment, as always.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, people of the world. And welcome to another day on Signature Morning Newspaper Review. You haven't told my name. I'm still Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I'm here again.
Of course, we are here again to look at the papers, and so far it's still been PDP ADC 2027 alignment. The Punch says Wike-backed PDP fumes over Makinde ADC alliance plans.
Yeah. Wike, the strong man Wike, our Minister of Federal Capital Territory, has been in the news for the last 10 years, for good, for bad, and ugly. So it's not a surprise. You know that the talk of the man who is a penchant, he has his penchants for using machete on people. He will not allow anybody to go at his back or walk at his back with machete. So Wike is right. There is this proverb that when the tsetse is aiming for the bad point of a hunter's body, that the hunter is also aiming for the game. When the hunter is busy aiming to shoot the game, the tsetse is aiming for his bad side. The man who is killing the snake wants life. The snake that has been killed wants life. I'm sure some of the politicians in Nigeria are struggling for space to breathe. So when you block one angle of where the source of their air the oxygen comes, they will look for another angle, because every living being wants to breathe this free air. So if there are Makinde and his team moving and talking about alliance with ADC just to have breath of political air, Wike filming will not have anything to do with that. I mean, when he was doing all he's been doing with PDP, a lot of people filmed and he didn't relent. So he can as well go ahead to film, because everybody wants a space for success. So he's filming and doing that. He is a strong man. He sends on fire. He threatens and does a lot of political strong moves. So let him come up with another one, because my father told me that if you pursue a goat from the farm, he'll go to the barn, because the goat needs something to eat. So let them keep moving. If Nigerian political space is stifling and muffling oppositions, like Adebayo said, when he said nobody should just give up and allow a walkover for APC, I salute the courage of some Nigerian politicians who still stand tall and making progress to breathe, even in Nigerian very unconducive political space. So let's move on.
All right, and still on the ADC, the leaders protest at INEC headquarters, and they are asking the commission to withdraw the offensive correspondence to the party, and they are threatening coordinated civic actions.
Well, they said it boils down to what I said about Makinde. Now, the group, those strong group of the only platform that seem to have what it takes to go to the polls and show some muzzle as an opposition party are being stifled by using every available instrument, and they have to go to the street. Somebody was analyzing that Buhari and his team did the same thing to INEC. And then this time, there is a group. You talk about Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, Amechi. Somebody was saying, do we cite Showore inside within that group? You know, you just find the strong men, they line up with the big banner across the asking in front of INEC office, asking. I think, and I suggest, for the peace, and for us to have what looks like election in 2027, that INEC should avoid everything that looks like ego or whatever, and look at what their demands are. Because 90 million flies cannot be wrong. Whatever they eat and still get to be alive, you can as well eat it. So if all these group of Nigerian politicians under a platform or under coordinated alliance of platforms go to protest with INEC, if INEC really wants to spend the amount of, I saw something like 132.9 trillion, or is it billion, naira, has been approved for 2027 election. If INEC is still on what they are doing now, that means there's no need for them to begin to touch that money, because if they create environment for a walkover and there's no election, Nigerians will come back later to ask them, so what did you actually do with that money? How many months to election? We do not find INEC spending money on public enlightenment yet. That magnitude of budget. We've not had anything on the air. We've not seen on newspaper. We've not seen on social media where they're still there writing letters with opposition parties. For whatever reason, they might be right. But it's not everything that is right that is justifiable or noble, according to the holy book I read. There are times you have to tamper with things to get things right, because if you insist on your own, there will be no community. We come out here to stay because I can't tolerate you. There should be some kind of element of tolerance in Nigerian democratic system, especially with the opposition. So, oppositions are always the underdog. Even when it seems that you can be technically explaining where they are wrong, you have to find a way of pulling one or two together to find them to be in the race. Because the worst thing that will happen is to make the opposition not to be even in the race. Look at how many months left, and they are still in the street protesting with INEC to allow them do this. They've not done their congresses. Some of their congresses they want to do has been diluted with this letter, purported letter written by INEC and all. So my advice, I'm only here to review newspaper headlines. But once in a while, you find at a point to drop one advice, whether it works or not, whether anybody listens or not. INEC should do what you call self-reflection. It wouldn't be good for INEC throughout the history of Nigeria, whatever they call themselves, NECO, whatever, FEDECO, whatever name they've answered, they've always have these, issues around them. Now you ask yourself, for how long will the strongest political or democratic umpire in Nigeria be seen to be aligned with the ruling party? And that is not making our democracy grow. They're laying the foundation that people will come tomorrow and refer to what happened in 2026. And they will tell you INEC under Professor Joash Amopito did this. They will tell you again what happened in 2023. They will tell you what Mahmoud did. They will go back and tell you what Jega did. And it's all of them looking alike, as if that umpire body is working for a particular body. The sooner they work for everybody and nobody, the better we have political peace. Otherwise, the person who fetches ant-infested firewood will always ask lizard for a visit. And that's what visit, and such visit of magnitude, you see the population of people who close down Abuja talking about one thing. That means when a child is crying and pointing finger at some particular direction, if the father is not there, the mother is there, or a very close relation who he believes can save the situation.
Okay. Now, we see that the youths rally Jonathan for 2027 presidential bid. Another newspaper says CSOs and youth storm his office and urge him to contest.
Who sent the CSOs? In Nigeria now, you have to be very, 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 you become, every move, political move you find in Nigeria has become, you'll be doubting it, whether it's sincere. If they beg Goodluck Jonathan to come, under what platform? See, PDP that is in shambles, that have made sure they killed. Under what platform? You bring in Jonathan. Jonathan will begin to go and struggle for space with Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, Amechi, and all those likes. They should allow the gentleman to rest. If Nigeria cannot sort their political space, the CSOs should go and carry their advocacy to the political environment that has not allowed other opposition to come. If the environment is right, and Goodluck can be asked to pick one of the platforms, but now no platform. APC has given the platform since almost 2 years ago to the present, the incumbent president. PDP has not found their ground. They're still talking about alliance and all. How many months to go? ADC that looks like they have always consolidated with their move, and now a letter from INEC is destabilizing them. So under which platform? The youth and the CSOs asking Goodluck Jonathan to come. But Nigerians have a way of, if you think you have escaped them, they will still pull you into the mud to tempt you. Let them leave the man to rest. I hope that then Goodluck Jonathan will tell them, leave my husband alone, no. There is God. Because when they have told everything, and he told them, the blood of a Nigerian is one his political career, and he escaped them, and they dropped everything, done the towel and dust and leave, and he's living his life. People cannot allow him to rest. In Nigeria, even the ancestors don't rest, because we have so much trouble that even the people who every day carry cola, ancestors help us, and help us for some political situation. And then the living man who has left, we are calling him to do what? To go and carry all these political people struggling for space and put them aside and sit on their throne and then be the flag bearer and go. As the CSOs and the youth form another political platform. They didn't even say, maybe in the details of the newspaper, they would have told you what platform they run. It's not enough to say, come and run. If you have not been a politician in Nigeria, you wouldn't know what this means. Goodluck himself told us how everything around him sabotaged him. And he's licking the wound. After so many years, they're coming back to bring him back. My brother Goodluck Jonathan, Ebe Azikiwe Jonathan, all the names you have scarred together, has some alliance at the same. My advice is, my dear brother, go and live your life and leave Nigeria to sort their problems out. All
right. Now, still speaking on the CSOs, yesterday they said Nigeria is on the brink of collapse, and now federal government has come out to debunk that, and is replying to the CSOs that Nigeria is making progress and not on the brink of collapse.
The loud mouths who are paid in Aso Rock can always reply. And no dog who barks at anything can reach his destination. If you see a dog on the road, when the chicken pass, he will bark. When go to back, he will just be backing all through. All these people paid to be backing back at any political move we have. If you are sure Nigeria is not collapsing, because the person who is there won't know whether he's whatever is sitting on is collapsing. And the people will say, if you are in the house, the children will look and say, that seat you are sitting on, the one of the legs is cracked, or you might fall. And you are saying, oh no, I'm not falling until you fall. We don't expect them to say any other thing. Actually, the man who the gods want to die, they either make him deaf, dumb, or blind. If the people working in Aso Rock felt that Nigeria is not collapsing, why is the protest in Abuja yesterday? Why are the CSOs saying what they're saying? Why are the youth moving around looking for Goodluck Jonathan? Why are the bandits and terrorists and all keep killing and killing and killing and killing and beheading and raping and maiming and displacing people? How many Nigerians are in IDP camps? And Nigeria is not collapsing. How many part of Nigeria, what percentage of Nigeria in the hand of terrorists where they control and collect tax from Nigerians? Those people pay tax to bandits and terrorists, still pay tax to federal government, and Nigeria is not collapsing. If the same argument people brought, they are killing in Nigeria. People are paying to lobby to say it's not true. Can you beat a child and say you shouldn't cry? The CSOs are civil society organizations who are apolitical, they're on the side. They are watching and they are seeing cracks in whatever framework that makes up Nigeria. And they are advising. And you sat down there away from the people saying it's not collapsing. It's not enough to hear from us all that Nigeria doesn't have crack. We living in Nigeria know there's crack. No single Nigerian can travel for more than 1 hour without the risk of being kidnapped. And Nigeria is not cracked. No political opposition can say, I want to contest, and the INEC will not write you a letter. Nigeria is not collapsing. Nigeria is not cracking. Nobody can sit down and go out there to transport himself to a 5 minutes travel without paying an average of 1,000 naira. Nigeria is peaceful. No Nigerian can afford housing. In ENUGU, a bedroom flat is going for about 750,000. Nigeria is at home. Nothing is working, and everything is working well. And the taxing of the state governments and the federal government of Nigeria are left oil because NNPC has failed. There's not getting anything from there. They have handed over all of oil to make money in oil to Dangote, a private company. And they are now taxing Nigeria to survive. And Nigeria is at home. Nothing is happening. So federal government, we heard what you say. Thank you. But when we have the shoe and nowhere is pain, I stand with the CSOs to say Nigeria has some cracks. The sooner we call the Messins to come and go with the, there's how you mix cement, they call it solid. To mix solid cement at solid standard to start to do the patching. Otherwise, what happened in the recent future? What happened in the recent, in the recent past? Will happen in the recent future. Otherwise, they can sit there comfortably because they are comfortable. If you enter a Sorok and sit down in your cozy office, everything you want, your allowances are paid. You are not old. You are not working in private organization like us, where we struggle to buy food, to be on air, and struggle to pay staff and do all this, and they expect you to be a patriotic Nigerian and still move on. They don't. They cook themselves there. The National Assembly, they have a retinue of security from airport to their house to even to the National Assembly. They are guarded, and Nigerians are on their own, susceptible, open to risks at their lives every day. You check the number of Nigerians that die daily, and Nigeria is nothing is happening. So thank you, federal government. You can go ahead and tell that to Nigerians. Of course, we are listening. What else can we say? Everybody, they say Nigeria has an issue. You respond. But the actions to make us to have confidence to believe that it's not following up. It's not enough to say, no, go and look deep, because whenever you see a bird dancing by the roadside, there is something playing the music inside the bush.
All right, Chris, I think we have to wrap it up here now because, we've run out of time. But we've covered most of the headlines this morning. I mean, almost everything is talking about PDP and 2027. So let's leave it at that.
Yeah, Nigerian inflation remains high despite rebasing, World Bank said. And yes, let me just comment briefly on this. World Bank told us so many things on the newspaper within the week, and the World Bank is telling us, I've got so pissed off with all these bodies telling us about only the negative. They're not providing us solution. And when the chips are down, the same World Bank will open their hands to borrow money to Nigerian leaders to keep making Nigeria to be. If you keep borrowing and borrowing, there's no how your inflation rate will not go high, because when there is no 10 at home, if 10 enter, it will vanish. And that's what's happening. Are they helping us? Are they just telling us about problems and leave us to solve it, or even help us, supporting us to be in problems? They also need to ask themselves questions. Because I know there's no free meal anywhere. Nobody loves you more than yourself. So if Nigerians give themselves to all these international organizations, they are the people who are telling us about this. Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has not told us about our inflation rate. It's World Bank. Now, they will not tell us about our all those GDP and all those measures, all those Olibos they take to confuse us. It's coming from World Bank and bodies like that. World Bank, come and help Nigeria. Stop borrowing anyhow to our leaders. Ask them what they are doing with the ones they borrowed. Don't keep Nigeria, generation of children, under debt for life. And you're giving us all those negative figures every day to keep us tensed. It's not helping us.
All right, Chris, let's end now. Yes.
We have to end.
Yes.
God bless you for having been with us this morning again in this short segment where we talk about issues in Nigeria, not from us, it's from the newspapers of Nigeria. When they tell us the headlines, we sit down here to look at them and try to match these headlines to our lives. It's not mean any harm. We're only saying it to build our nation and talk about it, whether the people who are in charge will listen. But our job as broadcasters is to talk about it. We do whatever you want to do with it, but we be on record that we said it, so that it will not haunt us in the past. God bless you. God bless you, Chip. This hardship and hunger is not available. You're looking beautiful every day. You need to give me the secret. But that, by the way, God bless you. But remember, I will not forget that God blessings are meant for those who desire and deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for your review this morning. And with that, we are done with our newspaper headlines and review segment. Don't go anywhere as Signature Morning continues after now.
Do you want to excel in exams or earn professional certification? At Jalabi Tutors, we train students and professionals to master mathematics, economics, accounting, stockbroking, and finance. Our programs help you to pass academic exams with confidence, prepare for professional certifications, build strong analytical and financial skills, learn from expert tutors through live online classes. Whether you're a secondary school student, university student, or working professional, our training will help you succeed. 100% online learning, flexible classes, expert tutors. Seats are limited. Enroll now at www.jalabitutors.com.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Popular Nigerian social media critic Martins Vincent Ose, also known as Very Dark Man, has announced that his petition against Blessing Okoro, popularly called Blessing CEO, has been approved for investigation by the Nigerian Police Force under the Inspector General of Police. This follows growing controversy over Blessing CEO's claim that she's battling stage 4 cancer. On March 25, 2026, she posted a viral Instagram video in which she tearfully alleged that she had been diagnosed with the illness, also displaying apparent hair loss she attributed to the condition. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Delta State Chapter, has disowned a viral histology report allegedly linked to Blessing Okoro, saying it was altered from the genuine report belonging to another patient. In a statement signed by Chairman Israel Adaigo and Secretary Usma Hana, the NMA explained that the original test conducted at Zenos Medical Diagnostics in Asaba confirmed breast cancer in a patient named Mbara Deborah in May 2025. The association said the document circulating online was manipulated from the original report and does not belong to Okoro. It urged the public to disregard the false report and warned against actions that could undermine medical integrity. Lagos socialite and nightclub owner Mike ENUGU, popularly known as Pretty Mike, has announced the reopening of his nightclub Proxy Lagos nearly 7 months after it was raided by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. In an Instagram video posted on Tuesday, he reflected on the personal and business challenges he faced following the raid, which also coincided with the death of his father. He expressed gratitude to those who supported him during the difficult period. The NDLEA operation carried out in the earlier hours of October 26, 2025 resulted in the arrest of over 100 guests, including Pretty Mike and Toyo Ide. The agency said banned substances, including loud and laughing gas, were recovered from the club. The UK government has barred US rapper Kanye West, also known as Ye, from entering the country over his past anti-Semitic remarks, forcing the cancellation of a major music event. Organizers of the Wireless Festival, where West was scheduled to headline all 3 nights in July, announced the cancellation shortly after tickets went on sale. They confirmed that all ticket holders would receive full refunds. The decision followed mounting backlash, with major sponsors such as Pepsi and Diageo withdrawing their support. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer had earlier described West's booking as deeply concerning, adding that the rapper should never have been invited to headline the festival. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokonta's Signature TV News.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria is heading towards the 2027 general election, and the political atmosphere is already charged with a lot of tension, uncertainty, fragmentation, and just a lot of, issues, particularly the most recent ones being INEC, and the opposition party ADC, as well as PDP, and, the other parties that are leading towards the 2027 election. And so this morning, we'll be discussing the 2027 build-up, Nigeria's political climate and uncertainties. Joining us via Zoom this morning is Chibike Mbahurike, who is the election consultant, Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, West Africa. You're welcome to the program. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's look at the big picture as to, what you think about how this 2027 election will play out. When you look at Nigeria today and you look at the political climate, how would you describe, what is currently going on leading towards 2027 elections?
Thank you once again. As someone who has been observing elections since 2006, and we are faced with a critical election in 2027, I can tell clearly that the difference is very clear. We know that as we speak, election has been scheduled for January 2027, which for me looks like 2026, by the way. So what we expect is a very, a seamless approach to preparations towards that election by the Electoral Commission and all stakeholders. But alas, what we are faced with is something I can call chaos. There doesn't seem to be any clarity in anything. There doesn't seem to be an ordered, developments towards that election. Communication has been very ridden in kind of uncertainties and all of that. So for me, you see stakeholders addressing issues have not bearing at all towards that very critical election. You can see the situation of the opposition. The preparations towards the election is supposed to be in such a way that all stakeholders are planning adequately towards that election, so that we will not have a repeat of failed processes we recorded in the past. But the truth is that there seems to be a spanner in the wheel of the channel, and everybody is running helter-skelter. The election is almost upon us. We are not facing the real situations. We are not facing the issues that bother us. The Electoral Act has its own concerns. The INEC with a new leadership doesn't seem to be, getting things properly, conducted in such a way that confidence will be inspired into those who are participating in those elections. The Nigerian public is supposed to be very, clear. They're supposed to have clarity about every step of the way between now and the 2027 election. But what we are seeing is things that are really immaterial, really. As if there are forces that are against the preparation. We are not even clear whether that day is going to come to pass. But the truth is, it is election, and it is the only opportunity to choose our leaders. So it is of necessity, it will come to pass, and that's what we expect. But our concern continues to grow by the day. And I think our stakeholders will get it right, particularly the Independent National Electoral Election, so that they will not jump into the fray. Rather than preparing for elections, we're interpreting situations that has little, effect on the commission as a body to conduct that election. So I'm hoping that even the opposition will get it right. The ruling party should also continue their governance, even as the election is in, as we prepare towards that election. But if you look at all the handwritings on the wall, it doesn't seem that a lot is happening right, because this is giving the experiences, our experiences of the past. Right now, we're supposed to be working assiduously towards that election. Civil society, political parties, the INEC themselves, the security and all of that. These are stakeholders that have their own activities to prepare for before that election. But we're all watching, and it doesn't seem that things are working exactly how we wanted it to work.
All right. Now, speaking of the opposition, now, I mean, the ADC was, positioned for opposition with heavyweights like we have Obi and Atiku and the rest. But why do you think that it seems that they are struggling now? They seem to be struggling to hold themselves together. There seems to be a lot of thoughts as to why this is so, possibly external forces, possibly, lack of proper ideology. So what would you say could be the reason why there seems to be internal party crisis and tension and uncertainties between the ADC, or within the ADC rather?
Okay, first of all, let's put it out there that we cannot actually operate our democracy without viable opposition, and that would be a recipe for anarchy. Opposition is that's where you draw the balance. You have a governing party, you have a ruling party, and you also have the opposition to put them in checks and all of that. That is very critical in a democracy, especially ours. But what we see is a situation that potential opposition that we see are struggling to even exist, struggling to prepare themselves, struggling to do what their constitutional rule expects them to do. And like I insinuated earlier, we're not too sure where these forces are coming from. But what we think is, and it is not unexpected in a democracy, and it has been voiced by even the governing, the ruling party, that they don't have any explanations. The opposition decide not to, align themselves, or they decide not to conduct themselves properly. It is not their business. They even have opportunity to further, worsen the situation. That is permissible in the democracy. We have heard things like that. But what I'm saying is, the opposition, we have seen that from the beginning, they are beginning to conduct themselves like it is a viable opposition, and people are beginning to buy into their platform and all of that. But of course, these things cannot continue with a ruling party watching, just sitting hand akimbo and watching. Like they said, rightly said, if they have opportunity to dismantle them or to disrupt their plans, they will do that. But this is inimical to our democracy. We that are watching from the sidelines, we are concerned that the opposition have not been permitted to do their best. They have their own problems. They also have certain challenges that appear instigated, that appear that they have been, made to, respond the way they are responded, rather than preparing for primaries, preparing for their conventions. They are contending with legal matters, but contending with authentic, who is the authentic, they have factions. These are not what you expect at the 11th hour. And you can see that this might just continue until voting day. And if this happens, it means it's an entire loss to the Nigerian democracy, because we must conduct election. If there's no viable opposition, the election will be a smooth ride. And that's not what we expect. Nigerians have to have a choice, and that's what makes it a democracy. So we are not happy that the opposition is struggling. Either they are made to struggle, or they have their internal problems. I know they have their internal problems. You can also notice that there's also leadership also in the ADC. And it is not unusual to experience that. But if they have the opportunity to resolve all of these issues ahead of the critical election, it works. It's a win-win for Nigerian democracy. But it becomes very concerning if, while they are attempting, external forces are disrupting those efforts. And that's what I think is not good for our democracy. And every step they should take to ensure that, these challenges are resolved ahead of that election, it will be in the interest of Nigerian democracy. But by and large, these are not mere, warriors. They are very critical issues raised, and say when a situation is self-inflicted. For us, we are watching and waiting. Our expectation is that they will resolve all this in good time, so that the election will go ahead seamlessly.
Right, and there has also been this high concern, particularly among citizens and even among political gladiators, about Nigeria heading to a one-party system, particularly with the rise of defections of a number of politicians towards the ruling party. So what do you think about these mass defections and the ideological consistency of Nigerian politicians, and also how this could affect the democracy that we're talking about, and also the elections coming up and what is currently playing out in the political space?
Nigeria's democracy since 1999 have not really made a lot of progress in that regard. What we see the political actors, the politicians, are not really there to render service to the people or to provide good governance for the people. And they have not minced words about it. They have not pretended about it. You see, the truth is, they are ever willing to move or to shift, or to jump ship when the need arises. We have always seen this over time. And that tells you that they have no respect for those they even govern, or they have no respect for their constituent, the sovereign, who supposedly voted them into power. You see them at will, jumping ship, moving parties without resort to the people, and that's very, very unfortunate. But in the scenario we are faced with right now, is a situation where you see elected and sitting governors, moving from one party to the other. The last time I checked, I think the ruling party has over 30 governors on their side. But for me, this is just that's not. It's neither here nor there. Getting governors to your side in a working democracy, in a place where election is free, fair, and credible, is of no consequences. But our concern is we have not been able to record credible election here over time. A situation where people will freely express their choice, where people's vote will count, and where violence will not mar elections, or where votings are not transactional. These issues mentioned are the vices that have, disrupted our democracy over time. And if these are to be contained, if we are to eradicate or minimize all of these vices I mentioned, people will be willing to exercise their franchise freely, without intimidation, without molestation. Unfortunately, that has not been the situation. If we get to a level where we can comfortably and conveniently express our choices without any disruptions or any intimidation, you can see it is of no consequences wherever political candidates or politicians decide to pitch their tent, because they don't constitute the voting public. In Nigeria, we know that youth form the largest chunk of the voting public, and I don't even know how many politicians exercise franchise. The truth is that they know that we may not be able to experience that credible election, and that's why they are there. There you see a lot of movements of money, a lot of nocturnal meetings here and there. They want to remove people in the equation, and unfortunately, the people are the center point of a democracy. So it does not. It's only for us. It does not make any sense that a politician will be elected under another platform and he jumps into a different party, thinking it's victorious. It's been victorious in that regard. The issue is that those are the characters that make our democracy as it is right now. And once our democracy develops to a level, you won't be seeing this. And that period, you'll be seeing people being governed by ideology. Because we expect all political parties in Nigeria to be governed by particular ideologies. Every party cannot stand, must stand for something. Or if political parties can fall for anything.
Mr. Chibike Mbahurike, we have to end this conversation now, but thank you so much for joining us talking about the 2027 build-up and Nigeria political climate and the uncertainties. We'll still have you some other time to continue this conversation because 2027 is still quite a while. So as things unfold, we'll continue having conversations around it. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Signature Morning will be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We're still talking about, the 2027 election build-up and the political climate and the uncertainty surrounding the election coming up. And we have another guest joining us via Zoom to talk about this issue. His name is Dr. Webster Okonkwo. He is a politician, academician, and a public affairs analyst. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning to you too. All right, now looking at the 2027 election, I mean, we've seen a lot of early alignments, defections, endorsements from last year, even before, we entered this new year. And we've been seeing all these moves towards 2027 election. So this early politicking, what is your opinion about that? And, what does that say about the certainty or the political climate of Nigerian political system?
First and foremost, I want to say that the movement cannot be said to be early, because if you look at the INEC timetable, you discover that the process of selecting candidates, that is party primary, will commence this April. So those movements late last year and early this year cannot be considered to be early. But what I want to say is that it is normal in Nigerian politics to see movement, alignment, and realignment. And the reason is simple. We don't play politics with ideology in Nigeria. People just seek power for the sake of getting the power. So because of that, it is very easy for people to move from one party to another without thinking about it, without even considering the electorate, without thinking about anything. It's just seeking power. So it is normal in Nigerian politics for people to align and realign just for the sake of getting power.
All right, so talking about alignment, let's look at the opposition party and what is currently going on in the opposition party and INEC. Now, but first of all, looking at the ADC, I mean, the ADC is supposed to be a coalition with a lot of heavyweight politicians. And it currently seems like that there seems to be some form of disunity or fragmentation. It seems like the party is struggling to hold itself together. There seems to be more factions as well. So what do you think about this opposition party, and what would you say are the reasons as to why things are playing out the way they are currently with them?
Well, the reason is very, very simple. The ruling party is trying everything possible to destabilize the opposition. So this internal crisis that is facing ADC now is coming from the external factors. The ruling party wants to disorganize the opposition party, and it is part of politics, at least in third world countries. It is part of our lifestyle, political lifestyle, trying to destabilize your opponent. And I think that is what APC is trying to do. But looking at history, you will see that the process that brought about this coalition has never worked in Nigeria. Look at Social Democratic Party in 2019. People came together with a movement for new political order, coming together to fortify the party. But at the end of the day, they were in court until after the election was over, because it is not always easy to come together without going through the normal process of party congresses and then electing or selecting a leadership. So I saw it when that coalition was formed that it is going to be scattered by the judiciary, because at the end of the day, we will have conflicting court orders that will destabilize the opposition. It has happened before.
So that brings me to talk about this issue of ideology, because you mentioned it earlier that it's more an issue of power than ideology. So why is it that we seem to have politicians in our country who are more concerned with power than ideology? What does that say about the democratic system that we have in the country, or that we claim to be practicing?
Well, it is a very simple thing. No Nigerian political leader is interested in building a prosperous Nigeria. At this point in time, in our developmental stage, what every politician is looking for is what will benefit him, maybe his family, or maybe his group. And because of that, when the driving force is economic benefit, then that is what you expect to get, until we come to the point where we can now think of which system do we adopt, or what processes do we put in place to develop Nigeria, to make Nigeria a great nation. That's when ideology comes in. But at this point in time, nobody is thinking, no politician is thinking in that direction. What every politician is interested in is, what can I benefit from the system? And it is not just the politicians, so the followers are also looking for benefits. Nobody is thinking about making Nigeria great. That is the truth, both the leaders and the followers. So you now see that it is our culture. It is our culture to seek benefit before seeking the overall good of the country. So as far as it remains our culture, then there will be no ideology. Nobody is talking about ideology, but power.
All right, now let's look at INEC and the role they have played so far, particularly when it comes to elections and electoral processes in the country. Now, the most recent being that INEC has decided to withdraw recognition of the ADC factions, which has sparked controversy. So I want us to use this ADC as you know, a point, but also to look at the broader influence of INEC in internal party dynamics and internal party politics, and how they have performed so far in election processes in Nigeria.
Well, there is something we'll always remember, that there is an adage that says that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. If you look at the process of appointing the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, you see that it rests squarely with the president of the country, who recommends to the National Assembly. And looking at the National Assembly or the Senate arm, you discover that it is always a rubber stamp of the executive arm. So you now see that because the president has an overwhelming power in the appointment, the process of the appointment, then you don't expect the person he appointed to betray him. Let me use that word, betrayer, because it has to be, he has to play the game according to the person who appointed him. It is not an easy thing. If we have a system where maybe whoever becomes the Chief Justice of Nigeria at any point in time becomes the head of the Electoral Committee, you see that we may be able to come to a stage where we have that independent National Electoral Commission, because it is independent in name. So because of that, you don't expect to get much from that INEC. But all the same, Nigerians should stand up to hold INEC accountable. I think that is the stage where we are now. We are Nigerians, we have to wake up to hold INEC accountable. That's the only way we can change what is happening now. If we don't hold them accountable as Nigerians, then there's no way the electoral system will change. So it has been on in Nigeria. The electoral system has been such that the ruling party controls the Electoral Commission. It did not start today, and I don't think it will end tomorrow.
So in your opinion, what would you say that it would take for INEC to be truly independent? Because from what you've said, the independence is just in the name. But when it comes to, you know, the the actual what is being done. It is not independent. So what would it take then for the INEC to get to a point where it can say it is independent of external forces and can operate within its rights?
I think you have to take away the power to appoint the chairman and maybe the commissioners from the executive arm of government. And then we can balance it between the judiciary and maybe the legislature. Because as long as the executive arm appoints the chairman, the commissioners, and you don't expect them to perform, you don't expect them to be independent. And you also know that the budget proposal will have to be approved by the executive arm and then sent to the National Assembly before the money is released to them. So you now discover that the whole thing is entangled. The executive has a hold over the Electoral Commission. So what we want to do, or what we can do to help the Electoral Commission to be independent, is to take away the power of appointment from the executive. Maybe it will rest with the judiciary and maybe the National Assembly. So to that extent, we may have something that may look independent, but it will not be totally independent though, because you know in Nigeria, political patronage is always the key thing in our political system. So whoever has a hand in appointing the chairman and the commissioners will also call the shot. That is our problem.
Now, earlier on, we spoke about alignments and defections. But now I want us to talk about defections, particularly when it comes to the ruling party. Now, most of the defections that we've seen, most of the high-profile defections are to the ruling party, which is the APC. And a lot of concerns have been raised by a number of people that Nigeria is moving towards a one-party state. What do you have to say about that?
Well, one thing we have to know right now is that this is the first time a core politician is ruling Nigeria. The other people that have ruled Nigeria maybe former military leaders, maybe people that we have to ask into running for president and things like that. But now, the person we have as a president is a core politician. So he's using every trick in the book to bring everybody under his umbrella, which is APC. So it is not good for Nigerian politics, but you have to understand that he knows how to use power. So that is why everybody is running to APC. Because when somebody that knows how to use power is the president of the country, you have to identify with him or you are finished. The election in Edo State, the governorship election in Edo State demonstrated just that, because I'm so much convinced from the evidence available that the APC came down with the power of the federal might. They came down with the federal might to Edo State and took over the governorship. So every governor is now trying to align in the interest of peace in his state. So that is it.
Now, still talking about these opposition parties, would you say that these new platforms or new platforms that emerge as coalitions or oppositions, would you say that, or do you share the same sentiment that they are recycled political structures under new names, rather than a renewal or a new ideology and a new kind of like a breath of fresh air? Would you say that that is the case, or would you say that it's just the same thing being recycled under new names?
Well, it has been the tradition in Nigeria. They just recycled the old politicians to form a coalition. Like during the formation of APC, when APC was formed, the core of the APC party men or party leaders were people that came from PDP. You know, it has been the tradition in Nigeria. So that ADC coalition, the opposition coalition, is principally key actors, those who have been active since the Fourth Republic. And they have diverse background. Some of them are bad, some are good, some are ugly. But like I said before, the only factor that is bringing them together is the thirst for power. They want power, so they can come together, forget about all their differences in the quest for power. It has happened before. That was how APC came to power. People came from different backgrounds, no ideology, except power. They needed power, and they got power, and they've been able to mismanage that power. So that's exactly what ADC is trying to do, and I don't think the outcome will be different. If you give ADC power today, it will end up like APC. Until we go back to ideological politics, we can never get it right.
Now we've spoken about the politicians and these political parties, but let's come down to the citizens and the average Nigerians who will be expected to come out to vote on the election day. Now, what would you say about public trust of Nigerians towards the politicians and the political space in the country, and how do you think that could influence voter turnout during elections?
Well, I used to say that the problem we have with Nigerian politics is not the politicians. It is the populace, the people, the electorate. Because many of them go to the election with different things in mind. Some are going to vote, some are going into election to vote for their tribesman. Some are going to vote for somebody that belongs to their religious denomination. Some are going there to vote for the person that gave them more money. Some are going there, there are so many reasons why people go out to vote. Nobody is even looking at governance. Nobody is looking at governance. Most of the time, it's all these parochial considerations that determine what the voters are going to do on election day. And that is the major problem we have. Like, if you look at the way voters turn out, most times, people from the area where the candidates are coming from will troop out a march because they want somebody from their place to win the election. Not that that person is good or not that that person is the best candidate, but because he is their person, somebody from their tribe, somebody from their state, somebody from their local government, they will all troop out a march to vote for that person so that their person will be the winner. They are not interested in what is going to be the outcome. How is he going to perform the duty he has been elected to do? So that is the problem we have. The electorate is not educated. The electorate is not enlightened. The electorate has parochial mind, very sentimental. So it's a big problem for Nigerian elections. The electorate, very, very diverse, very, very controversial, and sometimes very, very confused.
All right, now you've spoken about how the electorates are not well informed, but let's also look at the Nigerian reality, particularly when it comes to cost of living, economic situation, even the insecurity in the country. Now, there are a number of factors that could influence voter decisions and the decisions of the electorate. So I'd like you to speak on that as well, and how that could possibly impact on the elections and the turnout of what could possibly happen in the elections, both positively and negatively.
Well, I think the key factor, the number one factor that should influence voter decision is the economic well-being. Like, elections hold every 4 years. And before you go to vote, you ask yourself, 4 years ago, how was I faring? You compare it with the state you are in right now before you now take decision of what to do, who to vote for. Then, for the second factor is insecurity. You have to ask yourself, how secure are we now compared to when these people came in? These are the things that should primarily influence voter decision. But you find out that it is not so in Nigeria. I want to tell you that a typical polling unit on election day is like a marketplace. Yes, just a marketplace. You see people, vendors, you see agents looking for people who are going to vote and collect money. Now, you start to wonder if we are actually practicing democracy or if it is a mercantile affair, because it is assumed that the politicians have been, or the leaders have been able to suppress the conscience of the voters to the point that simple carrots will always influence what the voters can do. And somebody is saying that it's even a strategy. You suppress them economically, make them hungry, and when they are hungry, then you now come with your carrot, and they will follow you. And it appears to be what is happening in Nigeria today. Because every time I go to polling units and I come back, I tell myself that we still have a long way to go. Because with 5,000, 2,000, sometimes 1,000, you buy votes. Now you ask yourself, people that are voting to collect 1,000 or 2,000, do they really know the meaning of good governance? Do they really know the implications for the next 4 years for that their action? You discover they don't know, or they decided to ignore the implications to collect just that peanut. And it's a very big problem.
All right. Now, about the Nigerian youth. Now, we saw that in the 2023 elections, Nigerian youth came out in their numbers, to participate, and they played a significant role. Now, and over the years, they've come out with a number of protests, the end bad governance, and, a number of other protests trying to see how the situation in Nigeria can be improved. And looking towards 2027, how would you assess so far the level of involvement of Nigerian youths in the political space in Nigeria, and how that could possibly affect 2027 elections?
Well, I'm so much impressed with the level of participation of Nigerians. And I want to tell you that the only hope we have as a nation is youth participation in politics. That is the only hope we have now, because the youths are people you cannot easily dissuade. They are people you cannot easily entice with your carrots. There are people that are looking at the future of the country, because the future belongs to them, not the old politicians. The future belongs to the youth. So with their interest in what happens in Nigeria, with their interest in the politics of Nigeria, Nigeria has hope, and that is the only hope we have. So I feel this 2027 that we have a greater participation of youth. We are going to have a greater participation of Nigerian youth in the political process. But there is a problem. There is a problem. The influence of money is now trying to break the solidarity of Nigerian youth. I'm sorry to say that, but I've seen traces of money coming in to break the ranks of Nigerian youth. And then not just money, ethnicity. These old politicians have a way of, raising sentiments about ethnic background, and it has always worked for them.
Well, it's quite unfortunate. It seems that we have network issues with Dr. Webster Okonkwo, but he was speaking on the 2027 build-ups, looking at the Nigerian political climate, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Well, we'll have to wrap up this conversation right now. Thank you so much for staying with us, and don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in a moment for another discussion on Signature Morning.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
It was a convergence of faith, inspiration, and youthful energy as participants from across the world gathered under one roof for the Joshua Generation International Youth Conference with the theme Rooted in Christ. The event, organized by the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, brought together young people, clergy, and thought leaders committed to shaping a value-driven generation. Addressing the gathering, Governor Peter Mba challenged youth to rise above current realities and build strong expectations anchored on their dreams and aspirations. He commended the church for its long-standing contribution to national development, particularly in education and healthcare, noting that its value of discipline, integrity, and service remains critical in nation building. The governor stressed that being rooted in Christ provides a solid foundation for navigating life's uncertainties without losing direction.
To be rooted is to have a center, to draw nourishment from something deeper than circumstance. It means that when the world shifts, and it will, you're not lost in it.
Governor Mba described Nigeria as one of the youngest nations in the world, endowed with immense human capital and national resources. He, however, cautioned that unchanneled youthful energy could breed frustration and social instability. The governor urged youth to harness their talent productively and resist the growing Japa mentality, encouraging them instead to contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's development.
When you step out from this arena, you're stepping into an emerging ecosystem that wants your ideas, your passion, your intelligence. Your future is no longer confined to where you are. It is shaped by what you can do. And it challenges the belief that you must leave or Japan in order to succeed.
The governor further called on stakeholders, including government, parents, religious leaders, and educators, to work collaboratively in shaping the minds of young people. According to him, sustainable development depends largely on the creativity, innovation, and sense of purpose of the young generation. Highlights of the event included special prayers offered for the governor by Anglican bishops, as well as interactive sessions and fellowship activities. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News. Yes, petty traders across markets in Enugu State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily on the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
When the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarify that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the State's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find out a way. Now it's not about because they won't stop. I don't have to stop. He has a new change, and he was supposed to bring change to the grassroots, and that's what he's doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairmen will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mba's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable in Enugu. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports. Let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
What we are doing in Nigeria is a lot of people are taking risks. And in business, yes, they say, don't fear, take risks so that you grow. But you don't see the risks there and you jump into it. Say you have been told to take risks. It's when it is unimaginable. You don't imagine it. You don't foresee it. But these days, I pity people who are doing any type of business in Nigeria. Is it, if you rely on energy, I think in one of the stations, I was privileged to appear, one of the broadcast media. I was, the MD was, we were discussing informally. He was telling me, say, Louis, to run this business is no longer for. What is he spends on diesel alone on weekly basis? On weekly basis, can pay his staff, all of them. So imagine that kind of, what kind of business are you running? Are you running a charity home? Apart from the issue of technology, energy, that government agents, you see somebody, a woman who is selling mango, fruits. They will come, you see another person standing, a man. Once it is 10, Madam will take go. That's Madam, bring money. What for? Some of them are agents of government. Some of them are friends of government, touts, used in the election. So they can look elsewhere. Security operatives will look elsewhere when you are undermining somebody's interest. So I wonder when people do business, it's like in Nigeria today, it's like, well, we have come out, we have started, there's nothing we can do.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated?
And they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land. You have refineries. You have technology have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of your inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, there were mobile refineries where were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
That brings us to the end of Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. We'll be joining Abuja for more packages on Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Have a nice day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
The market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies, and exciting moments from the world of arts. We've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just
Yesterday, the African Democratic Congress leadership held a rally here in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. And the rally was titled, Save Nigerian Democracy. At the end of it, the leadership submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission. What warranted that demonstration? What warranted that protest? What warranted the ADC raising the fear about the health of Nigerian democracy? That's the issue that we're tackling this morning, and I have people who will educate me, two gentlemen, solid lawyers, who know, who will help us understand. And let me start from my right. On my right is Meziobi Ogobuchi. Two very interesting names. Meziobi, calm down. Just take it easy, isn't it?
Of course.
Take it easy.
It means that, yeah, there's nothing to be worried about.
Nothing to be worried about. Yeah. Then Ogobuchi, that one I want to debate.
Okay.
Ogobuchi means...
In my context.
In your context. Your in-laws.
An in-law.
An in-law is your
blessing. Yes, it's a blessing, yes.
It's your G, is that one I don't agree.
She in this context means
blessing.
Yes.
So you're welcome to the program.
Pleasure is mine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on my left is Kenechukwu Agbo. Now before I earlier told Kenechukwu Agbo that you were going to bring me, which one did I say? You are going to bring me 8 cola nuts. You are going to give me 2 loaves of alligator pepper and 2 jars of 2 days old power for answering that name, Abu.
Well, I think I have to ask my parents to make that available because that's their name.
They don't give it to you. You get to go and welcome to the program. Gentlemen, we're listening to a question. Is Nigerian democracy in danger? And why are we raising the question? As I said in the introduction, the leadership of African Democratic Congress, they are supposed to be here on this program. They in fact promised to send a representative because we are going to raise certain critical questions which only they could provide us the answer. But unfortunately they're not here. Now, they demonstrated yesterday saying that Nigeria's democracy needed to be saved. Saved from what? And that's the beginning of this conversation. There is a case in court filed by one Matthew Gombe, raising issues about the leadership of the ADC. And based on that case, the court made an interlocutory order. And here is Mezobi, where I want. Please help me understand.
Okay. The sentence, status quo ante bellum. It's a Latin word.
Status quo ante bellum.
Okay, let me just dissect it word by word. Status quo simply means situation. Ante means before. Another status quo, because in the legal community, it is not an argument, but in the wider community, it is an argument. There's what we call status quo ad ilitem.
Yes, can you repeat that?
Status quo ad ilitem. Status quo in this context means the situation of things before the suit was filed or before the powers or the intervention of the courts was activated. These are two different things. So, but what we're dealing with, according to the court, the injunction of the Court of Appeal is status quo ante bellum, which is
here now I'm going to bring the layman's argument. Meze says the situation before the disagreement broke out. The situation before there was a disagreement, and Nafi says David Mark has no rightful claim to the national chairmanship position of the African Democratic Congress. The situation before the crisis broke out, is it before crisis?
About the movements. We're going to be looking at culture, development, and identity. Who are we really? So when we mix, who are mixing with the rest of the world? What do we have? What do we bring to the world tourism basket, the cultural basket? And have this morning a guest who fits the bill. I have Ambassador Adetulaju Olusunde. Now, Adetulaju Olusunde is a high chief from Ekiti State. He is the Obaru Ademula of Orori in Ilawe, Ekiti. Don't mind my inflections. If I were broadcasting from Ibadan for many more years, my inflections will be right. Ambassador, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Now, I said you are a member of the Afro-Caribbean Cultural Association.
Yes, sir. That is why I'm getting the award of the name Ambassador.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, when you are a member of a cultural association, it means you will encourage mixing of one culture and another, and sharing understanding and experiences. But before you do that, you must understand who you are.
Yes, exactly.
You must understand who you are.
My identity.
You have to have an identity.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen you in your attire. So you are a Yoruba Nigerian African.
Yes.
But what is inside you? The value, the culture. Do you think that the average Nigerian, look at the colonial experience, the coming of the white man, your religion from the beginning, your food from the beginning, are you still, are we still, am I still, is the African still a real pure black man, or has he been changed by culture and religion?
Thank you very much. Our identity has been polluted extremely polluted. In the sense our identity does not stay any longer because of interactions.
They come there, we go there, they govern us.
Yes, but it is not barely our fault. It is the fault of our forefathers. And what has happened to our forefathers is what is still lingering all till today. Merely seeing a white man, you see as a different being. You yourself, you think they are superior more than you are. But God created us almost the same. And unfortunately, the intellect that was given to us stylishly was tapped away from us. And this is what made the white what they are today. I think our traditional religion, indigenous religion, was the root of our problem. Why was it? Why is it? Because it was emanated in the land of Egypt. Because the reasoning then was that who created this sky that is hanging, no pillar, nothing you can see that hold it. Then you could see the water. Nobody knows who created it. Nobody can create water. Even in a scientific lab, if you want to do distill water, it is from the air, blowing air, that all those something will be gathered. Then the sand, nobody has ever existed that can create a grain of sand. Up to now, you cannot manufacture air. All this was a surprise to our forefathers. They now suggested that they now find out who is the creator of all this. Who even created human being? Nobody can create a human being. But the China has been doing some practices now. Not that they create human being. Because you cannot create that semen. The man's spermatozoa and the female egg. You can't create that. Unless you fuse them together. This is what they have been doing. Even if they do. If God doesn't want. We learned that, according to the Bible, we learned that God made the mud and something and breathed into it and it started breathing. It's more than that. The secret of creating human being, nobody can get it. It is that Almighty. So when they now saw that, who is responsible for all this? They now thought that there should be a supreme being. That is supreme being is known in the land of Yoruba or Africa as Olodumare. You call God different names. Some people call him God. Some people call him Olodumare. Some people call him Shineke. So all those kind of names.
But it is the same.
It is the same God. It is the same God. And you see, they now, where is this man living? Because they believe that anybody that can do anything extraordinary must be a man. So where is he living? Where can we find him? But it's very difficult to find.
Impossible.
It is impossible. Now they now thought that he should be living inside that sun where no living can reach. Even if a plane, the iron, is going there, it will turn to ashes. This was a lecture delivered in 1970 by late Vela Adekulapo in the then University of Ife. When I read that book made by Mampinori, I refused to call the name of Jesus for 3 months. Not thought I got to my town. There is a living deity there, talking deity, that was querying some pastors who came there, and they were said, this is one devil they put here that is talking here, that is they use the deceitful people to eat. And they were so far away from it. He now threw cola into their midst. They were afraid. He asked them to come up. They were there. They knelt down. He now said that he asked the priest before me that how much have you received from these people? The man couldn't talk. He said, how much did you receive from these people? He couldn't talk. He now asked them, how much have I taken from you? Said, you are pastors. You come here. Why have you ever come here as well? He now told them what each of them came for. They were surprised. He asked them one question. I did two questions. He said, when Moses separated the sea, you should give me the date of that day. That day in the week in the month, and the month in the year, and that particular year. He wants to know. They couldn't find the answer to this. He said, yet you still call yourself a faithful person. He said that as he has been into the world, there was no a day before, and there was no one after. It is only one day that day turned to night. When they killed the truth son of Almighty, Otito Omo Orisha. This is the way Yoruba will call it, Otito Omo Orisha. So he said that the garment of the temple was broken. Then that is when I knew that he was talking about Jesus Christ. This is what may change my mind towards calling the name of Jesus again. Now, if not so, because I discovered that those whites, they really cheated us. Because that religion, why I said that religion started the whole thing, that we lost our identity. The religion was practiced for 5,000 years without allowing any Europe to participate or white to participate. And their miracles were being done. The first person to cure another man on the surface of earth was an African man. He prepared concussion with this what you call cannabis nowadays, and drank to cure that disease of the heart. Now, anything you find as an African person, your name will not be written. Anything I find, my name will not be written. Anything other person, even if you are a female, it will not be written. What they will do is they will just say one Africa.
Yeah, but that's what they call patent, so they know who owns it.
So, but then that was the infection of the words as time was going on. So automatically, they now mistakenly allowed the whites to come and participate. So when they came, they now saw the wonders that Africa were performing. They now decided that if we leave these people, one day they start ruling the world. This was how Africa was started being invaded.
Now you are a Yoruba chief.
Yeah.
So you are deep into the knowledge of the Yoruba traditional religion and culture.
Yeah.
Is there a conflict? Because we are coming to our culture, our identity,
yes,
and our development.
Yes.
Is there a conflict in what the Yoruba religion wants to achieve in human conduct, the way we behave, and what the Christian religion set out to achieve when it came to Africa? Is there a conflict?
And a serious one. Serious one. even the most havoc was done by the Muhammad when he rose. You could see the Christian religion. There was nothing like Christian religion before. Even Jesus Christ was not a Christian. Wasn't a Christian. It was after his demise that his disciples started preaching what he has taught them all about.
Or what they understood from what he was teaching.
Exactly. He was teaching peace. It's for peace. And what the people of Israelite was expecting of him then was to be like a Samson, fighting the Philistines, I mean.
The Philistines.
The Philistines. So now, fighting them, destroying them or something, but he started doing peaceful, having peaceful approach. So if you are sick, go there and heal you. He will even raise the dead. Now it started becoming popular. They killed him because of popularity. Jesus was killed because of popularity. That his behavior, it will not make the king be recognized. There was a time they even asked him, "Are you the king of Jews?" He said no. So he gave them the appropriate answer. But they are not satisfied. What they can just do is to eliminate him. But you see, now I said that he was not a Christian. Even the people will say, if you ask them how many disciples that Jesus Christ have, they will tell you it's 12. They are not 12. They are 72 in numbers. 72 in numbers. But the executive ones are 12. There you have the chairman, the president, the PRO, the secretary, and the treasurers. And so this is what these are the people, the caucus. They do everything in secret as well. So what existed that time was synagogue. And the synagogue was practiced in the way Africans practice their religion. That is a temple where no other person can enter. It's only the priest. And if you want to enter the place, they put sand
for you to clean the sole of your feet.
So to your leg, and they will tie rope at the bottom, at the waist. So if the offense of this were much that time, he will never return. So when they don't hear the sound again, now they draw him out with this something. Do you want to tell me is this Holy Ghost whatever that we are doing then? So, and the people, the children of Eli was the one that destroyed that something, and this is what even brought another leadership. When he died, they went to Samuel, give us a leader. God was annoyed. But that is their history.
That is their history.
That is their history. That's what they told us here. They came here to bamboozle us with all these kind of stories in order to lose our identity. To lose our identity. Now they made us believe that what we are doing is primitive. Now when they started invading us or something, in Egypt, during the time of Alexander the Great, the Greek Pharaoh was on the throne then. One of his princes ran to Ethiopia and married to King Solomon, one of the numerous wives. That is why the place is regarded as a monarchical region today. That one is
yes, because I want you to come back to the Yoruba religion.
So not Yoruba religion, yes. Not even only Yoruba religion.
African religion.
Well,
is it in conflict?
So then when they came, they introduced the Bible to us, but they were carrying our people away. So they were telling us we should behave well, as if we are not behaving well before. Even before the Moses got something, we've gotten the order that you know that you should not steal, you should not
oppress the poor.
You
should not lie.
Anything you give, anything you have should be shared. You should be honest. The father of all God is the truth. The father of all gods is the truth. But unfortunately, we've lost that God. And that is why we are in disarray. Nobody is ready to say the truth. If you are saying the truth to you, they will deal with you. It is happening to me as I'm talking. It is really happening to me in my community as I'm talking to you. But truth is the father of all God. Is the father of everything. Is the father of all behavior. Is the guidance of all life. But something that should guide our life isn't with us any longer. And it is what from this their foreign religion that we got all these things missed. Because our antiquities, which was created, which we believe we will be carrying our message to the Almighty, they started telling us it's not good, and they were cutting it away to their side. The small one, they will now put fire on it. They pepper explosive on it, and they will burn. They are telling us lie. Most of the antiquities in my place has been in Germany and maybe London. Anyway.
If they were valueless, why did they take them away?
They will tap the power there. These people are so wise.
They are cunning.
Okay,
they are trickish.
So they will get somebody who will tell them the what you're supposed to give to that something that will be bring whatever the something, and when they know all those things, then they will be satisfying them. Up to now, they are still carrying the mommy water. And why are they carrying them? Because they are in another different world. Their technology is more superior than our own. If you could remember the year 1987 or 88, there was a baby fish caught by the Russian. They called them Soviet Union then.
Yeah.
When there was a ship, there was a plane that has dropped into the water for centuries, and they couldn't find it. They now went down deep the sea, and they saw this baby fish, and they carried it offshore. By the time he told them that they should return him. The captain of the ship fainted, became unconscious for almost 5 days. They were surprised. He said they should return me. If you don't return me, the government, the power of the Soviet Union will be in disarray. There will be secessions. And when it gave them 3 years, and when they refused to return, it came to pass. That baby fish said there were parts of Africa that submerged into the sea several centuries ago. And they are coming to the surface of earth to see primitive technology that we are doing here. I was surprised then. Primitive technology, computer is there, aeroplane is flying on the something, there are big house on the water moving, and still call it primitive. Immediately I was feeling that if these people can just go and train me for 6 months and return me back, I would have been performing wonders. But that one cannot really happen, because they will not return someone. So automatically, our religion, they said, is devilish. Anything we do, the blacks is demon. They will describe them. When I was discussing this one with some of my people then, the so-called religion, Christianity, because I was one SU, whatever, and they said it's a demon. How are you sure you are not the demon? Somebody who is telling you that your technology is primitive, and you are dying just because you don't know God. That is where I was afraid. Because if they should know God, that somebody is God, and they said we don't know it, that is why we are dying. People will live after 300 years there, and you are still calling us a person in them.
Okay, let us leave the world that we don't know. The world in the sea.
So automatically now, during the colonial eras, this is where we are missing our goals. When they come and introduce all those, they told us that Jesus Christ died 2,000
years ago,
25 years ago. In history, Muhammad rose up in Mecca 652 years. Subtract that from 2025. It's still just a 1,000 plus. Are you getting my point? Are we not in existence before then? Are we not in existence before? Even unfortunately, even our history is lost because we want to graffiti ourselves. I am this, I am that. They will be twisting everything. This is what is happening, even among our superior monarchs nowadays.
Ambassador, let us. Can we try to? Is it possible, really?
Yep.
For us to find out who we are again. Before we came on set where we were conversing, I told you a conversation that took place in Otta Farm in Abeokuta. And when former head of state,
Olusegun
Obasanjo, asked a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Why is it that culture is always moving from London to Lagos? Fashion, language, food, even politics is always moving from London to Lagos.
Yeah.
Why does it not move from Ibadan, from Ilewe Ekiti to Scotland and Ireland and to Washington?
Thank you very much.
Can we get back at least to some measure who we were?
Thank you.
Because you told this story how we are messed up.
Yes.
Is it possible for us to go back? And if we go back, can our original selves, who we are, help us in our development?
Thank you very much. It's possible. It's possible, but it's not just a day walk. It should be gradual. Are you with me? And thanks to social media, it's now exposing everybody. You'll be drinking tea with God. You'll be eating eba with the Almighty. It's exposing all these gimmicks. Because we want to live in affluence. Then you will deceive others. They are using Africa to bamboozle Africa. It's not the white that comes to nowadays telling us that there is only one person, unless you follow Jesus. Even in Netanyahu in Israel now, if you even call the name of Jesus, it's a taboo for you to say that. It's offensive. Christian there, they still maintain their Judaism. They still maintain it. It's their traditional religion. If we go back to our traditional religion, we can find it, because there, anyway, it has been polluted also, because there's something we call LGBT, dubiosity. So it has entered into every looks and cranny of all the African.
Ambassador, calm down. Let me tell you something.
So, but sir,
no, I want you to calm down. I know. I paused because those in charge. I'm going to start from the Yoruba Igbo religion. Every action against the rule, against Eledumare,
yes,
against the innocent,
yes,
has its punishment, repercussion, which is known and visible to those living. It's not waiting for you to die and get your punishment where nobody sees you.
Yes, exactly.
If you cheat a widow, in the religion, if you go planting in an orphan's land, which are taken because you are mighty and you're strong, a majority will strike you dead.
Yes.
It doesn't wait for you to die.
Yes, certainly.
But there were processes in that faith. Who can bring them back? You cannot, can you?
Thank you very much. That's why that person, that's President Olusegun Obasanjo, I pity that man so much. He meant well for us. I could remember he organized First Act 77 to bring African culture and something together. What did he get at last? He was blamed that he wasted their economy. People started preaching against him. He wants us to be worshiping idol. He wants us to something of that nature or something. And this idea of this is what this man wanted to return. Even present day, another stage has come, which is Nerisha or Jaja in Ile-Ife. He's embracing all these traditional religions, festivals. They started attacking him sometimes. They made a press conference or something. He just called them that, please come. I will tell you, those people that are using the obvious way of dealing with you, we expose every one of them. In fact, they kept quiet. So if we can have our traditional monarchs embracing the style of this man, we will come back to that stage. We'll come back to, but everything is now, your children will be querying you. How can I believe this? They will be believing what they do not even, where they have not even gone. So I was discussing with, there are some 3 pastors. There was a pastor who came to he always come to my errand. I know they said they should go and be troubling me. You'll be causing those people that are doing traditional something. You'll be saying the Bible says that their children will be devoured by a lion, by something. They will be feeling something. I just woke up. I had my prayer and I went to him. Please, sir, what has those one traditional people done against you? Have they ever campaigned against you? He said, why are you cursing them? Look at the den of those people that are smoking Indian hemp, those young guys. You do not go there to change their mind. That is a mosque there, saying Allahu Akbar. You didn't go there that they should change to Jesus Christ. They will cut your head now. Then why is it you are now abusing those people that doesn't even tamper with you because they are doing what they believe? And now please open the book of in your Bible. He says, I say yes. He went to the car. Mommy, please give me that Holy Bible, Holy book. He open to the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 21 down. He read it in Yoruba that once he they brought the child for sacrifice. Láti yà sí mímọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí májẹ̀mú, the covenant between Abraham and God, that a male child should be circumcised 8 days after the birth. They have 2 doves, 2 pigeons to make sacrifice. I said that one. He said that was when Jesus Christ was not known anything. So he has not been wise then. Has it been abolished in Israel? He couldn't answer that. Okay, I said go to the book of Job, chapter 32, verse 7 to 9. He also read it in Yoruba. Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ Job sì ṣòdì sí Olúwa, that the Job friends did what annoyed God. Olúwa sì bínú gidigidi that God is annoyed. He now told Job that they should go and have 7 cows, 7 goats, 7 rams, and 777 to go and make sanctification from Job. He said, that is Old Testament. I said, thank you. It is Old Testament. Please open to the book of Malak. Chapter 3, verse 10 to 12. Ẹ mú ìdámẹ́wàá fún àwọn ọmọ Léfì nítorí pé wọn kò ní ìpín sí ilẹ̀. Ẹ fi eléyìí dán mi wò that you should test me, give tithe. If I will not open the windows of blessing. I said, is that New Testament? Why are you embracing that one? Maybe you said it's Old Testament. Is that the New Testament? He couldn't talk. I said, open the book of Matthew 23, chapter 23, verse 23. He said, woe are to those who are taking tithe unjustly. He said, you are too knowledgeable. You are too knowledgeable. I want to know you. I said, why do you need to know me? I said, you are just because you want to eat. That's why you are making all this blah blah all about. He said it's from the house of traditional people where they do masquerade or something, and you are now saying you are a pastor because you are taking a book called Odumosun to perform wonders. So you are now saying you will now be saying you now write a shop and a bell with the Bible and saying you'll be saying then you'll be doing miracle underneath, and you will say Jesus is the one doing it for you. You are just a lazy person. The man went away frustratedly. Since that time, he didn't come again. You see? You look at our people, our children nowadays. That culture, tradition, our belief has been eroded away. You will see them plating their heads, doing something because of the American boys and the European boys doing their something in their own way.
That's the way I'm getting to, Ambassador.
So automatically,
it is all these stories I've told now. It is us doing us.
Yes, exactly.
There's no white man, there's no European, there's no American coming to do miracles here, whether they're true or not.
Exactly.
There's none of them picking and choosing parts of the book they brought here
exactly
to do miracles. So what do we do to bring ourselves back to some sanity?
Thank you, sir. The congregation of Christianity and Islamic religion, they have the wealthier people. Until those people refuse to be deceived, telling in fact, if your children doesn't read Bible, you will say it's not good. If it doesn't go to Magaranta and be reading Bata, you will say it's not something. That is not. Well, what of our own? But thank God.
Yeah, but who will teach our own?
Thank God.
Please,
of recent.
Who will teach our own?
Thank you. Of recent, our Ifa Oracle has started moving to the
Western world.
That's only one.
So meet them there.
So in fact, the time is coming, they will take it over from us, and they say they are the originated the founding of this. Yes. Even Elivatia, all these are Ifa, whatever, something. In this where they stone
Satan.
Satan. They said 360 deities were there, gathered from different places and put it there, and then now is what our government is spending money on. If you go there, you become Alaji. Alaji is just the meaning of Alaji is just a traveler. So I will have that title, a big man. But until we come to our senses,
okay.
So Ambassador, telling our small children,
yes, let us
our way of life, our father's way of life.
Let us relate with the world. You know that I said that the 27th of May is World Tourism Day.
Yeah.
Tourism means cultures will miss, people will travel.
Yeah.
Experience other. If you go to China now, this conversation may not be necessary because there's no conflict between Christianity and the Chinese religion.
Exactly.
So either Buddhism or Shintoism
they don't
or whatever.
Even embrace any other religion.
They don't have this.
The indigenous religion is their religion.
So they cannot say that somebody brought the Bible here and came to deceive them, and that people are
Look at
as we travel, as we go to other societies, and we see their own religions. How does the experience we get there begin to help us to say, look, this is exactly who we are moving the wrong way.
Yes.
If you go to London now, you're going to church.
Yes.
If you go to America, it's likely you're going to church.
Yes.
If you go to Germany, you're likely to go to church. If you go to France, you're going to go to a Catholic church. Spain, Italy, you're going to church.
Thank you.
But don't go to church when you get to the
Singapore
of Ife's palace.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, that church you are talking about, I think it's an African industries nowadays. If you go to Germany, you will find out it's these African people that are establishing it there. If you go to America, they are not the white. We are the ones that are now bringing something that come down to them, and they are not even taking it from them. It's only we Africa that are there that we even go to that place as well. Because we are the only one that want to enter into the heaven that we don't know. We are entering to the heaven here on the surface of the earth when you maintain truth. When you maintain truth until our people knows this. These people are using this thing to amass wealth to themselves, for God's sake. How many member of redeemed people or winner or something is boarding the jet or the aeroplane that the overseer are using? How many of them? But they are using it for the gospel work of God. How many people are they using it to carry? They will create school in the name of that. How many war member of that congregations, their children attended the place? You see, until we come back to our senses, and I was talking of that Kabesi Oni,
yes,
Risha, that is a blessing to us now for what is performing on traditional issues. If we can have our monarchs join this race and embrace African way of life, we will not be misbehaving. Because our rule will stand with them. If you do it with your heart, something, or don't just do balabala or something, do it in the way. Because some people they will just do the final oracle for you or something. They will say, go and look for a very big cow. Go and look for a ram. Because it's a lie.
If you were the traditional ruler, in let me name names. If you are the Olubadan of Ibadan, Rashid Ladoja is the Olubadan in waiting.
Yes.
If his coronation had taken place and he sat on the throne of his fathers.
Yes.
And the British ambassador, the American ambassador, the French, the British High Commissioner, American High Commissioner or ambassador, the French ambassador, some of those embassy officials came to visit him.
Yes.
Is Ladoja likely? The Ladoja who was governor,
yes,
is he likely to pray according to the Yoruba tradition?
Yes.
Or as a Christian or a Muslim?
Or a Muslim, yes.
Is he likely to pray the Christian prayer or the Muslim prayer?
Thank you very much, sir. That is why I'm saying that if our monarchs could embrace the method of Kabiyesi or Nerissa, the Ojaja, the second, this thing will happen. Then, because, why is it? In my place, I've told my people, if we want to have our meeting, please, let us pray traditionally. If we are closing, let us pray traditionally. This is a home of tradition. It's not the tradition of Israel. It's not the tradition of Saudi Arabia. So what we are doing here is pure traditional African traditional religion. Then let us do that. If those our monarchs can do that. In fact, I think if this thing should go viral and Kabiyesi Ladoja will hear this, I think he can pick something out of this. Racing with this, because what happened in the Ijebu supposed not to be happening.
I was coming to that.
It's supposed not to happen at all. It's a taboo.
Ijebu land was one of the longest reigning monarchs in Nigeria.
They are, in fact, I got to a community in Ekiti. They wanted to install chief.
And when he was buried in the Islamic way.
Yes.
In other words, the Yoruba tradition, religion, burial was no longer adequate, respectable enough for a Yoruba monarch.
Then this is the function of the monarchs. The committee of monarchs, a challenge to them, starting from our Kabiyesi or Nerissa. In fact, there is a small dispute between Kabiyesi or Nerissa and Alaafin. This is unnecessary. It is not supposed to come by at all. It should start where Yoruba and everything and our culture and tradition should be raised up. This is not, it is these white people, they put all this mess among us.
Let me ask you, is education dangerous in this conversation? Because you see, you and I are here, we are blowing grammar.
Yes. Why we are blowing grammar now?
Yes.
You are an Igbo man. Are you with me? You are an Igbo man.
Yes.
And I'm a Yoruba man.
Yes.
You know, I was talking in Bible the other time. I was saying this. I don't know if you comprehend. That's why
I wanted you to continue in that language because people follow.
That's why I was intermittent with
the explanation.
The explanation. So automatically, this is diversity. They've told us that their language is our mother is greater than our mother language. That is why. If we have selected a language among us, that this is what we want to embrace, it would have paid us. I'm a lecturer. I teach in the university. I have my way of teaching. So because when you are teaching, you should not frown your face. You need to be a bit jovial. Then when I want to speak certain English, I'll just say it in a Yoruba something. Now my children will be so happy. So everything will get glued to their heads. But if I'm just blowing grammar, like if I'm reading newspaper, what would they gain? What would they gain? There's nothing more than our modern tongue.
Okay. I'm looking at the time. We don't have 1 year to spend this morning.
Yeah.
Let me raise, don't forget that we're looking at culture, identity, and development. Some people, not some people, sociologists will tell you that the way people behave in a society affects, if not that it determines, how far they go in development. A people that detest dishonesty and punish dishonesty, people that love merriment, a people that love inquiry. I'm told, I'm not a Greek, I'm told that one of the things that stood the Greek out in world civilization was that they love to inquire, to ask
questions.
Why is this thing happening the way it is happening? And that all these things I've said are the result of culture.
Yeah.
Look at our indigenous culture and look at the possibility of that culture breeding human beings of good character, breeding human beings of great industry, and therefore helping us to develop. Do you think our original culture would have produced a more industrious, a more honest, and a more developed Nigeria than the one we got after colonialism?
Oh, thank you very much. If our culture has been maintained, our tradition has been maintained, we will not be where we are. Our development have started. We have been starting our development in our own way before. Probably we would have been grown more than this. In fact, not even probably. We must have grown more than this by now. But when we embrace stupid interactions, are you with me now? Seeing them as a superior. In fact, you could remember that man who said that I'm proud of my color.
Yeah, I'm black and proud. Muhammad Ali, he said, "Put I'm black and proud."
You could see, when you are looking at social media, you still see some colonial behaviors of the whites. Racist something. And if you don't behave the way they behave, you are not a human being. But let us start preaching this through our heads, through our headers. Let it be a compulsory something for the community to embrace to bring up what they have lost. It is then we can be normal. Now look at our politicians. If they want to make oath, they will be saying I'm a Christian. They will be saying I'm a Muslim. Then they are waiting. They are going to suffer for their sin. In the so, and nobody has ever gone to them and said, "Come back and tell us this is the religion that makes us clean." I was watching the social media sometimes when the Ghanaians they use snake, python. Is it a python? Yeah. They use it and put it at your neck. That if you do this, you will be something. In fact, that one, nobody will misbehave. Nobody will misbehave. There was a man he was a senator then. The President Olusegun Obasanjo appointed him as an advisor. That is Professor Wande Abimbola,
who was Vice Chancellor of University of Ife.
Yes.
And it was his Vice Chancellorship that was not Aluta.
Yes, that was Aluta.
But he knew how to calm them down.
Traditionally, he will calm it down. That way down, Mama, he will join you, he will play with you, or something. And this incantations. Come on, let us go and gather and plan this strategy. And so bonfire here. He will now take us to sports center. He will say to your tent, "Oh Israel, how dare you? We don't look back. Everybody with this house." That is the style. That was the style. He knows what he was doing. He was the person that they gave Bible and there's something to that he should take oath. And he said, "No, I want to use this." By the time he was given an advice to the president, and the president said that it's not all your advice we can be taking now. So we call you here to come and eat. That I took before the Nigerian congregation with this, I better resign. He resigned. That was the first man that I could see in Nigeria that resigned from the post, honestly. That was the first time. And that was the first person that I see that resigned out of position. Because he didn't want to betray, because of what he believes. How many of our people will have like that? If we can be seeing samples like that and embrace them, Nigeria will be good. Even the African will be all right.
Okay. Now,
look at that boy.
Yes, my producer is giving me a sign because there's something you need to address. This is world tourism day. If somebody is coming to Nigeria now, what is he going to take away from our culture?
Thank you very much. When I was teaching in secondary school, a boy, Marcus Anuko, from Anambra State, when he came, he would see us prostrating for our elders. You will see the woman kneeling down for him, and they was the way they were behaving. So when he went back, instead, my popular name there was Agbaboy. He said, Agbaboy, I want to go and visit home. By the time he got home, he lied down for the father and the mother. The papa was surprised. This is a good culture. Instead of saying, how are you, my father? So he said, this is a very good culture. My boy has turned good and something of that. You could see, if gradually, when they see that elements of truthful in us, they will embrace us. They will embrace us.
Incidentally, it was that honesty and open heart that made the colonial adventurers to clean us, steal everything and go away.
Exactly. So because we are submissive, we believe that we should not be violent. Our religion is not violent. So there are some area that they were using to deceive us, that we use human beings to say, no, we are not in Saudi now. This is the place where they are bloodthirsty.
No, we don't use that kind of language on television.
Okay, thank you. So, because automatically, that's why there is war. And what is this war? Religion's war. Are you getting it now? So automatically we don't do that here. That is why they were able to penetrate us and kill us with all their idea. And they were telling us we should believe in God. We should go to heaven. And they were taking our people
to go and labor to make money for them.
To make more money for them. And they put padlock in their mouth. Are they not ready to enter into the kingdom of God?
Okay. Now the theme of this year's World Tourism Day is peace.
Yes.
It's emphasizing peace among societies.
Yes.
And how does our own indigenous culture enhance peace
thank you
among people?
Yeah, really. Our own indigenous traditional or culture or something is the most embraced peaceful something. Unfortunately, they meant that all religions is for peace. That is the purpose.
Yeah.
That is the purpose.
Every religion is for peace.
It's for peace. But because you don't take my own, I don't take your own, then we become violent. Where is the peace coming from? Let us know that our community, this is what we have. Singapore got their independence in 1965. They are one of the world powers now, technologically, because they didn't embrace any religion besides their something. Are you getting it? They are together. They are homogeneous. If we could come back to our homogeneity,
but we're heterogeneous.
Yes. So homogeneity in the sense that in our Yoruba land we know our religion. In the Igbo land, they know their religion, their traditional way of something.
So at least we should tolerate one another.
Yes, no, we will tolerate if we come back to something. Because why you should not do bad to the opposite, the rule is there. If you do anything bad to your fellow being, you will be punished. The punishment is just standing there for you, isn't it? So, but if we could come back to that and tell our something, anything created, the idol created in those days, it was created with truth. And when they speak to it, it will just take it like fire. But nowadays, you will create an Sonyi where you will be duping people. Will that prayer be granted?
Thank you very much. In the first 1 hour, I've been discussing with Ambassador Adetolaju Olusunde.
Thank you, sir.
He's a high chief from Ekiti State and is a member of the Afro-Caribbean Cultural Association, and is the Obaru Adimula of
Ironi.
Oroni in
Oroni of Ironi.
And that is tongue twister about ENUGU Ekiti in Ekiti State.
Yes.
Culture, development, identity. How do we protect ourselves from external cultural influence? How do we harness our own culture to develop our society? And what is Nigeria bringing to the world tourism basket on the 27th of this month, when the world will be celebrating the World Tourism Day? By the way, there's a little confusion whether that day will be celebrated in Georgia or it will be in Malaysia. But texts, literature says it's going to be in Malaysia, in Singapore, and the United Nations World Tourism Organization will be leading other world leaders to discuss. This is our contribution for that day, or even before that day. And my guest has been, incidentally, a university lecturer, a traditionalist, and the man who believes that Africa needs to protect, defend, and enhance its own identity. Ambassador Adetolaju Olusunde. Ambassador, thank you very much for coming to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Then the conversation continues day after day, Monday to Friday. My name is Wabus Njoko. Good morning, and thank you for investing your time with us. Have a great day.
What if something so natural could hold the power to interrupt your education, your health, or even your dignity? Well, before we go into that conversation, thank you for joining Gender Perspectives. As you know, this is a program where we examine the issues shaping the lives, rights, and futures of people around the world. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Let's take a break and we'll be back shortly.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now today we shine a spotlight on a critical but often overlooked challenge, period poverty. Now for millions of women and girls who menstruate, something as natural as a monthly period becomes a source of hardship, stigma, and inequality. Now lack of access to menstrual products, inadequate sanitation, and deep-rooted cultural taboos create barriers that affect education, health, and economic opportunity. Now, to truly understand the weight of period poverty, we need to step back and examine the forces that shaped it, looking at the economic realities, the social silences, the cultural norms, and even the systemic gaps that continue to hold millions back. Now, this issue didn't emerge in isolation. It has evolved through decades of inequality and overlooked needs. So now, let's take a look at this background report.
Menstruation is a natural biological process experienced by an estimated 1.8 to 2 billion people globally every month. Yet for hundreds of millions, managing one's period is not simply a matter of hygiene, it is a daily struggle defined by economic hardship, social stigma, health risks, and systemic injustice. This phenomenon, known as period poverty, constitutes a critical barrier to gender equality, individual and public health, and social justice. At its core, period poverty refers to the lack of access to menstrual products, pads, tampons, menstrual cups, inadequate sanitation facilities, clean toilets, water, waste disposal, and insufficient education about menstruation. It is not just a hygiene issue, but a complex mix of economic, social, and infrastructural challenges. Key drivers of period poverty include high cost of menstrual products. Many people cannot afford sanitary pads or tampons. Tax policies often exacerbate this. In some places, menstrual products are classified as luxury goods, pink tax, while other health products may be tax exempt. Lack of sanitation infrastructure. Over 500 million people who menstruate lack access to basic menstrual hygiene facilities. Without private, safe toilets or hand washing stations, managing menstruation becomes difficult and undignified. Education and stigma. A pervasive taboo around menstruation means that many people never receive proper information about menstrual health. Cultural norms, shame, and gendered expectations further compound the barriers. Marginalization and crisis. People in conflict zones, refugee camps, or underserved rural communities face heightened challenges. Period poverty disproportionately affects women and girls, reinforcing gendered economic disparities. The financial burden of buying menstrual products adds to the cost of being female in many contexts, contributing to cycles of poverty. Gender-blind policy frameworks, such as failure to subsidize menstrual products or exempt them from tax, reflect systemic neglect of menstruation as a health rather than a luxury issue. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, about 1 in 10 girls miss school during their period. This absenteeism can lead to knowledge gaps, lower academic performance, and even school dropout. Poor menstrual health management also affects women in the workplace, especially where sanitation facilities are absent or inadequate. In this way, period poverty undermines SDG 4 or quality education, and SDG 8 decent work and economic growth. Without access to safe menstrual products and sanitation, individuals may resort to unsafe alternatives such as rags, newspaper, leaves, raising the risk of infections. Studies link poor menstrual hygiene to urinary tract infections, thrush, and other reproductive tract issues. Reusing or wearing products for too long due to cost constraints can further compromise hygiene. The stigma and shame associated with menstruation can have profound psychological effects. Period poverty may lead to feelings of loneliness, embarrassment, and low self-worth. Research during the COVID-19 pandemic revealed that restricted menstrual health resources worsen mental health, especially for marginalized groups. The lack of dignity and agency during menstruation also undermines a sense of bodily autonomy and justice. Period poverty violates basic human dignity. When individuals cannot manage menstruation safely and privately, their right to physical and mental well-being is compromised. Many argue that access to menstrual products and sanitation should be recognized as a fundamental human right, akin to water, hygiene, and health services. Legal and policy frameworks often fail to protect these rights. In many countries, there is no explicit legal recognition of menstrual health as part of reproductive rights. Period poverty disproportionately affects marginalized communities, low-income women, refugees, adolescents, people with disabilities, and gender-diverse individuals. In crisis contexts, for instance, humanitarian emergencies, menstruation is often deprioritized, leaving those who menstruate without essential supplies. The burden of period poverty is thus deeply tied to broader inequalities, economic, social, and political. Period poverty undermines progress on multiple Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. SDG 3, good health and well-being, because untreated menstrual health needs affect health outcomes. SDG 5, gender equality, because limited access to menstrual care reinforces gender disparities. SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, because many people who menstruate lack access to sanitation infrastructure. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, as menstrual needs constrain women's economic participation. When it comes to addressing period poverty, Some places have made progress. Scotland, for example, passed legislation guaranteeing free period products in schools and public institutions. More countries need to recognize menstrual health as a public good, remove taxes on menstrual products, and mandate provision in schools, shelters, and public spaces. There is a growing call for legal frameworks that explicitly enshrine menstrual rights. Investments are needed in safe, private toilets, water supply, and waste disposal facilities, especially in low-resource and crisis-affected settings. Menstrual hygiene education should be integrated into school curricula, community programs, and health services to reduce stigma and misinformation. NGOs and governments can distribute free or subsidized menstrual products to low-income or vulnerable populations. UNICEF, for example, runs programs to improve menstrual health management. Encouraging sustainable menstrual products such as reusable pads, cups, period underwear can reduce cost over time and environmental impact, but such options must be made accessible and acceptable. Community-led solutions, such as local production of low-cost reusable pads, can empower women economically and improve access. There is a persistent lack of data on period poverty, particularly in marginalized and crisis settings. More research is needed. Advocacy campaigns can challenge stigma and normalize conversations about menstruation, fostering social change. Cross-sector collaboration, governments, NGOs, private sector, communities, are critical to scale interventions and sustain impact. Period poverty is not merely a private inconvenience, it is a profound barrier to gender equality, health, and justice. By denying people the means to manage menstruation with dignity, society perpetuates inequality, undermines public health, and fails to uphold basic human rights. Addressing period poverty effectively requires holistic strategies, policy reform, infrastructure investments, education, product accessibility, and cultural transformation. The stakes are high. Every individual who menstruates deserves dignity, agency, and equity. Eliminating period poverty is not just about providing pads and toilets, it is about affirming that menstruation is not a luxury, but a fundamental aspect of life that deserves respect, resources, and justice.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Having explored the roots and realities of period poverty, it's time to hear from someone who understands these challenges. Our guest today is Mrs. Obiamaka Nwachi. She is the founder of the Girl Essence Mentorship and Advocacy Initiative, an organization dedicated to empowering girls and advocating for gender-just policies. She brings a unique perspective to this issue, making her voice essential in understanding both the barriers and the pathways to change. You're welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chinna. Thank you for having me.
Now, we're talking about period poverty. It's quite interesting because a lot of people don't even understand or even know what period poverty is. I'm sure some people are even hearing for the first time today. So can you tell us, what you know about period poverty?
I would say it's the inability of girls and women, to have access to basic things that make them comfortable when they're on their periods. For example, we could talk about their sanitary pads, we could talk about their tampons, we could even go to the extent of talking about facilities, especially in the public, where they could, do their thing when the need arises. You could go as far as talking about education. Some of them are not even aware of certain things that they need to put in place. The way their body is structured to work, the way their body works, when they're on their period. So basically, period poverty has to do with, like I said, the inability of these young girls and even women, I must always add that, to have access to whatever it is that it takes to make them comfortable when they're having their menstrual period.
But it's quite interesting that even in this modern day, this 21st century, this thing is still an issue, having, comfortable spaces and having access to these products when they're on their period. So why is it so persistent even till today?
Just like, excuse me, just like every other thing that happens around the world, it cuts across developmental issues. So while we're suffering this, it's the same way the medical system is suffering, the same way the educational system is suffering, and the infrastructures in Nigeria or even the world and in some places are suffering. So I think it's a question of paying attention and taking the necessary steps and putting the necessary policies in place. Are we going to get to a place where it's completely eradicated? I don't know. But one thing I'm sure is that if we take the right steps, we can, reduce the frequency of this anomaly really and help girls live better as well.
So would you say that is every woman and girl that has experienced period poverty, or would you say that there are particular people that are mostly affected by this?
Funny enough, I think everybody. Can I say maybe in context, maybe in Nigeria, or do I go outside of Nigeria?
We can use Nigeria.
In Nigeria, for example, I could almost say that every girl has experienced this at some point. Certain people, probably in the rural areas, the younger generation who find it difficult to express themselves, might be experiencing it more. But I feel like it's not only the young girls that get to the public. They're somewhere in public and they don't have easy access to a restroom when they need it, and some of them are not even aware of what happens in their bodies. You'll be shocked that some women do not understand what exactly happens in their system to make them have their period. So I don't think it's restricted to any particular group of people or any particular person. I think to an extent, every girl within Nigeria, every woman within Nigeria would have experienced a little bit of period poverty.
So you have?
Oh.
Can you share an experience?
Where do I start from? I'm not going to say of course, as a kid, as God will have it, I'm comfortable. My parents will always make sure I have access to what I need. And but even now as an adult, because you're forced to visit, you go outside. Sometimes you need to use the restroom. Sometimes you're just uncomfortable. Sometimes you just need some kind of comfort, and for some reason you can't get it. Okay, let's talk about work, for example. And when I have to go to work sometimes, and it's really bad. I have to stay back home. I have to stay back home. I have to avoid a lot of things that I need to do, avoid going out, avoid going to events, avoid going to wherever it is. So, I mean, everybody gets affected one way or the other by this issue of period poverty.
Now, looking at, our environment and our culture, would you say that our culture has a role to play when it comes to this education, or would you say that there are stigmas attached to it because of our culture, or being seen as a taboo? Like, what do you think about it?
I really do want to believe that Nigeria has evolved to a very large extent. I know that in the past this may have been considered a taboo, and it would be so difficult to see a girl express herself when she's on her period. I even talk about it. I remember a certain time when I went to speak to some young girls. They were actually primary 6-ish. And I remember I was telling a little girl, I was telling her, if you're on your period, it's okay to tell your teacher, excuse me, ma, please, I need to use the restroom, I'm on my period. And she's like, no, I can't do that. I'm like, when are we really going to get to that place where we no longer, see it as being so sacred that we can't talk about it? I get my sons involved when I'm on my period. They know when I'm on my period. They know when I need sanitary pads. In fact, recently I asked him to go get me a sanitary pad, and he's like, Mom, won't they look at me weird? I said, that's the reason why you have to get it, so that they will stop looking at you weird. So I want to believe that we are coming to a place where we normalize these things. Let's talk about these things. Talk to your children, talk to your girls about it, talk to your boys about it. Let your girls learn to grow and be expressive about it, and let the boys know not to discriminate against girls or make them feel a certain way simply because they have their periods.
But some parents still don't get that you have to educate the boys on this, because I'm sure a lot of people would be like, a lot of boys will be like, what's my business? Why do I have to know this information in the first place?
It's actually very important that they know this information, because it's not, number one, having the knowledge, it helps them protect the women when the need arises. They're going to be husbands someday. They're going to be fathers someday, and at some point they will need to show some kind of concern to their wives when they're on their periods, or to their daughters. They could, how siblings can be sometimes. They could, maybe shy away from that, like try to push her aside or anything. But it gets to a point where they really have to, face the reality, and it becomes much easier for them. Now, this is just for them. It becomes much easier for them if they've grown in a system where they've come to understand that this is part and parcel of a girl's life. Now, beyond them being able to help those girls, there are when a boy is properly educated on these things, there are certain things he can't say to a girl. There are certain behaviors he can't, portray when a girl is on her period. You can't make fun of a girl when she's on her period. A well-trained boy who his mother has told her period is not her fault, is a natural thing. If there's any mishap, help her, protect her, cover her up. I mean, I don't see why the same person will see a girl in that situation and maybe all he has to do is to laugh at her. So parents, indeed, they have a very important role to play. And unfortunately, a lot of parents, they come from a place where they were not used to being spoken to about such issues. So they themselves are not finding it easy to talk to their children about these issues. But at some point, you just have to train yourself. You have to unlearn some things and relearn some things. And this is the time for parents to relearn, so that we can, one way or another, make life a bit better for the girls, especially with respect to their period.
Exactly. But in our society, I'm very particular about our society, because that's where we find ourselves. So all of our experiences are based off of where we are at the moment. How does one explain to people that some girls miss school because of their periods, and these girls face issues with productivity and other challenges due to lack of menstrual products and need to be protected? Because some people cannot seem to wrap their head around, what do you mean that you cannot come to school, or you cannot come to work, or you cannot perform 100% at work or in school because of your period?
I think it takes someone who experiences it to completely understand it. And these are realities. Some people experience periods differently. For me, it may not be so bad. Some people have very heavy flows that they can't go beyond a sanitary pad in 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours. Some people, the aches they experience, the body aches, the tummy aches, it's overwhelming. For some, I have personally experienced someone who had to be rushed to the hospital because she was on her period. There are people who throw up day in, day out because they're on their periods. And because some people don't see these things, they think that when people are explaining that this is what they go through, they think they are lying. It's not a lie. Like I said, I have seen it happen before me. Personally, as a young girl, before I started having children, I had very terrible menstrual pain. And I had to take medications to be able to cope through the day, at least for the first, the second day, and maybe by the third day, I'm a bit relieved. I know someone who throws up the entire time while she's on her period. I know people who spend their periods, the entire duration of their periods, at least the first 2 to 3 days, in a hospital. So these things happen. But unfortunately, when you're trying to explain these things to people around you, they don't understand because they feel like you're just acting up. And whether you like it or not, because we're human and these things affect us, there's no way we can, you know, be as productive as anybody who isn't experiencing the same things that, you know, whoever it is that is on their period on experiencing those things, you know, is experiencing. So it's a question of calming down, accepting the knowledge, because that is exactly what it is. It's some form of education. It is the reality of certain girls. So we need to accept it. And then we need to, you know, put some things in place and, you know, make women comfortable, especially when it has been proven that they experience these things. And of course, definitely, it affects their productivity.
Now let's look at how this period poverty intersects with other issues like poverty, disability, and even things like gender discrimination.
Okay. Oh, well, poverty, definitely. If you're broke, you can barely, you know, have access to sanitary pads, let alone tampons or cups or whatever it is. So if there is anything that is going to be done to, you know, drive poverty away, then definitely there's definitely going to be an improvement on the lives of the women. A lot of women and young girls, because they lack the basic sum, the money, whatever it is that they need to acquire their sanitary pads, they end up with probably fabrics. Some use fabrics, some use toilet rolls, and these things actually expose them to certain kinds of infections. And sometimes they just sit home because they can't help themselves. Of course, it's not as those things are not as comfortable as when you use pads. People who are disabled, the same thing, they experience the same thing. They need a special kind of attention. In fact, at this point in time, when they have their periods, they have to give them extra care, extra attention, and probably something needs to be uniquely structured for them to help them, you know, walk around themselves when they need to attend to themselves when they're on their periods. And then there was something else you mentioned.
I mentioned gender discrimination.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, yes, it does happen, because as much as I know that we women, we clamor, it's almost like we want everything. We want to do this, we want to do that, we want to be seen there, we want to be seen doing this. But at the same time, we also want some kind of, want some kind of concession in situations like this. So when we talk about gender discrimination in this regard, I think denying a woman certain things because she has her period, I do not support that ideology. Simply because when she has her period, it's a natural thing that happens. It's not something she brought upon herself. So I expect that because she has her period, there should be some kind of something extra to put her on a level playing field with the man. So if that is not considered, it's been discriminatory against the woman, because whatever it is she faces during her period is not of her own making. It's a natural thing, and there is nothing she can do about it. And so you really have to put in something extra to match her up with the male gender.
Now, you know, this thing you said is very interesting, because I've actually heard, you know, a couple of times when people say women want to be in all the spaces, but they go through all these things that make them not to perform 100%. And you can hear some people say, why will I be paying you to not come to work one day because you're on, you know, like you hear all these statements that don't particularly give room for creating that extra, you know, comfort for the women in the workplaces or the women in schools to be able to cope. So how would you respond to that?
I think it's a question of fairness, really. Women want to do a lot, yes. And don't get it wrong, some women don't want to. Some women experience these things and they want to just stay back, and it's okay, it's fine. But there are still women who experience these things and still want to, you know, move up. It's just like experiencing pregnancy, dealing with breastfeeding, and still wanting to, you know, climb the corporate ladder. I had someone tell me sometime, like, what else do women want? Don't they find enough satisfaction in just birthing kids and taking care of their children? I'm like, yes, we do find satisfaction, but sometimes we want more. And it's okay that we want more. All we're asking is, you need to grant us some concession, especially because these things come naturally to them. It's not something that they create out of by themselves or out of nowhere. So I think it's very important that a level playing field, I'll say that again, needs to be made available for them to thrive. So if a woman decides that even though I have my period so and so and this happens to me, I still want to be able to do this, I think it's very important that companies put in policies that let her, take a break when she needs to take a break and come back when she needs to come back. I don't think it's going to affect the overall productivity of whatever organization. Besides, that's why there are assistants. That's why you can delegate jobs during certain moments, You can delegate some responsibilities at some point. It's not going to affect what it is. But we need to make the women comfortable and give them room and a platform to thrive as much as the men who do not experience these things do.
Now, I want you to speak on some of the misconceptions that you have heard or you've encountered, in your line of work that are around this topic that you find are harmful and need to be changed as fast as possible.
I think the first would be that girls on their period are dirty. No, they're not. They're not. They're experiencing some biological transformation in their system. They're letting some blood out, but it doesn't mean they're dirty. They're actually very, very clean, especially those who actually take good care of themselves, who observe who are very hygienic with their, when in those moments.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And then what else could it possibly be now? I think that's mostly what I usually.
So people still have that mindset of that girls on their periods are dirty.
Yes, people still do. Apparently, people still do, and in fact, it's beyond even people. Even the ones who experience it sometimes feel that way. They just feel a certain kind of way, And like I said, we need to start making girls feel comfortable around these things when they're experiencing these things. We should be able to find some good comfort, really. More education, more awareness. Let's talk more about it, Let's cut the girls some slack. I think we deserve it.
But looking at the laws in our country, do you think that there is any provision for anything like this, maybe in terms of menstrual health or access to these products or anything like that? Is there any provision that helps women?
In all honesty, I can't say for sure. Specifically addressing menstruation, I really don't know. I really don't know, but I really doubt. But the truth is, there are still certain things that, there are things that play out that still fall back to be contradictory to certain laws. For example, let's talk about human rights, for example. Even though a girl has a right to freedom of expression, yeah, that's her right. But you see, when a girl is unable to express herself or is not allowed or somehow, either directly or indirectly, and not allowed to express herself in situations like this, that's contradiction. That's violating her rights, rather. There's right to dignity of human person, okay? There are some embarrassing moments that girls face because of period poverty. And like it or not, it affects their dignity. And you see, that right is definitely being contravened. There's right to life. And like I said earlier, when people have to resort to tissue papers, fabrics, these things can cause infections and sometimes ultimately death sometimes. So you find that these things, at the same time, they still find a way to just contravene certain basic rights that a girl should have. Is there a basic policy specifically addressing menstrual hygiene? I'm not sure about that. But are there laws which are indirectly being contravened when some things are not properly handled in our society? Yes, there are.
But do you think it would be necessary or important to have laws that address this? Or would you say that the laws in place are sufficient enough to cover up?
No, I think it's very important that laws address these things. I think it's very important. It's not the same as we're trying to find an indirect way to link it to something. There needs to be specific policies and laws that gives women free access. I repeat, free access to period products. I don't see why a woman should have to pay. And then these days it's so expensive. You know how when you go to government hospitals now, like for example, HIV patients, they have, you know, they have access to free antiretroviral drugs and all those things that they use. I believe that that is the same way laws should be established to give women access to period products, be it tampons, be it pads, be it even medications that help them, you know, in some of those tough moments. Proper education, really, is very important. Some NGOs are doing a good work at it, you know. Some schools are incorporating it, but I think we can do more work, and we need to do more work. And policies are very, definitely very much important.
Now, when we talk about this period poverty, and you mentioned something about NGOs doing their best to educate and also even to provide some of these period products to young girls and young women. But what challenges would you say that these organizations face when trying to, you know, distribute menstrual products to communities or try to help girls be more informed about these things?
I think one would be funding. Funding. NGOs want to do so much. They have so much that they want to do. If you give them enough facilities, they can move from one village to another, from one school to another, you know, supplying sanitary pads, giving them the adequate information and all of that. So one of the major challenges that they have is funding. And I think the second thing will be access, gaining access to those girls. There are some schools that you go to and it's pretty much easy for you to, you know, go speak to the girls, tell them about this, talk to them more. But there are also some places that you go and it will not be so easy for you to, you know, gain access to them. So I think those are the two basic challenges that I'm going to say maybe affects the NGOs when it comes to dissemination of this information. But beyond that, I think they're really doing pretty well. When it's like International Day of the Girl Child, if you go online, you see women NGOs doing fantastic things, amazing things. So I think the major issue is the funding, really. I think it's the funds.
Now, earlier on when you were talking about what this period poverty is about, you made mention of that most of the factors that contribute to this is developmental issues. Mm-hmm. So can you expand more on that? What exactly are those developmental issues that contribute to this period poverty?
When I talk about developmental issues, I refer to it in terms of things not just working right around us. So, for example, our schools are suffering. Children, beyond girls, they have the right to, they're supposed to have, you know, and be entitled to free education. But because somehow the nation is not going well, it's not progressing well, and it's affecting them, who are not enjoying those rights. Even though there are structures, maintaining it is a problem. Even when they get into the school, there are little, you know, things being obtained from them, you know, and the quality of the education they're giving them there is quite poor. Let's now talk about hospitals, for example. Our hospitals are not properly managed. When you get there, sometimes there's no lights, sometimes they perform surgeries using your phone touch and something like that. So the same way our structures are not yet competent enough to accommodate some of these basic needs that we have as individuals, as citizens of the country, that's the same way we're not even ready mentally. We've not put a structure mentally where we can, you know, make this thing a populous topic, make it something that should be generally discussed, make it something a girl shouldn't be ashamed of. So it's a question of, while this may be a question of our mental conditioning and maybe our understanding, and the others being a question of maybe physical infrastructures and some, you know, putting some other structures in place to make that breeds development. I still think they are both, you know, very, very important. So when I say developmental issues in this regard, it's more or less in respect of exposure, having the right information, doing the necessary things, talking about it, and just, you know, letting go of the things of the past and just evolving and, you know, like I said earlier, relearning new things.
Now, you know, you told us about your experience when it comes to this, But is there any other experience or any other thing that you've encountered, maybe with other women that you've spoken to that are different from your experience that you'd like to share?
Does anyone come to mind? Pretty much. I know I've had so much. I could go back to school days, secondary school days, to young girls being denied access to the bathrooms, maybe because hostel, school hostel, secondary school, being denied access to the bathroom because it's time for prep or whatever it is, and then they're being rushed out of school. You can't do anything. You can't be in the bathroom. You can't as much as stop and say, please, can I just use the bathroom? I'm on my period. It's crazy. Young girls find it so difficult to approach their teachers in school and say, excuse me, ma'am, please, can I be excused? I need to use the restroom. I got my period and I wasn't expecting it. I need to go get this, I need to go get that. And it's very unfortunate that sometimes even the teachers react in a certain way. And that's why there could be some kind of withdrawal. So yes, these things are numerous. They happen. As a matter of fact, these two things I talked about, they just flashed from my memory in secondary school,
Yeah, you experienced that as well.
Not personally, I wasn't but I know classmates had similar situations.
Yes, and it's also quite interesting because when you say that even the teachers react a certain way, it's funny because even the female teachers who should be in a better place to understand what is going on, why do you think that is so? Why do you think that sometimes even the people that you feel are supposed to understand what you're going through are the ones that are going to put you into more problems?
That's why I said unlearning and relearning. That's the best they know, actually. That's how they understand it. These teachers who are now adults now, when they grew up, menstruation was so sacred. You hardly talk about it. You shielded yourself. You protected yourself. You can't say anything about it. No one should know that you were on your period. So it's a conditioning that they've had right from when they were kids. They've been groomed, to see things that way. And when you imbibe certain information into a child's mind, when they grow up, it's difficult for them to let it go. But we as adults, as we listen to programs like this, it should be a moment of reflection, for you to say, oh, really, right? And then it should also
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, PDP ADC discuss 2027 strategy, demand neutrality from INEC. NAS passes vote of confidence on Tantita NNPCL over oil output boost. And Akpabio represents Tinubu to inaugurate Ojota Okpebi Link Bridge. Other projects in Lagos. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Leaders of Nigeria's major opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party and the African Democratic Congress, held a high-level meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, signaling a potential realignment ahead of the 2027 elections. The closed-door session, hosted at former Senate President David Mark's residence in Apo, Abuja, brought together key figures including Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former governors Ralph Arebeshola, Rotimi Amechi, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, Aminu Tambuwal, and Peter Obi. Discussions reportedly focused on collaboration, power sharing, and strategies to provide a credible alternative to President Bola Tinubu. The meeting coincided with ongoing internal disputes within both parties. The PDP is grappling with factional divisions, while the ADC has been delisted by the Independent National Electoral Commission and remains under court scrutiny. The Bauchi State Caucus of the All Progressives Congress has moved to manage internal divisions over the possible defection of Governor Bala Mohammed, setting up a high-powered committee to harmonize positions and engage the party's national leadership. The decision followed a caucus meeting in Abuja, where members expressed sharply differing views on the political and structural implications of admitting the governor into the party, exposing cracks within the state chapter. Acting Secretary of the caucus, Dabo Ismail, said the committee is mandated to articulate and present the caucus's demands and conditions to the national leadership in the event of any defection into the APC. He added that the committee would also engage critical stakeholders to ensure a smooth and inclusive negotiation process, represent the caucus in all related discussions, and provide periodic updates to members. Speaking after the meeting, the senator representing Bauchi North Senatorial District and chairman of the caucus, Samaila Dahua, expressed dissatisfaction over what he described as a lack of prior consultation by the party's national leadership.
It's important that we approach them with caution, maturity, and sense of responsibility. As a party, the APC has always upheld the principles of inclusiveness and dialogue. However, it is equally important to recognize and respect the collective effort and sacrifices of loyal members who have consistently worked and built and sustained the party, often under challenging circumstances. The APC's strength lies in its structure, discipline, and commitment to internal democracy. It is a party that values fairness, rewards genuine contributions, and ensures that every member has the opportunity to participate and be heard. These principles must continue to guide all decisions, especially in moments that may test our unity and cohesion.
The caucus also resolved to formally communicate its position and grievances to the party's national leadership, insisting on strict adherence to due process and internal consultation. Governor Bala Mohammed had, on March 31, 2026, disclosed plans to defect to the African Democratic Congress amid ongoing political realignments ahead of future elections. His move drew further attention following a recent visit by APC National Chairman Nentawe Yowada and Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf to the Bauchi Government House for a closed-door meeting. The National Assembly has passed a vote of confidence on Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, and other security agencies for their role in restoring the nation's oil production. The announcement came at a one-day conference on pipeline security and crude oil theft, where Parliament also dismissed 3 petitions challenging pipeline surveillance contracts. In recent weeks, calls for the decentralization of these contracts have gained attention. The conference brought together key stakeholders to address these concerns, although the petitioners were notably absent.
The Joint Committee notes that the petition was not received in favor of common militants for peace and unity in the United Delta, urgent demand for immediate decentralization, transparency, and competitive procurement in surveillance matters. The petitioners were duly invited on multiple occasions to appear before the Joint Committee to defend and substantiate the allegations contained in their petition, despite this repeated and formal invitation, including invitation to appear before the Joint Committee today. The petitioners failed to appear on every occasion, offering not valid explanation for their country.
During the conference, representatives from the NNPCL, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Tantita Security Services, and the Nigeria Police Force highlighted the progress made in tackling crude oil theft. They noted that Nigeria's oil production, which had dropped to about 960,000 barrels per day in August 2022 due to theft and sabotage, has now significantly improved.
While significant ground have been recovered, we must be clear-eyed. The war for energy security is not over. As Nigeria experiences heightened global geopolitical tension that continue to exert upward pressure on crude oil price, the incentive for crude theft, illegal refinery, and associated criminality persists. Any relaxation of focus or fragmentation of our current collaboration could reopen vulnerabilities within the energy security ecosystem. Accordingly, I urge all our stakeholders, legislative, executive, security, regulatory, industry, and community leaders to sustain and institutionalize the collaborative framework that have delivered these gains.
One, the pipeline vandalism incidents have dropped by over 40% compared to what we had in the past years. Secondly, we have discovered and destroyed 60% more illegal refining sites, which means we are detecting more and disrupting more. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is already mapping out strategy to achieve the 3 million barrels per day towards 2030 as anticipated by the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President.
And that has given us the results that we have been earning till today. In 2020, Nigeria was producing about 1.8. At 2021, it was about 1.6. Then in 2022, it dropped to 1.1, including condensate. Then we awarded the contract in August, and we started. Today, we're at about 1.4, including condensate. And we can still do better. Why can we do better? Because we still have short.
At the conclusion of the conference, a joint committee moved and passed a vote of confidence on all efforts to safeguard the nation's crude oil production and curb oil theft.
Illegal connections discovered and dismantled have increased by over 300%. Volumes lost to theft have dropped from a peak of over 400,000 barrels per day to under 100,000 barrels per day. More importantly, pipeline infrastructure that was previously sabotaged quickly now enjoys longer periods of integrity. Fourth, fiscal impact. For every 100,000 barrels recovered daily, Nigeria saves approximately $3 billion current crisis.
Government introduction of pipeline surveillance contracts, including the engagement of private security firms and community-based structures, has been credited for this turnaround. Today, the nation reportedly produces about 1.8 million barrels of crude oil per day, a significant improvement over previous years. Senate President Godswill Akpabio presented President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday at the inauguration of several key projects in Lagos State, including the Ojota-Obebi Link Bridge. Other projects unveiled include the multi-agency complex and the Lagos Geographic Information System building in Alausa, now renamed the Bola Ahmed Administrative Complex. Akpabio described the project as critical to the development of Nigeria's commercial capital. The 5.04-kilometer Ojota-Obebi Link Bridge is expected to significantly ease traffic congestion, boost economic activities, and cut travel time for residents and commuters. He added that the Lagos building represents the future of modern governance. Akpabio praised Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his infrastructural drive, urging Lagosians to protect the facilities. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the new bridge will provide a direct connection from Obebi Allen to Ikorodu Road through Odo-Iya Alaro and Mende, creating a viable alternative route. The event saw the presence of Governors Dapo Abiodun, Duye Diri, Hope Uzodinma, and Babagana Zulum, alongside members of the National Assembly, Lagos State House of Assembly, and the Governor's Advisory Council, led by Prince Tajuddin Olusi. The Osun State government has been urged to investigate complaints from students of the University of Ilesha, following allegations of irregular fees and questionable administrative practices. The appeal came from the National Association of Nigerian Students, Southwest Zone D. Coordinator Josiah Adeyemo highlighted concerns over financial demands, including a 25,000 naira fee for entrepreneurial training programs that reportedly have not been provided. Adeyemo also raised concerns about the absence of an active students' union and gaps in the learning environment. The student body called for urgent state intervention to safeguard students' welfare and ensure accountability. The controversy follows the reported arrest of Unilesha graduate Adedoyi Temitope, also known as Matuwo, who protested delays in National Youth Service Corps' mobilization. The arrest drew criticism from the National Association of University Students. Unilesha management, however, dismissed the reports. Registrar Funsho Ojo described the claims as inaccurate, noting that the university has yet to graduate its first set of students since its 2023 inauguration. Nigeria's power sector has been losing between 5 and 8 billion naira every month to transmission inefficiencies. The managing director of the Nigerian Independent System Operator, Abdu Bello, has revealed. Bello said targeted interventions are already reducing losses and improving grid stability. Speaking during NISO's first anniversary at its Utako headquarters in Abuja, Bello highlighted the progress made since the organization's creation in April 2024, following the unbundling of the Transmission Company of Nigeria. Bello described the past year as one of institution building, system stabilization, and market reforms to reposition Nigeria's electricity sector. NISO's mandate includes system operations, market administration, planning and enforcement of grid codes and market rules. He added that the operator is enforcing compliance to reduce system collapses, implementing free governor operation modes for generators, and developing grid islanding to prevent widespread outages. NISO is also coordinating emerging state electricity markets and addressing gas supply challenges that have affected generation. With these reforms, NISO is working to make electricity sector more efficient, resilient, and capable of supporting economic growth. If you live in the highbrow areas of Abuja, Lagos Island, Onitsha, or Ibadan, there is a slim chance that the luxury apartment which your company rented for you actually belongs to a senior officer in the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON. The salary of such an officer may not be more than 500,000 naira per month. The Abuja, Lagos, Onitsha, or Ibadan property may have a value close to 1 billion naira. So how do these SON officials come by this choice property? Correspondent Chimezie Nzedima has been digging through the maze of corruption in the approval of a product standards by the SON in a culture called settlement, and now reports.
Right at the peak of the Easter, Salah or Christmas rush, your car begins to sputter and eventually stops. You and your family are stranded in the middle of nowhere and are sitting targets for kidnappers. You manage to get a mechanic who simply tells you, "Why did you not use Tokumbo plugs?" Tokumbo is the used plugs brought in from US or Europe. It is the new plugs that cause your car to stop. Truly, he removes the brand new plugs you fix only a week before the journey, replaces them with the used plugs, and your car comes alive. So are fairly used plugs from Europe or US better than brand new SON approved plugs?
SON does not regulate used products. Our mandate only covers brand new products. So when it comes to used products and used spare parts, SON does not regulate such products. I, for one, will not buy a Tokumbo part over a brand new part. And when I buy a brand new part, I check for basic marking information to guide me, to know that the person who is selling that part or who manufactured that part is traceable and is proud of his product. Once I don't see that information, I reject the part and I tell the mechanic or the spare part dealer, do you have another brand? I inspect it also. Is there a product registration number or logo? Is there a product registration number or logo? Is it properly marked? And I would like to say that the mechanics, like I said, are being clever by half, and the spare part dealers, because we have in Nigeria, we have what we call pantakers, where a car that was involved in an accident ends up in a pantaker in the junkyard, and then they disassemble it and sell the component bit by bit. And because of they want to quickly sell it, they tell you, this is direct, or this is direct, or buy. But you don't know how long, how much wear and tear that Tokumbo part you're buying has endured before you go and purchase it. For a brand new part, you are sure that it is brand new, you're the first user. So you have some guarantee from the manufacturer on the end of life and the lifespan. But for a Tokumbo part, it's something that someone just losing from a junkyard, even if it's in America or in Nigeria, and he never knows, you don't know how long.
The Standards Organization of Nigeria may defend the integrity of its approval process. The mechanics who recommend and fix the motor parts for their customers have a different story. In the motor spare parts markets, there are three categories of products: the fake parts, the genuine parts, and the Tokumbo. The first two are approved by the Standards Organization of Nigeria and the third is part of the knocked down parts used for maintaining old vehicles.
If the customer bring the car come for repair, it depends how the person get money, because sometimes Belgian part is better than new one that they buy, because new one the cost and then they last too much, because they depend on how the man get money to buy the original part, because that new one where they talk to original day, inferior one day, and then Belgian one is the one where they don't use before, but you know the grade way if you buy for him that go satisfy him.
For those who sell these parts, it's a matter of demand and supply. The genuine spare parts are too expensive for impoverished Nigerian car owners, and the fake ones disappoint even before you drive off from the mechanic's workshop. So Tokumbo seemed to be a more reliable option.
Someone who sells spare parts, which moves your business more, Belgium or brand new parts?
Belgium.
Why do you think Belgium moves your business?
It lasts longer
than brand new parts?
Yeah.
Is it that the brand new parts you're buying is fake or not, like, or it's not original?
People don't believe in new parts. People don't believe in new parts.
Why do you say so?
I don't know, but they don't believe in new parts. They'll say maybe after 1 week or 2 weeks, it will spoil.
So in a pass, there's a category that there are some things you have to go for the new one, there are some things you have to go for old one. Like brake pad, now you cannot go eat for new old one. Are you getting me? So there's parts where you cannot even see. Like there's some things in this vehicle, I have to go for where they butcher car. You understand me? Before I go see them, even people where they say car, old parts, they will not see. You go for butcher. There are some things you will not even go for new one. You go and buy it for old one, because the new one we saw is fake. But if you want to buy the original one, maybe where they do transport, you will not have the money to buy a original one, new one.
The mechanics say they are fake spare motor parts. The Standards Organization of Nigeria says it only approves internationally certified parts. How come these fake parts dominate the motor spare parts market in Nigeria, and who approves their importation?
We have a compliance department that is very effective on ensuring that no one is manufacturing or importing fake products. Just last week, I was involved in various operations where a lot of people who were involved in such acts were sanctioned, penalized, and where corrective actions were imposed on them. These are people who are even trying to be legitimate manufacturers, but we guide them.
Some importers boast that they can import any spare part they want as long as they settle, an euphemism for compromising officials of the Standards Organization of Nigeria. So the next time you refuse to use Tokumbo parts and your car breaks down in no man's land, just remember that you may just be contributing to the building of the luxury apartments owned by some officials in Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, or Onitsha. It is a matter of settlement. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima for Signature Television.
Terrorists have reportedly killed more than 40 people, including security operatives, vigilantes, and civilians, in coordinated attacks on communities in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. Sources say about 30 special forces personnel, secret security operatives, and 10 vigilantes lost their lives during the attack, which followed an ambush around their camp. The overall death toll is believed to be higher. Bagna community was reportedly attacked on Tuesday morning, forcing residents to flee their homes as terrorists set houses ablaze using explosives. A resident who spoke on condition of anonymity said over 200 armed men invaded the area, leaving widespread destruction with thick smoke seen rising from burning buildings. It was also gathered that at least 10 vigilantes were killed, while several others were injured after their camp, shared with operatives of the Department of State Services, was set on fire as they attempted to repel the attackers. Earlier reports indicate that the attackers had rustled cattle from Nada village on Monday before moving into Bagna community, where they launched multiple attacks. Niger State Commissioner for Homeland Security, Maurice Magaji, confirmed the incident but did not provide details on casualties. Paris Saint-Germain moved a step closer to the Champions League semi-finals with a dominant 2-0 win over Liverpool in the first leg of their quarter-final on Wednesday. Desire Doe and Kavicha Kvaratskhelia were the scorers as the holders seized a clear advantage ahead of next week's return at Anfield. Doe opened the scoring in the 11th minute, his shot looping over goalkeeper Georgi Mamadashvili after a big deflection off Ryan Gravenberch. Kvaratskhelia doubled the lead in the 65th minute, rounding the same goalkeeper before finishing from close range as PSG controlled the game from start to finish. Liverpool lined up three centre-backs, an unusual strategy under manager Arne Slot, but it could not prevent a second heavy defeat in 5 days. The scoreline was better than last weekend's 4-0 FA Cup loss to Manchester City, but it left Liverpool with just one win in 6 matches across all competitions this season. PSG had a second-half penalty overturned after a VAR review, a small reprieve for Liverpool in an otherwise one-sided contest. Mohamed Salah was on the bench, with Alexander Isak coming on late in a quadruple substitution, while Alisson Becker was absent in goal. The first half was dominated by PSG, who had 70% possession. Liverpool's only real chance came from an offside attempt by Jeremy Frimpong. PSG's second goal came midway through the second half, as Kvaratskhelia was set up by a perfect pass from Joao Neves, held off Gravenberch and calmly rounded the goalkeeper to score. That's all we have on the news. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo were from me. I left
in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, learn, and we grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they definitely would do better. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Mwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. And today we'll be discussing a very important topic. Are you a teenager? Are you a parent? Please come forward, sit down, and listen attentively. Many teenagers are trying to figure out life while constantly hearing the question, what do you want to become? Or what are you doing? What do you intend for yourself? And for some teenagers, purpose feels exciting, and while for others, it feels like pressure or confusion, especially when it seems like you're supposed to have everything figured out so very early, maybe at 12 or at 15 or at worst by 18. But discovering purpose isn't about having all the answers at once. It's a journey, and it can start earlier than many people think. So today we are talking about what it really means to begin that journey early, how teenagers can start discovering direction, and how parents can support them along the way. So we'll be looking at finding purpose early as a teenager. So if you're a teen watching, this conversation is for you. We'll go on a short break now, and after the break, we are going to meet our guest for today's episode. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back to the TSK show. And if you're just joining us, we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So joining us today on the TSK show is a dedicated young man with a strong commitment to the holistic development of young people. His passion is for nurturing the potentials of young people, and this passion began during his National Youth Service year in Katsina State, Nigeria. And since then, he has consistently organized seminars and training programs for young people with a special focus on reaching young people in remote communities. He holds a degree in biochemistry from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Beyond his professional work, he's also a devoted family man and a wonderful father. So today, welcome to the TSK show, Mr. Tochukwu Eze.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. You know, when I was talking about UNN, I said it's the prestigious, the prestigious UNN.
There's no argument about
Are you sure?
Yes.
But I heard they are now living in their past glory.
Forget that.
Okay, it's not true.
Yes.
When I was introducing you, I made mention of your passion started while you were doing your National Youth Service in Katsina State. What was the drive? What was the motion? What was the motivation behind that?
Okay, thank you for the question. When I was serving in Kankara local government precisely, I discovered that a lot of young people don't even know why they are here. I was having some conversations with them. I discovered that some of them who are not offering physics and chemistry want to become medical doctors. And I was like,
is it magic?
Yes. So I now decided to create a platform where we will be having an interaction session after school to properly guide them on the requirements for each course of study.
Okay.
And that also made me to start looking at putting them in a pamphlet.
Okay.
So that even after
you've gone,
yes, so
they will have something to fall back on.
Okay. And they can also use it for the younger generations to guide them.
Okay, I think that's why also your interest is more on young people that are in remote and rural communities.
Yes.
Okay, so
most times they feel neglected.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at what we are talking about today, finding purpose early. So for you, when you hear the word purpose, what do you think it means to a teenager?
Okay, what it means to me personally, let me start from what it means to me, is identifying the original intent of your creation.
Okay.
What does God have in mind when you were being created? What challenge are you sent to come and address? What passion, what is driving you that you want to contribute your own quota in global development? So for me, I feel in fact, simply put, is the essence of living.
The essence of existence.
And existence, yes.
But do you think young people see it that way?
Most of them don't see it that way. And that is why I have devoted myself, my time, my resources to reach those that have not been able to understand this thing clearly. And as much as I could, guide them properly.
Okay. Do you believe that teenagers are too young to start thinking about fulfilling purpose? Because some of them think they still have all the time. Let me just go to school first before I start figuring out what life should be or what I should become. Do you think it's too early for a teenager to start living their life towards their purpose?
I don't think it's too early, because I'm a Christian. And if I take my reference from the Holy Bible, you discover that at age 12, Jesus was already attracted to his purpose. You know, when they went to Jerusalem for the Passover, his parents left and discovered that he was not with them 24 hours later. So after 3 days, he was found. And they found him in the temple. And my question is, what was so attractive that made him? It's possible he did not eat for that 3 days.
And he didn't even think of his parents.
Yes.
He was
So
not even
anybody.
He was not even eager to go home.
Exactly.
He was not even exhausted from the day's worship.
If they did not return for him, he would have stayed there for the rest of his life.
He found fulfillment in what he was doing.
Exactly. So at 12, because I know that this teenage age we're talking about is between the age of 13 to 19. So if Jesus at 12 had already discovered his own purpose, I don't think it's too early for any teenager
to start thinking about that. Okay, let's also look at it from this angle. There are some teenagers who are already feeling pressured, while some are nonchalant. Some are already feeling pressured to find purpose. And how can they find purpose without feeling overwhelmed? Because, you know, sometimes family, society is expecting much from some of them. Like there are some people who come from a family where their parents did not go to school and they're expecting this child, you just go to school, do this thing and start making money. You need to bring value. You need to sustain the family name and all of that. And you see some of them, they come to you, they will tell you, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. But yet that confusion, they become overwhelmed and it's like a pressure on them. They are not meeting up a particular expectation or target. So how can they start exploring these things without feeling overwhelmed?
First and foremost, they need to understand that it's a step-by-step approach. They shouldn't be pressured. And that is one of the challenges we have in our time. Most of these young people, because of the pressure and the challenge, they go the wrong route.
Yes.
You know, and before you know it, they are doomed. So they should understand that every step counts in this thing. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's something that will take patience. It's going to take a lot of discipline. Don't allow anybody, even the society, your parents. In fact, that's why I would want the church to come in and begin to sensitize these young people that nobody needs to pressure you, including your parents. Because just like you said, most of them are not educated.
Yes.
So they have a way of comparing you with some of your age mates. And let's bear in mind that we have different weights of destinies. Do you understand? So somebody who is going through the process of becoming a global figure, it will take time for the person to
get to that stage.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a step by step. They should not be in a haste. If you rush it, you may make mistake along the line. And I'm also advising that they should find people, if you have already identified where you are going, because some of the challenges they also have, especially those that are multi-talented, is that they don't even know which one to go
follow.
After. Just like me, I do a lot of things very well. I can play football very well. I can play table tennis very well.
Wow.
So it became a problem. Should I become a professional footballer? Should I go to school? Should I become a professional this or that? So, but I had somebody who guided me. And I was able to harness my own potential, because this purpose you're talking about is inherent.
Yes.
So you also need God to help you, because nobody knows, nobody understands the product more than the manufacturer.
Exactly.
So that is.
And that will bring me to the next question. Are there any signs that a teenager is already working in purpose? Early signs that somebody can see and say, okay, maybe this is what I am called to do. Like you said, some are talented in many areas, but is there anything that you can say, okay, yes, this is where you are called to solve this problem?
Okay, thank you. How you are going to identify that is that you discover that there is this particular one that you are passionate about, even if it's not bringing money, even if it's not, the only thing that you enjoy there is that it gives you satisfaction. and fulfillment. So you can spend time, just like I gave you an example with our Master Jesus Christ. You can spend time doing it without feeling bored. Do you understand me? And so you can begin to channel your attention deliberately on that thing, because and you will not lose your peace doing it. Even if you have not eaten for days
and nobody is giving you money
and nothing. I know of a friend. He can play football. When we were young, he can play football from morning till night, and we thought
it was distraction.
Wasting his time. Others were going to school. We were always in the field playing football. But in 2003, he was invited to come and represent Nigeria in Finland. 2003 on the 17 Junior World Cup.
Wow!
And from there, he became a professional footballer. He played in some clubs in Europe. So, but if he was not encouraged at that level, maybe he would have ended up as a roadside mechanic.
Okay, I'm actually enjoying this conversation, but we are going to go on a short break. Then when we come back, we are going to talk about this boy that plays football, because you know sometimes they dump their education to pursue their passion, and let's see how we can strike a balance. So we are going to go on a short break now, and when we return, we continue with this conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back, and if you're just joining us, this is the TSK show, and today we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So I was saying something about balancing education and passion, because you know a young person who leaves the class to go and play ball all through the day, this is something parents will never support. So if there's a young person watching us at this point, and the parent is just sitting by, you know, maybe the boy is a footballer and the parents is already giving him this bombastic side eye, not because Mr. Tochukwu is on TV saying you can go and play football. You can go and play football from morning till night. So I want to ask, how can parents guide teenagers into purpose and without being too controlling and projecting their, you know, sometimes I've discovered working with young people that sometimes what parents want their children to do is not because of the child, it's because of their interest as a parent. We've seen people who want their children to study medicine, not because the child is good in that field, but because they want to answer mama or papa doctor. So let's use this football now. So how can a parent encourage a teenager into purpose without controlling?
Okay. That is possible, and this is how it is possible. You know, sometimes, just like you mentioned, most parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams.
Unfulfilled, yes. That's the word. Yes, through their children.
So unfulfilled. Most times you think you are doing the best thing for the child. Just like I keep telling people that very soon some of the courses that we call professional courses will no longer matter. People just study a key aspect of tech. But years back, we studied computer science as a whole. But some people now, you know, focus on a small aspect of tech, and they blow with it. Yes. So the parents watching us, I want to advise you. Your role is to guide the teenager, not to dictate for him or for her. as a teenager, he or she is bound to make mistakes.
Of course.
That is where you come in, to guide them, not to enforce that you must be this. It's common amongst
Nigerian parents.
Eziago parents. Almost all the family in Eziago will want to have a priest, a Catholic priest.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was thinking it's in I was telling somebody recently that almost every family in MBC have a reverend priest. I don't know if it's happening
in Eziago. So
oh wow.
Some of them, I have some of them as friends
that
confided in me that they
never wanted
to become this. But because the mother, especially the mothers, they want to answer mama, father. So they keep pushing and pressuring the boys to become priests. So the balance is you watch the child, observe the inherent potentials, know how to strike the balance. Using that football, for instance, I don't encourage a child to abandon school for football. Two of them can go hand in hand, because those days in the university we play interfaculty matches.
Okay.
And some football scouts, they come there to identify talents. And when they pick those talents, they don't pick them away from school. They also even give scholarships to some of those wonderful footballers. So they also organize football competition at national level, ENUGU. So talents were picked that also represented Nigeria. So the key word here is finding balance.
Yeah.
So that
one does not suffer.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, this is a very interesting conversation, and I'm actually enjoying it, especially this part of the parents, because many parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their children. So, and one thing is already clear from the discussion today, and is that one thing is that purpose is not pressure, is direction, and is a step. So teenagers don't need to have everything figured out. What they really need is awareness, they need exposure and the right support. And it's better when it's coming from the home, before we even talk about coaches outside and all of that. So we are going to go on a break now, and after the break we'll get more practical about how teenagers can start discovering their strengths and how parents can create environments where purpose grows naturally. Please stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Right, welcome back. Before the break, we talked about understanding purpose and removing the pressure around it. So now we are going to go a little bit deeper, because it's one thing to talk about purpose, is another thing to live intentionally as a teenager. So this part is for every teen who feels uncertain and every parent who wants to guide wisely without overpowering and being too controlling. So our guest is here. He's a youth advocate and he has worked with young people at different levels for years. So, and we'll continue with this conversation. So in one sentence, what is the biggest lie that teenagers have about purpose discovery?
For me, I think that the biggest lie is feeling that they are too young to discover or pursue
their purpose.
And it's common here in Africa, because over there you see some children that are not even in that category of teenagers. You can call them young adolescents. I don't know,
twins.
So you see them doing marvelous technological works, and when you sit down with them, you see, they don't even speak like children because of exposure, because of guidance and mentorship. But down here, you see somebody who is above 18 years still behaving as a child.
Still trying to figure out what to do.
Some of them are not even trying to figure out. Some of them are just flowing. Let's be going.
Okay.
You know, my experience has taught me that. So let's be going. One day we'll all leave this world. Nobody cares about whether you fulfill destiny. So that's the challenge we have.
Okay. If you could design one habit every teenager should practice like every day in the course of purpose discovery, what should that be? I know some teenagers are asking, okay, since you said we should not be living anyhow, what should I be doing at this point?
They should devote more time to research. And they must have some virtues like discipline, perseverance. They should know where the world is at the moment, where the world is going, so that they will not be left behind.
Okay.
Because there's this popular saying that when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So they need to sit down and have a kind of self-reflection to understand what that is required of them. And they also need to know that they will give account
of everything,
of their stewardship here. So if God had already ordained me, for example, now, as someone who is going to bring liberation in the area of science, and I just leave it and be eating away and drinking away my time, when I return to my maker, I will present my report of how I used my time, my energy, my resources, and God's investment upon my life when I was here on earth.
Okay, you said something like, when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So let's do this one now. Just finish this sentence. If a teenager doesn't understand, or a teenager who understands their purpose early will do what?
Make wiser choices.
Wiser choices in life. So if you're a teenager and you're yet to discover your purpose, that means you've not started making wise choices. Oh, thank you so much for coming on the TSK show. I enjoyed every bit of this conversation. And thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your ideas, your thoughts. And I believe that every teenager watching us have learned one or two things, including the parents, especially those who want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their teenagers. So conversations like this matter because many teenagers are talented but still searching for direction. Finding purpose early doesn't mean having everything figured out. It means having awareness, guidance, and the freedom to explore. To every teenager watching, give yourself room to grow, and parents, please support.
What's in they worry you? Whatever, it's going to be another man again. The worry I keep. Why did they look me like that? Come and stay with me now. Really? Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Kunta. I have interesting stories for you today. And today, as usual on Thursdays, we usually have fashion review. But since we're not able to do playlist power yesterday, we will be doing playlist pal today. But first of all, let's talk about what is trending in the entertainment industry. Afrobeat star Wizkid has publicly criticized Burna Boy following an alleged assault on DJ Tunes, Wizkid's official DJ. According to reports, DJ Tunes was attacked at a Lagos nightclub on Monday night by Burna Boy and members of his entourage, reportedly for not playing his songs. The incident sparked outrage within the music community, prompting the Nigerian DJ Association to ban Burna Boy's music from playlists nationwide. So amid the backlash, Burna Boy shared a video on social media showing himself dancing in a towel, which many interpreted as a mockery of DJ Tunes. Reacting angrily, Wizkid called out Burna Boy for the incident, criticizing him for allegedly confronting DJ Tunes with a group of about 10 people. He also insulted Burna Boy and mocked the tall video, referencing rumors about his association with American rapper Diddy. Burna Boy has previously faced speculation about his relationship with Diddy, which he has denied, maintaining that their connection is purely professional. Diddy, for his part, was arrested in 2024 and later sentenced to prison on multiple sexual assault charges, which we know about. So this whole drama has been going on for about 2 days now. So I came across the video where Burna Boy is so petty. I came across the videos on X where he was on tour, for real, for real. That was in the morning, and he was dancing and singing, you know, the same way he was, you know, making caricature for Sophia for the whole Lamborghini thingy. And people started making comments about Ogbuefi on the ground. Is it Ogbuefi now? Ogbofia on the ground, you know. I think DJ Tunes' name is also Ogbofia in Igbo. So they were just trying to make caricature of him, and people were replaying, they were reposting Burna Boy's video. So what was the problem? They went to club and he was the DJ, and he happened not to play Burna Boy's song. So I think that's what got Burna Boy angry, and they had an altercation that led to a fight. I don't know if the people were up to 10, but like, after he and Burna Boy had this whole hit among themselves, other people had to come hit him too. I wondered why. I don't know why. But of course, I'm sure there are people that came with Burna Boy to the club, so they can't see DJ Tune hitting him and then they come at him. But I don't know why 10 people will be hitting one person. You want to kill him. So I mean that, you know, DJ Tunes is Wizkid's DJ, right? So he wouldn't take that, of course. He had to say something on X that warranted a whole lot of reactions of especially with the statements of Diddy and Burna Boy, because people still have the speculation that Burna Boy and Diddy has some kind of, aside professionalism, there's still this whole connection between the both of them. But yeah, this drama has been going on for the past 2 days. I mean, this week is gonna be long, because trust me, that statement that Wizkid made on X is not going to pipe low right now. In fact, we saw a live stream where Burna Boy was even saying the people that hit DJ Tunes are not up to 10. Let's move to the next story. So gospel artist Shola Simba is preparing to host a special praise concert titled Shabak Encounter in Lagos, bringing together several gospel ministers for a powerful worship experience focused on spiritual renewal. Now, the event will take place at the Elevation Church and is expected to draw a large and diverse audience from across the state and beyond. Now, Simba, who recently returned to Nigeria from the United Kingdom to oversee preparation, said she has spent weeks ensuring every detail of the program meets expectations. She noted that the concert has been highly anticipated since last year, with considerable efforts invested in making it both spiritually impactful and socially meaningful. So, explaining the uniqueness of Shabak Encounter, the singer emphasized that it goes beyond a typical gospel concert. She described Shabbat, a term rooted in Bible, Psalm 149 verse 6, as a loud triumphant expression of praise that releases victory, an atmosphere the event seeks to create. So according to Symbol, the program is intentionally built around three key elements: worship, warfare, and witness, rather than focusing solely on performance. It is designed to actively engage participants and foster a deeper spiritual connection. She also added that the concert prioritizes spiritual impact over entertainment, using corporate praises as a channel for breakthroughs. The gathering aims to create an environment where burdens are lifted, faiths are strengthened, and lives are transformed through sincere and heartfelt worship. I mean, in Nigeria, we are so religious, so of course, we're going to be, a whole lot of people will be attending this. I like when she said it's not going to be focused just on performance and entertainment, because we once upon a time had this whole argument that most of our gospel artists, they prepare themselves for their performance and forget that people are meant to connect with God through their worship, through their praise, through their voice, through the instruments and all that. And they just forget, and they just come to entertain themselves, entertain people, perform, show their skills and all that. So now she's saying it has to be impactful spiritually and socially, not just the entertainment part of it, but people need to build their faith, they need to encounter God and all that. So former Big Brother Naija housemate Sultana has paid a courtesy visit to Basi O2, expressing her willingness to support the state tourism sector as an ambassador. Now, the visit was confirmed in a statement by the Cross River State government, noting that she met the governor at his country home in Adiobo. So welcoming her, Governor also described the visit as timely, especially during the Easter season, and commended her for choosing to spend time in the state. He also acknowledged her Cross River roots, stating that the government takes pride in celebrating its indigenes and believes that she has the potential to achieve even greater success. Now, the governor praised her performance on Big Brother Naija, highlighting her journey as a reflection of resilience and courage in a highly competitive environment. So speaking on development priorities, also emphasized that the importance of the creative economy, and said her interest in promoting tourism aligns with the state's broader vision. He noted that the government is open to collaborate with her to strengthen Cross River's presence in culture, tourism, and entertainment. He further explained that the state is intentionally positioning itself as a leading destination in Nigeria's tourism and creative industries, supported by ongoing investment and infrastructure and cultural initiative. He also assured her of the government's support to help grow her brand and expand her influence. So Governor also added that further discussions would be held to formalize areas of partnership and involve key stakeholders in driving the initiative forward. And I'm super proud of Sultana for this whole improvement, because one thing I know about Nigeria, our country, is that yes, do we have bad governments? Of course we do, but do we have good places for tourist sites that people would travel into, right? See how Zanzibar has improved. People now leave other countries just to go to Zanzibar to experience what? Feeding turtles inside water. You know, the whole welcome song they give to them, the whole ambience and everything. Nigeria has that and more. That's the truth. The only thing is that they haven't they've not put in attention for our tourist sites. We have beautiful places. Go to villages. There are beautiful places that all you need to do is create something beautiful there, and people always come there to, you know, spend time, have holidays, have parties, even weddings. People do their wedding in all these places. Ask me and I'll explain to you. I'm sure they could have actually had their wedding in Zanzibar, and, you know, aside the whole having fun with the water, feeding turtles, trying their food, feeding giraffes. Nigeria has all that and more. The only thing is our government do not want to, if I can say that word, they just don't want to invest in tourism. We have Obudu Cataract. I don't even know if that place has improved from what it used to be, but they've not. Obudu used to be one of the best places in Nigeria, but I don't know if it's still one of the best places in Nigeria, because we tend not to hear much about it, right? People always want to travel to places like that to have fun, and it's not just in Cross River State. Go to the southeast, there are beautiful places that can be turned into a tourist site. Go to the west, there are beautiful places. There are so many places that we can turn into something good. So I love what Sultana is doing for her place, and I mean the governments are right behind her. Like what the governor said, he said they will find a way to get sponsors, partnership, and they are solely behind her because it's part of what they plan to do in Cross River State. So the intentions are in sync with whatever she's planning to do. So kudos to her. I mean, someone from Big Brother Niger, other than others, are doing something great for their state of origin. So Nigerian singer Alexander Adebola Akande, popularly known as Nice, has stirred debate with his comments on religion and national development. Speaking at a recent event covered by Goldmine TV, the singer argued that foreign religions and prayers have not significantly contributed to Nigeria's progress, despite repeated calls for citizens to pray amid ongoing economic and security challenges. So Nice, who describes himself as a traditionalist, criticized the widespread practice of religions such as Christianity and Islam in the country. He suggested that nations like the United Kingdom, where religious observance is less prominent, tend to experience greater prosperity. The singer also shared insights into his personal beliefs, revealing in a past interview with Nancy Isime in August 2025 that he is embarrassed, that he embraced traditional practices after an Ifa priest reportedly healed him from a prolonged spiritual alignment. So reflecting on his journey, the Gongaso hitmaker expressed regret that he did not adopt traditionalism earlier in his life. I mean, people encounter so many faith. I'm not going to be reviewing that video to you because he was speaking solely in his dialect. It's not an English language. So people encounter faith in different ways. I mean, let's take Paul, for instance. You saw how he was stopped on his way to where? To go and cause trouble in another man's land, right? So I think I understand what Nice is trying to say, but I don't even think religion is our problem right now. Is Nigeria too emotional? Yes. Are we too religious? Yes. But that is not our problem. Our problem is the country, is the government. Yes, whether we like it or not. Are the citizens trying their best to put... Okay, fine. If we say Christianity and Islam are the problem, since we are too religious, what are all our traditionalists doing about it? Because I mean, if you say the Christians and the Islams are the problem, fine, the traditionalists should do something that will prove that okay, the Christians and the Islams are not doing anything to help the economic status of Nigeria. The traditionalists should do something, because I mean there are so many kinds of religious belief, right? Aside from Christian, Islam, tradition, there is Buddhism, name them, there's so many of them, right? So if the Christians and the Islams are not, nobody is stopping you from performing miracle with your traditional. I mean, if a traditionalist can heal you from a prolonged illness, which means he has the capacity to change the economy of Nigeria. So why is he not using that same power to do the same thing. Okay, let's say possibly they've not given them the power to do that. And I don't think that is the problem. I mean, everyone has a faith. And if you feel like you have the power to change the economy of Nigeria, the security, everything, the basic amenities, the basic things that all citizens in Nigeria need, by all means, do that. And we should stop this whole shifting the blame to religion. Religion has nothing to do with this, because in other Western countries, they observe their religious belief, Christian, Islam, name them, right? And the thing is, in Nigeria here, we are praying for basic. You see people kabashing for jobs. You see people kabashing for money to buy a car. You see people kabashing for security. You see people praying for ordinary lights that our government, praying for their road to be repaired. These are basic things that a normal citizens are supposed to be enjoying. But no, it's now a misplaced priority, because right now, instead of focusing on the government, we are now shifting the blame to religion. The imams and the pastors, they are not the cause of our problems. Yes, they have the power to pray, right? They are, most of them are the celebrities a whole lot of us see. We call them daddy, we see them as Lord, we see them as the God on earth and all that. Yes, they do. But it doesn't just boil down to only religion, because there's one thing the Bible says, watch and pray, right? And he will bless the works of our hand. You should say a thing and it shall come to pass, right? Ask and it shall be given unto you. We are praying and we are trying to change the situation of it. But it looks like the people at the top, it's not in their, I don't know how to put this, but I don't think religion is the problem of Nigeria. It has never been, and I don't think it will be. I will still say it again. If the traditionalists, they have the power to change the economy, by all means, they should come out and do that. If they do that, maybe everyone will just leave Christianity and Islam and move to them. But if it's just by the fact that they healed you from a prolonged illness, there are people in the mosque and in the church that they've encountered God, where God healed them from prolonged illness too, right? Allah healed them from prolonged illness. They asked for something and God gave it to them. So if we use because of that and say, oh no, these other religions, they are not doing anything, then we are totally wrong. Let's not misplace our priorities here. So moving forward, Afrobeat star Damini Ogulu, popularly known as Burna Boy, has denied allegations that he ganged up with multiple men during a recent altercation with DJ Tunes. This is what I was talking about earlier from the previous, the initial story. I didn't really finish the video, but I saw him explaining to some set of people that he's not, people that fought DJ Tunes are not up to 10. Whether they're up to 10 or not. But we saw a bunch of men, fighting him, and they were doing that all because of you. Yeah, they can't sit and watch DJ Tunes doing that to you. But of course, let's see how far this is going to go. I know it will end soon, but we should enjoy the drama on social media. That's all I have for you on the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is Playlist Pal. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Playlist Pals segment, and today we're diving into some of the biggest love-themed hits from Nigeria Afrobeat queen Tiwa Savage. So she's known for a powerful vocals, captivating lyrics, and global influence. Tiwa Savage has delivered timeless songs that celebrate love, passion, and emotional connection, from smooth romantic tunes to playful feel-good anthems. Her music continues to resonate with fans across the world. In this particular segment, we'll be exploring the stories and themes behind some of her standout tracks like All Over, Malo, Lover Lover, Somebody's Son, and Eminadu. I might not be playing your favorite songs or lyrics, so these are the ones that suits my soul. So first on the list is All Over. All Over is a mid-tempo Afrobeat love song that captures the feeling of being deeply in love and emotionally connected to a partner. So in the track, Tiwa Savage sings about how her affection is so strong that it surrounds her completely, making her feel joyful, secure, and fulfilled. The song highlights themes of royalty, passion, and admiration as she reassures her partner of her commitment while celebrating the excitement that comes with true love. With her smooth rhythm and relatable lyrics, All Over delivers a warm, feel-good message about romance and emotional devotion. So listen to it.
I said I fight. We must settle this thing tonight. Yeah. Come, let us catch some feelings for night. Yeah. And if you tell me, say make up hello, hello. I don't go waste time, but to do like so. Hello, hello. Everybody me Joe, this love. Hey, this loving, no be chop and go. Hey, but because of you, I get to go strong. For body, oh, all over. I make we spend this money, oh, all over. Hey, now because of you, I get to go strong. All over. This feeling got me falling. All over. Get tired of something they do me for body, oh, all over. I make.
Yeah. So up next is Malo. This one is one of my favorites, not my favorite. So this one was sung by Tiwa Savage and Wizkid. So Malo is a smooth, laid-back Afrobeat track that blends romance with a carefree party vibe. The song centers on a love interest who prefers to keep things low-key. Malo meaning don't go or stay. While I'm sure most of you do not know what it meant. While expressing desire, attraction, and emotional connection, Tiwa Savage and Wizkid deliver playful, flirtatious lyrics over a mellow rhythm, creating a sensual atmosphere that celebrates love, intimacy, and living in the moments. Listen to it.
Whiskey, do you want mama? Make it animals to tingle.
This guarantee I never see you. My pressure, they high got me down, whoa, whoa. My girl, hold on to me, yo. Never ever leave me for crash, oh, whoa, whoa. Girl, you they make me shiver, oh. Girl, if you leave us over, oh. With you, I get no allow, oh. I one day with you forever, oh.
Robos casca. If no be you, then tell me who. Them go sempe. Nobody messing with my boo. Robos casca. If no be you, then tell me who. Robos casca, nobody messing with my boo.
My love, Joe, you give me love I never see, yo. My love, Joe, your love means so much to me, yo. My love, Joe. You give me love I never see, yo. My love, yo. Your love means so much to me, yo.
I mean, if you don't love Tiwa Savage, I don't know what is wrong with you. You need to check on yourself. She's a queen and more, right? So up next is Lover Lover. I love this one too. Maybe because Dr. Mighty was part of it. So Lover Lover is a romantic Afrobeat song celebrating love, admiration, and emotional connection between partners. Tiwa Savage and Dr. Mighty exchanged heartfelt lyrics. I wish I could play this one till the end, but I can't. Expressing devotion, passion, and the joy that comes from being in love. With its catchy melody and danceable beats, the track combines playful flirtation with deep affection, creating a feel-good atmosphere that highlights the beauty and excitement of romantic relationship. So see what the song is about, love and romance. Anyways, listen to it.
Anyhow you like, I go do my dear, as long as it no cost my lava.
Spells.
Promise say you go treat me well, oh. Give me good love and no be kiss and tell, oh. No be say after that wine I'm well, oh. Make you no go leave your girl for inside well. Woyo, woyo.
Don't be choice. This your love is sweet of paradise.
You can't tell me you don't like that one now. Of course you will. So this one suddenly turned into an anthem. Somebody's Son. She sang it with Brandy. So Somebody's Son is a heartfelt Afrobeat pop ballad about unspoken love and admiration. So Tiwa Savage and Brandy explored the bittersweet feelings of loving someone who belongs to someone else, expressing longing, tenderness, and emotional vulnerability. The song blends smooth vocals with a gentle rhythm, creating a soulful atmosphere that captures the complexity of love, desire, and the pain of unfulfilled romantic feelings. It both intimate and relatable, highlighting emotional honesty and the power of heartfelt connection. So listen to it.
Sorry, I'm not sorry. I like a rainy boy yourself. Should I try again? But now my heart is still they pay me. Oh, Camille, ole coco. Shabby show me Ronnie. Tired of getting it wrong. This won't be another heartbreak song. Yeah. Somebody song go find me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. Somebody song go love me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away.
Yeah, somebody. I mean, somebody will find me one day too. But why you go con the love person we belong to another person? So this one is so interesting because this one is old. So she sang this particular one with Don Jazzy, titled Eminado. Eminado is a playful romantic Afrobeat song that expresses deep affection and admiration for a lover. Tiwa Savage sings about being completely captivated by her partner. Oh my God. Praising their charm and the strong emotional bond they share. So with Don Jazzy adding a light-hearted and catchy vibe, the song blends flirtation, devotion, and joy, creating an upbeat and feel-good anthem about love and attraction. I'm sure this song was created when she was still with her ex-husband. Okay, let's listen to it.
So I asked her, what do you want from the bank? I just say come from the bank, and I got money to throw it. So everybody, oh yeah, oh it. Rocking that body for me. Keep rocking that body for me. Here I go, it's time to show me your love. Open the door, I'll leave you begging for more. Oh my baby.
the other. One without the other is nothing, baby. Ah! See how young they look. Look at them jazzy. All right. I'm so sorry I'm not playing most of your favorites, but that's all I have for you on Playlist Pal this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next, an interview we had with Slow Dog. You don't want to miss out on these, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
You seem very, very tired and exhausted.
Oh dear, my soul now. Street.
I get. All right, so let's talk about your origin, your journey, how you started off. We've known Slow Dog a very long period of time. In fact, I was going through some of your videos a long period of time. I'm like, wow, this guy has come so far. So we would like you to enlighten us on that particular journey.
We're back.
Yeah.
Well, Slow Dog is a brand, you know. My name is Anena Okechukwu Emmanuel, popularly known as Slow Dog. In the kitchen, if you want to add that one, because
I wanted you to do that.
I cook. I'm a very good cook. I cook very well.
Yeah.
Don't say anybody away from Anambra Sabi cook.
Are you sure?
They will. I'll try now. So
all right.
I graduate IMT.
Okay.
So I started this journey way back with my friend Dodge.
Okay.
We formed a group called DSD.
Yeah.
Dodge and Slow Dog, that DSD. So we dropped an album that time called Exposed Privacy.
Okay.
Now, so I think start to, so Exposed Privacy. So we dropped an album 2004. Yeah. Then we went solo 2005. No, we started like 1999, 2000. Okay. You know, doing singles. Then we dropped an album. No, the album was 2002.
Okay.
Then 2005 we went solo. No wahala, no grudges. We just decided to like, okay,
yeah,
let's do solo thing. Then 2006, myself, the Kumzi, and Desperate Chicks did that. Who get the Almighty? Who get that?
All right. So how has that made you feel? I mean, from that time till now, it's like decades ago. How has that made you feel?
It'll be smart, you know. I'll be OG before Facebook and Togo.
Abby. I get.
Great movement, though. You know, it can't be there forever. But I still do music. I still rock shows. Every weekend that they go show.
That's why I'm asking if you're tired right now. Because I know how it's. I'm
very, very tired because my birthday was on 27th, so did so many things. Yeah.
Yes.
So very, very tired, but you guys called and I answered.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Una correct now, so I have to answer.
We appreciate
that's
that.
what's up. Yeah.
We appreciate that. All right, so let's talk about Afrobeat. We know you do hip hop. We'll come back to that. But let's talk about
hip hop, Afrobeat. That is all.
Great. So let's talk about Afrobeat now. It's been going on for quite some time now. Even some DJs, some artists have been making some statements on interviews on social media that Afrobeat is losing its originality.
How?
So I want to hear your own perception of that.
I beg you. Who they talk that one?
There are so many. DJ Big N made mention of that.
Afrobeat is the anthem now.
Fact.
Afrobeat is the anthem. Do you understand?
Yeah.
This whole world knows Afrobeat. Where you go when you have, what are you saying? All this Davido, all this A-list.
Yeah.
You don't know where they carry Afrobeat don't go. Chris Brown featured Davido. I think all these big guys featured them, you know. Because if they don't feel Afrobeat, they're not going to feature them now. So they feel Afrobeat. You don't think Afrobeat. Now we get the thing now.
What if they are saying this all because, you know, we know that Fela is the originator of Afrobeat, right? And he has his sound and all that. And I mean, this current sound and mix is not really sounding like him. So maybe that's why they're making that statement. Don't you think so?
No. It can't be like Fela. When Fela was there, you know, I love the sound. You know, changes now. We have Amapiano, we have feel good music, Afrobeat, normal hip hop. Do you understand? So all is Afrobeat. Do you understand? So forget the Fela sound. Fela is the original. Now what they talk? They say Fela is the originator of Afrobeat.
They say.
They say.
Okay, so we should quote.
Wait now, I wouldn't talk. But you know, I still respect people. Where can Afrobeat go for? I respect all these elite artists like Davido, Wizkid, Burna, Olamide, Fino. All those cats, I still respect them. Yeah. So that's what's up.
All right, let's talk about hip hop. I mean, I think that's your soul genre, right?
I do everything, my dear.
Yeah, and you do it in Igbo language and all that, right?
I
want to hear your mix. I want to know why you chose hip hop. Yeah, you do all, but we tend to know.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
No, but we tend to know Slow Dog as, oh God, when we listen to Slow Dog, this is exactly
that real hip hop, hardcore.
Exactly.
When you talk about, I don't do hardcore.
Okay.
Hardcore, if you're using pure English, this metaphor, you know, like what Mood 9 then, you know Mood 9? Yeah. Mood 9 did pure hip hop. Do you understand? Me, I do Pidgin, I do Igbo, I mix. Do you understand? So I still do Afrobeat. Do you understand? So I don't understand what you mean hip hop.
Well,
one day now, man, I don't.
You do
like
everything.
Last time they say if you're keeping, they call it keeping it real.
Yeah.
If you're doing all this pure hip hop English, you know, they call it keeping it real, man. I'm keeping it real, man. I know they keep them real. I beg.
So what are you giving? You're giving you fake.
I need money.
I get actually. Everyone does.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the up and coming artists in Nigeria, in ENUGU State, not just Nigeria, in ENUGU State.
I don't think we have upcoming artists in ENUGU State now.
Are you serious?
Which name you won't call?
I've had lots of them, especially those in school that are still coming up and all.
Okay, give me like 5 names. Let me know where you're going to.
I can't disclose their names now.
Go for my hand though.
I know before you have, but I know we have like some up and coming artists. I mean, like, they're not at the top like Omale, Rema, and Ira Star.
I know.
Exactly.
But who?
So I don't want to call names, but I'm sure you know them. You may not know them, but they are upcoming.
You see these guys I'm calling now,
right.
They are not upcoming again. They're sellout stadiums. Jerick.
No, we're not talking about Jerry.
Okay, wait now. Are you talking about Evado?
No.
I'm
not talking about Jerry. I said people that are in school.
Okay, in school.
Yes.
So, I was like, those guys are.
My question now is, I mean, they tend to have the same sound. They tend to want to do hip hop, a little bit of Afro blend and all that. What advice would you give them? I don't know if it's maybe a style they all decided to go for.
No, the thing is that, let me just use Jerick as an example. Okay. Jerick is, for now, as I'm talking to you now, Jerick is the god of the East. No cap. Okay. He's a new school. He's the one reigning. So all these new guys now, all these upcoming in school, they want to rap. Everybody wants to rap like Jerick. They like his sound trap. Everybody wants to rap like Jerick. So my advice to them, just be you. Do your thing. Do your thing. Don't try to copy Fino. Don't try to copy Aguero Bands. Don't try to copy Evado. Just do your thing. One day you go shine. Straight up. Don't copy. Before Arsenal copy Akalia.
Because that's what it's looking like.
Yeah,
now there was something I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday.
Okay.
As a music executive, a manager.
Okay.
And we were talking about relationship between Igbo artists coming together, just the way the Western brothers, the Yoruba artists, they help their brothers, you know, they tend to push them till they get to the top, especially with the fact that we know that promotion in music is now very expensive and all. I want to ask, what exactly is the problem with Igbos, especially in the music industry, helping their brothers to go far?
They are trying their best.
Okay.
They are trying their best. Maybe if I sign you now, maybe when you feel maybe you don't get balls, you maybe me say baka, all this kind of thing. Do you understand?
Oh, is that a problem? Are you
Straight up. It's not even only Igbos, it's everywhere. They understand, but they're trying their best. Well, Fino signed some artists, Nuno, Ziggy, and other people. Yeah. You understand? Fino even signed Storm Race that time. Flavor did the same. Okay, now, one of the Jerick's biggest song, he featured Flavor. If Flavor they do Big Man, you know go green now. They understand. So they try their best. Like even the song I'm promoting now, I featured Evado. They understand. So we are trying. We don't kill ourselves now. So this is why you're saying they don't help them. Then they help. Then they help.
So it's low key.
Anyhow, we want to put it.
All right. So what do you think the Nigerian music ecosystem still misunderstand about indigenous rap and its potential?
That question. Move to the next one, please. I'll answer that one later.
I'll still come back to that.
No problem.
I'll still come back to that. Now, when you look at the music...
You want to put me on a hot seat? Don't worry.
No, I won't do that. When you look at the music industry, what wows you the most and what are you disappointed about?
Music industry. I think nothing like disappointment. We are doing good. What are you saying? Nigerian music industry, we are doing good. We are doing great. Yes. We are making money. Streaming everything. We are doing great. So nothing like disappointment. I don't know. I don't know about you, but to me, nothing like disappointment.
I mean, everyone has a perception.
You know, no.
But a music manager and executive yesterday said most times the money is being made from the diaspora. I mean, Ira Star just relocated to London recently.
Not London, you're New York. New York.
Now, why did she relocate to that
Okay,
place?
now because Rockefeller signed her.
Okay.
Rockefeller signed her.
But do you think because of the fact that, okay, there are more opportunities there, they tend to make more money selling arenas, selling tickets and
The thing is that like Rockefeller is a big record company.
Okay.
So they sign him Utilo. Do you understand? So that's what's up. What I can say is just keep working hard. When you get there, when your time shines, man, Rockefeller or any other, maybe Kanye West or this big record company will like, hey, what's up? Let's work. Do you understand? So I'm happy for Rasta. So yeah.
So you're proud of her music industry?
Number one fan.
Are you sure you're not saying this because you're a music
No.
fan?
I love Rasta.
All right. Now let's come back to that question. Indigenous rap, especially rapping in, you know what I mean by indigenous rap?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes. That's what I do.
So what do you think about the ecosystem and the indigenous rap in Nigeria?
Indigenous. I don't know why you sticking to this.
Why
are you sticking to this question?
Because I'm so interested. Our brothers out there want to hear your perception.
Why are you sticking to this question?
So many of them are listening.
Okay, what if I say I don't have any answer to that? You go beat me.
They will be so disappointed.
No problem. No problem.
Are you serious?
No problem. No problem. I'm good.
That's so sad, honestly. I'm also disappointed. That's not fair.
Sorry. No.
That's not fair. All right. So let's give an advice. I know you've given them an advice before.
Okay.
Let's give all the up-and-coming artists out there, including me.
Okay. So that if you're not coming, just do your thing, pray. Funny enough, you cannot sit on the fence and make it. But to me, I pray. I don't do the other one. I pray. I'm a staunch Catholic. At least every morning I say my rosary, 5 decades every day. So I pray. I believe in God. So if you're not coming, if you're trying to blow, do your thing. Don't try to copy anybody. But above all, don't do drugs.
Impressive. We have just one video of you which we got from social media. So we'll have to display that right now.
Which video be that?
Watch and see.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. man. One day, man. Kiss clap. Turn the microphone, you know what I'm saying? I'm a freestyle. Let's go. Adekunja. Man, this beat na talk sugar tea saccharine when let's go. Like Oliver Twist, I want some more. Makechiro kwa no light joku more. Ntu ono obo nwa no mu nwa nwa ni Jesu boten kungwa bia ka elo. Yes, so sure you know that I can. Now me be the AC, now them be the fan. My flows be like water, it there for jerry can. But if cannot, one neck can. One neck come one na guapo, makabum chiama nunu na fuafo. Ade meti mwa na kwaka, ndozo na kwaka, mwa na waka. Na mi de. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I can take care why out and take care in. Adi mesibo mean, kama bidi I mean, more than idi I mean. Sure, you know what I mean.
Alright, so you were saying something about this video now.
Okay, this that time I had a song, Tonga. No, it's a Ghana song. I said, man, I love this beat. I called my producer, Casey Clef. Say, man, Casey, man, I love this beat. I love you. Let me just take a bite. And I did, and I nailed it.
That was like, this should be 8 years ago, 10 years ago. This is so long.
It's long. No BS that time now. Yes.
You're so intentional about the BS. Anyways, thank you so much, Snow Dog, for coming. We had a great time.
See the kind of video you want to go. You fall my hand.
I'm so sorry.
You fall my hand.
I enjoyed this session with you. It was interesting and fun. And we wish you well. Thanks for the advice you gave to all the up-and-coming artists. They really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming.
Udo.
All right, we'll go on a short break now. And up next is, of course, the trending stories of the day and celebrity peak. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observe
Rotimi market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, PDP ADC discuss 2027 strategy, demand neutrality from INEC. NAS passes vote of confidence on Tantita NNPCL over oil output boost. And Akpabio represents Tinubu to inaugurate Ojota-Okpebi Link Bridge, other projects in Lagos. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Leaders of Nigeria's major opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party and the African Democratic Congress, held a high-level meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, signaling a potential realignment ahead of the 2027 elections. The closed-door session, hosted at former Senate President David Mark's residence in Apo, Abuja, brought together key figures including Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former governors Ralph Arebeshola, Rotimi Amechi, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, Aminu Tambuwal, and Peter Obi. Discussions reportedly focused on collaboration, power sharing, and strategies to provide a credible alternative to President Bola Tinubu. The meeting coincided with ongoing internal disputes within both parties. The PDP is grappling with factional divisions, while the ADC has been delisted by the Independent National Electoral Commission and remains under court scrutiny. The Bauchi State Caucus of the All Progressives Congress has moved to manage internal divisions over the possible defection of Governor Bala Mohammed, setting up a high-powered committee to harmonize positions and engage the party's national leadership. The decision followed a caucus meeting in Abuja, where members expressed sharply differing views on the political and structural implications of admitting the governor into the party, exposing cracks within the state chapter. Acting Secretary of the Caucus, Dabo Ismail, said the committee is mandated to articulate and present the caucus's demands and conditions to the national leadership in the event of any defection into the APC. He added that the committee would also engage critical stakeholders to ensure a smooth and inclusive negotiation process, represent the caucus in all related discussions, and provide periodic updates to members. Speaking after the meeting, the senator representing Bauchi North Senatorial District and chairman of the caucus, Samaila Dahua, expressed dissatisfaction over what he described as a lack of prior consultation by the party's national leadership.
It's important that we approach them with caution, maturity, and a sense of responsibility. As a party, the APC has always upheld the principles of inclusiveness and dialogue. However, it is equally important to recognize and respect the collective effort and sacrifices of loyal members who have consistently worked and built and sustained the party, often under challenging circumstances. The APC's strength lies in its structure, discipline, and commitment to internal democracy. It is a party that values fairness, rewards genuine contributions, and ensures that every member has the opportunity to participate and be heard. These principles must continue to guide all decisions, especially in moments that may test our unity and cohesion.
The caucus also resolved to formally communicate its position and grievances to the party's national leadership, insisting on strict adherence to due process and internal consultation. Governor Bala Mohammed had on March 31, 2026, disclosed plans to defect to the African Democratic Congress amid ongoing political realignments ahead of future elections. His move drew further attention following a recent visit by APC National Chairman Nantawe Yowanda and Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf to the Bauchi Government House for a closed-door meeting. The National Assembly has passed a vote of confidence on Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, and other security agencies for their role in restoring the nation's oil production. The announcement came at a one-day conference on pipeline security and crude oil theft, where Parliament also dismissed 3 petitions challenging pipeline surveillance contracts. In recent weeks, calls for the decentralization of these contracts have gained attention. The conference brought together key stakeholders to address these concerns, although the petitioners were notably absent.
The Joint Committee knows that the petition was not received in the program of common relations for peace and unity in the United Nations, urgent demand for immediate decentralization, transparency, and competitive procurement in the surveillance process. The petitioners were duly invited on multiple occasions to appear before the Joint Committee to defend and substantiate the allegations contained in their petition, despite this repeated and formal invitation, including the petition to appear before the Joint Committee today. The petitioners said to appear on every occasion, offering not only the explanation for their country.
During the conference, representatives from the NNPCL, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Tantita Security Services, and the Nigeria Police Force highlighted the progress made in tackling crude oil theft. They noted that Nigeria's oil production, which had dropped to about 960,000 barrels per day in August 2022 due to theft and sabotage, has now significantly improved.
While significant ground has been recovered, we must be clear-eyed. The war for energy security is not over. As Nigeria experiences heightened global geopolitical tension that continue to exert upward pressure on crude oil price, the incentive for crude theft, illegal refinery, and associated criminality persists. Any relaxation of focus or fragmentation of our current collaboration could reopen vulnerabilities within the energy security ecosystem. Accordingly, I urge all our stakeholders, legislative, executive, security, regulatory, industry, and community leaders to sustain and institutionalize the collaborative framework that have delivered these gains.
One, the pipeline vandalism incidents have dropped by over 40% compared to what we had in the past years. Secondly, we have discovered and destroyed 60% more illegal refining sites, which means we are detecting more and disrupting more. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is already mapping out strategy to achieve the 3 million barrels per day towards 2030 as anticipated by the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President.
And that has given us the results that we have been earning till today. In 2020, Nigeria was producing about 1.8. At 2021, it was about 1.6. Then in 2022, it dropped to 1.1 including condensate. Then we awarded the contract in August, and we started. Today, we're about 1.4, including condensate, and we can still do better. Why can we do better? Because we still have short.
At the conclusion of the conference, a joint committee moved and passed a vote of confidence on all efforts to safeguard the nation's crude oil production and curb oil theft.
Illegal connections discovered and dismantled have increased by over 300%. Volumes lost to theft have dropped from the peak of over 400,000 barrels per day to under 100,000 barrels per day. More importantly, pipeline infrastructure that was previously sabotaged weekly now enjoys longer periods of integrity. Fourth, fiscal impact. For every 100,000 barrels recovered daily, Nigeria saves approximately $3 billion annually at current prices.
Government introduction of pipeline surveillance contracts, including the engagement of private security firms and community-based structures, has been credited for this turnaround. Today, the nation reportedly produces about 1.8 million barrels of crude oil per day, a significant improvement over previous years. Senate President Godswill Akpabio presented President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday at the inauguration of several key projects in Lagos State, including the Ojota-Okpebi Link Bridge. Other projects unveiled include the multi-agency complex and the Lagos Geographic Information System building in Alausa, now renamed the Bola Ahmed Administrative Complex. Akpabio described the project as critical to the development of Nigeria's commercial capital. The 5.04-kilometer Ojota-Okpebi Link Bridge is expected to significantly ease traffic congestion, boost economic activities, and cut travel time for residents and commuters. He added that the Lagos building represents the future of modern governance. Akpabio praised Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his infrastructural drive, urging Lagosians to protect the facilities. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the new bridge will provide a direct connection from Okpebi Allen to Ikorodu Road through Odo-Iya Alaro and Mende, creating a viable alternative route. The event saw the presence of Governors Dapo Abiodun, Duye Diri, Hope Uzodinma, and Babagana Zulum, alongside members of the National Assembly, Lagos State House of Assembly, and the Governor's Advisory Council, led by Prince Tajuddin Olusi. The Osun State government has been urged to investigate complaints from students of the University of Ilesha, following allegations of irregular fees and questionable administrative practices. The appeal came from the National Association of Nigerian Students, Southwest Zone D. Coordinator Josiah Adeyemo highlighted concerns over financial demands, including a 25,000 naira fee for entrepreneurial training programs that reportedly have not been provided. Adeyemo also raised concerns about the absence of an active students' union and gaps in the learning environment. The student body called for urgent state intervention to safeguard students' welfare and ensure accountability. The controversy follows the reported arrest of Unilesha graduates Adedoyi Temitope, also known as Matuwo, who protested delays in National Youth Service Corps' mobilization. The arrest drew criticism from the National Association of University Students. Unilesha management, however, dismissed the reports. Registrar Funshojo described the claims as inaccurate, noting that the university has yet to graduate its first set of students since its 2023 inauguration. Nigeria's power sector has been losing between 5 and 8 billion naira every month to transmission inefficiencies. The managing director of the Nigerian Independent System Operator, Abdu Bello, has revealed. Bello said targeted interventions are already reducing losses and improving grid stability. Speaking during NISO's first anniversary at its Utako headquarters in Abuja, Bello highlighted the progress made since the organization's creation in April 2024, following the unbundling of the Transmission Company of Nigeria. Bello described the past year as one of institution building, system stabilization, and market reforms to reposition Nigeria's electricity sector. NISO's mandate includes system operations, market administration, planning and enforcement of grid codes and market rules. He added that the operator is enforcing compliance to reduce system collapses, implementing free governor operation modes for generators, and developing grid islanding to prevent widespread outages. NISO is also coordinating emerging state electricity markets and addressing gas supply challenges that have affected generation. With these reforms, NISO is working to make electricity sector more efficient, resilient, and capable of supporting economic growth. If you live in the highbrow areas of Abuja, Lagos Island, Onitsha, or Ibadan, there is a slim chance that the luxury apartment which your company rented for you actually belongs to a senior officer in the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON. The salary of such an officer may not be more than 500,000 naira per month. The Abuja, Lagos, Onitsha, or Ibadan property may have a value close to 1 billion naira. So how do these SON officials come by these choice property? Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma has been digging through the maze of corruption in the approval of a product standards by the SON in a culture called settlement, and now reports.
Right at the peak of the Easter, Salah or Christmas rush, your car begins to sputter and eventually stops. You and your family are stranded in the middle of nowhere and are sitting targets for kidnappers. You manage to get a mechanic who simply tells you, "Why did you not use Tokumbo plugs?" Tokumbo is the used plugs brought in from US or Europe. It is the new plugs that cause your car to stop. Truly, he removes the brand new plugs you fix only a week before the journey, replaces them with the used plugs, and your car comes alive. So are fairly used plugs from Europe or US better than brand new Sun approved plugs?
Sun does not regulate used products. Our mandate only covers brand new products. So when it comes to used products and used spare parts, Sun does not regulate such products. I, for one, will not buy a Tokumbo part over a brand new part. And when I buy a brand new part, I check for basic marking information to guide me, to know that the person who is selling that part or who manufactured that part is traceable and is proud of his product. Once I don't see that information, I reject the part and I tell the mechanic or the spare part dealer, do you have another brand? I inspect it also. Is there a product registration number or logo? Is there a product registration number or logo? Is it properly marked? And I would like to say that the mechanics, like I said, are being clever by half, and the spare part dealers, because we have in Nigeria, we have what we call pantakers, where a car that was involved in an accident ends up in a pantaka in the junkyard, and then they disassemble it and sell the component bit by bit. And because of they want to quickly sell it, they tell you, this is direct, or this is direct, or buy. But you don't know how long, how much wear and tear that Tokumbo part you're buying has endured before you go and purchase it. For a brand new part, you are sure that it is brand new, you're the first user. So you have some guarantee from the manufacturer on the end of life and the lifespan. But for a Tokumbo part, it's something that someone just losing from a junkyard, even if it's in America or in Nigeria, and he never knows, you don't know how long.
The Standards Organization of Nigeria may defend the integrity of its approval process. The mechanics who recommend and fix the motor parts for their customers have a different story. In the motor spare parts markets, there are three categories of products: the fake parts, the genuine parts, and the Tokumbo. The first two are approved by the Standards Organization of Nigeria, and the third is part of the knocked down parts used for maintaining old vehicles.
If the customer brings the car for repair, it depends how the person get money, because sometimes Belgian parts is better than new one that they buy, because new one the cost and then they last too much, because they depend on how the man get money to buy the original part, because that new one where they talk to original day, inferior one day, and then Belgian one is the one where they don't use before, but we know the grade way if we buy for him that will satisfy him.
For those who sell these parts, it's a matter of demand and supply. The genuine spare parts are too expensive for impoverished Nigerian car owners, and the fake ones disappoint even before you drive off from the mechanic's workshop. So Tokumbo seemed to be a more reliable option.
Someone who sells spare parts, which moves your business more, Belgium or brand new parts?
Belgium.
Why do you think Belgium moves your business?
It lasts longer
Than brand new parts?
Yeah.
Is it that the brand new parts you're buying is fake or not, like it's not original?
People don't believe in new parts. People don't believe in new parts.
Why do you say so?
I don't know, but they don't believe in new parts. They'll say maybe after 1 week or 2 weeks, it will spoil.
So in a pass, there's a category that there are some things you have to go for the new one, there are some things you have to go for old one. Like brake pad, now you cannot go eat for new old one. Are you getting me? So there's parts where you cannot even see. Like there's some things in this vehicle, I have to go for where they butcher car. You understand me? Before I go see them, even people where they say car, old parts, they will not see. You go for butcher. There are some things you will not even go for new one. You go and buy it for old one, because the new one we saw is fake. But if you want to buy the original one, maybe where they do transport, you will not have the money to buy a original one, new one.
The mechanics say they are fake spare motor parts. The Standards Organization of Nigeria says it only approves internationally certified parts. How come these fake parts dominate the motor spare parts market in Nigeria, and who approves their importation?
We have a compliance department that is very effective on ensuring that no one is manufacturing or importing fake products. Just last week, I was involved in various operations where a lot of people who were involved in such acts were sanctioned, penalized, and where corrective actions were imposed on them. These are people who are even trying to be legitimate manufacturers, but we guide them.
Some importers boast that they can import any spare part they want as long as they settle, an euphemism for compromising officials of the Standards Organization of Nigeria. So the next time you refuse to use Tokumbo parts and your car breaks down in no man's land, just remember that you may just be contributing to the building of the luxury apartments owned by some officials in Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, or Onitsha. It is a matter of settlement. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima for Signature Television.
Terrorists have reportedly killed more than 40 people including security operatives, vigilantes, and civilians, in coordinated attacks on communities in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. Sources say about 30 Special Forces personnel, secret security operatives, and 10 vigilantes lost their lives during the attack, which followed an ambush around their camp. The overall death toll is believed to be higher. Bagna community was reportedly attacked on Tuesday morning, forcing residents to flee their homes as terrorists set houses ablaze using explosives. A resident who spoke on condition of anonymity said over 200 armed men invaded the area, leaving widespread destruction with thick smoke seen rising from burning buildings. It was also gathered that at least 10 vigilantes were killed, while several others were injured after their camp, shared with operatives of the Department of State Services, was set on fire as they attempted to repel the attackers. Earlier reports indicate that the attackers had rustled cattle from Nada village on Monday before moving into Bagna community, where they launched multiple attacks. Niger State Commissioner for Homeland Security, Maurice Magaji, confirmed the incident but did not provide details on casualties. Paris Saint-Germain moves a step closer to the Champions League semi-finals with a dominant 2-0 win over Liverpool in the first leg of their quarter-final on Wednesday. Desire Doe and Kavicha Kvaratskhelia were the scorers as the holders seized a clear advantage ahead of next week's return at Anfield. Doe opened the scoring in the 11th minute, his shot looping over goalkeeper Georgi Mamadashvili after a big deflection off Ryan Gravenberch. Kvaratskhelia doubled the lead in the 65th minute, rounding the same goalkeeper before finishing from close range as PSG controlled the game from start to finish. Liverpool lined up 3 centre-backs, an unusual strategy under manager Arne Slot, but it could not prevent a second heavy defeat in 5 days. The scoreline was better than last weekend's 4-0 FA Cup loss to Manchester City, but it left Liverpool with just 1 win in 6 matches across all competitions this season. PSG had a second-half penalty overturned after a VAR review, a small reprieve for Liverpool in an otherwise one-sided contest. Mohamed Salah was on the bench, with Alexander Isak coming on late in a quadruple substitution, while Alisson Becker was absent in goal. The first half was dominated by PSG, who had 70% possession. Liverpool's only real chance came from an offside attempt by Jeremy Frimpong. PSG's second goal came midway through the second half, as Kvaratskhelia was set up by a perfect pass from Joao Neves, held off Gravenberch and calmly rounded the goalkeeper to score. That's all we have on the news. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. I'm Patrick Okibo, the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm focused on solving Africa's complex development problems. Leadership or its failure is Africa's in my view, most fundamental development challenge. Extensive public opinion data from major Pan-African surveys consistently highlight poor leadership, weak governance, and associated issues like corruption as the top perceived barriers to progress, often ranking above economic or external factors. Corrupt, tribal, and self-serving governance has led to mismanagement of abundant natural resources, suppression of freedoms, and persistent political instability, rendering many African nations fragile and impoverished. As a result, widespread disillusionment has run deep in citizens who are becoming nostalgic about colonial or even military rule as more stable than some of the democratic governance that we have in the continent. My guest today, Dr. Charles Mensah, should have answers to many of these questions on how to navigate these challenges. He founded the Institute of Economic Affairs in Ghana almost 4 decades ago to broaden public policy debates, promote private sector-led economic growth, and strengthen democracy. He's a distinguished economist and business leader with decades of experience in corporate governance and economic policy. Dr. Mensah previously served as board chair of Barclays Bank Ghana, Accra Breweries, AB InBev, Fanmil Ghana, which is Danone, and several other private sector boards in international shipping, healthcare, hospitality. Dr. Mensah, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. I look forward
You're
to
very
a good
welcome.
conversation.
So today's chat centers on the politics of progress, political stability, and Africa's development. To ensure that we're on the same page, Dr. Mensah, what does progress mean in the African context today? And how should we measure it beyond some of the traditional GDP metrics that we're used to?
Thank you, Patrick. I like to start. I mean, I understand what you want to do and what you want to talk about, which is the basic way of measuring progress has always been to look at the per capita GDP. Yes. And then from there, we can go into other issues like education, nutrition, health, and so on. But once let's go back, let's take the base. As an economist, let's take the base and say, I know Ghana well, so maybe let me use Ghana to start the story of West Africa. The average income, our GDP per capita here is about $2,000, $2,400 a year. That's what the World Bank tells us. That's what they tell us. That's not what we think, though. But even if we use that measure of $2,400 a year, if you divide it by 12, it means that it is $200 a month. And if you divide it by 30 days, then you're looking at about $6 a day. Now, this is what the international community is telling us, $6 a day. Now, who lives by $6 a day in our current environment? Who lives by that? It's almost impossible to live on $6 a day. And the truth of the matter is that it is even worse than that. So the question that arises is, how come after 58 years of independence, 68 years of independence, we're where we are? Why are we where we are? How come our classmates or our course mates in Singapore, in Malaysia, in South Korea, in other places are doing much better than us. And we might have even started ahead of them.
Exactly.
We might have started ahead of them. So these are some of these the issues that I think your program could help disseminate throughout this West Africa region for us to know exactly how to tackle this. My central theme here, Patrick, is that what they call independence, we never got it. We never got what others call independence. For most of us in West Africa, we were given, but we really didn't have it. The old condition, continued. Now, I know we don't want to dwell too much on the issue of a colony and colonization and so on, but nevertheless, it's been part of us. It's been part of our history. So many years of colonization, and then 68 years after that, people say, don't talk about colonialism, forget about it. What is wrong with you? Well, the foundation is wrong. The foundation that was set up was wrong. You know, a colony does not belong to the people who live in it. It belongs to the colonizer. And the whole purpose of colonizing is to use your resources to develop the colonizer's resources. So we were set up in Ghana as a colony to produce cocoa for Europe, dig up the gold for Europe, dig up the diamonds for Europe, dig up manganese for Europe, sell our bauxite, and all that was done for the development of Europe. And then, come 1957, we're told, you're independent. So go on. Now, but the rules didn't change. That's why I say that we got a Trojan horse for independence, because the rules didn't change. The rules of engagement, the structure of the economy at the time didn't change. The political leaders were just happy with the word independence and freedom. But nothing changed. We were still farming for cocoa. We kept on farming for the European economy, particularly the UK. We kept on producing timber, cutting our lumber, shipping them to Europe. We kept on digging gold for export. Nothing really changed. So when people say we're poor, of course you're going to be poor. Who runs a colony and gets rich out of a colony?
Exactly.
Nobody does that. Who produces cocoa and gets rich? It's the value addition that gets you rich. But you're producing raw material, producing countries don't get rich. It's the people who do the value addition, they get rich.
And we will get into those. But something that I've always struggled with is if what we're measuring for is wrong, then ultimately we will be wrong. So if GDP per capita is not what we should be looking at as the primary indices for measuring progress, then maybe we should change that. And my question is, what in your view should we be measuring ourselves against? Should we be measuring our government against to see if we're making progress as a people?
I haven't thought about the kind of measure, the indicators to use.
Like maybe healthcare, education, something more social.
But those are measured. Those are measured. They're not new. UNICEF measures even how many places you have to go to ease yourself. They measure that. So those are not new measures, really. And I really don't think it is the measurement that is wrong. But I think that the output of our countries are fairly low in the formal sector. So for instance, let me give you an example. For instance, here we're told that we are a rich country, yet we keep on producing cocoa, but we have gold, we have bauxite, we have manganese, we have all that. Now, the production of these things and the income generated from these assets, I call them assets, do not accrue to the benefit of us. If you throw all that in, we can say we'll be better off than what we are today.
Interesting. Okay, and I'm going to get to the productivity question, but just to think about some of the challenges that we're facing on the continent, even in our region, you know, in the Sahel, where we've seen a lot of coups, etc. Someone like Francis Fukuyama would argue that political order requires strong institutions, but we see, for instance, in the Sahel and across the region, that these formal institutions often lack legitimacy. You know, even in the democracy itself, you know, they lack legitimacy. So how do we build what, you know, he also calls getting to Denmark, you know, which is really those effective, accountable governance systems when we have the traditional authorities or the informal structures that kind of are still significant, you know, in this fight between formal institutions, and, you know, they leave us almost floating at sea. Do you see that that's part of the problem? And if it is, you know, how should we be thinking about it?
Oh, certainly. I see two challenges here. We have our own indigenous system. Systems. And then we have what is the European model or the modern model being planted on our own old system. And it's not working. I mean, let me give you an example. We have the Asantehene, the king of the Ashantis here. His empire is quite huge over here.
Yes.
People listen to him.
Yes.
You visit his palace and you see him adjudicating justice over several issues. And yet, what he does is not part of the formal process. So you have democracy being tried or being practiced by a few or by those who live in the cities, really. What the thing has boiled down to is elections form the bulk of what we call democracy. But in practice, we are all listening to our indigenous systems. My friend George Aite would say that, why don't we go back and look at these indigenous institutions and see if we can build on top of that, instead of all of a sudden in mid-air we're being asked to practice democracy, which doesn't have strong foundations here.
And that's my question exactly. So if democracy feels like, you know, that foreign object that we've placed on a base, and the base keeps rejecting it, right? Shouldn't we as social scientists be spending time to investigate those traditional informal norms, etc., that seem to hold sway over these formalized institutions that we've been trying to graft onto our skin, but the skin keeps rejecting it?
The skin is rejecting it. Yes, that would be, I would say that is the best way forward for us, because what we call democracy here is only democracy for the people who live in the cities, the people who live in the capital cities and the big places. But you go to the villages, or when it comes to an election, you see the Democrats appear and want to be elected. Once they are elected, they vanish. They don't come back until the next election. Now, that kind of system is not working well for us. What we need to do is graft what we think is democracy to our indigenous systems. And maybe we can come up with a better way. How do you have a system where a chief, for instance, a chief who takes care of 5 or 6 villages or even a village has no say in how the village is managed from the top?
Exactly.
You know, let's take a simple case of mining. Assuming we found gold in a village, and the next day, the local people, the villagers, see a foreigner in their village digging holes and trying to mine gold.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the chief will send people to this kind of person and say, why are you here? And all that the person has to say is, I have a concession from Accra. I have a concession from the government.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the chief, who is the caretaker for the land of the people, knows nothing about how this concession was given and whether at all there should be a concession given, and also enjoys no benefit. The people enjoy no benefit from the mining taking place there.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, this modern, we're trying to, as you said, graft a new system on top of an old system, and it hasn't been done well. The body keeps rejecting it. The body keeps rejecting the new part being planted on it.
Although if I play devil's advocate, you know, you'll also have some people that would argue that we've had, you know, these traditional systems in the past. They did not quite work or catch up to what you may call modernity, which meant that the foreigners could come in and, you know, colonize. You know, so what's the real strong argument for injecting them in this new system? You know, so there are arguments on both sides.
But you know, we don't have to accept everything that is being practiced by somebody else. We don't have to. The British have their system. It works well for them. Bless them. The Americans have their system. It works well for them. Bless them. We have our indigenous systems. How can we make it better for ourselves? How do we entrench our old systems or modernize it or even make it better instead of throwing the whole thing away and adopting something that cuts off our traditional leaders and even our community leaders and so on? It's not working well. Somewhere along, it's not working. And we've got to find ways. We've got to find ways of improving our indigenous systems. And if we need to add it on to what is being suggested, we have to find ways to do it. But 30-something years of practicing democracy in West Africa, there are gaps for us to fill.
And that's a good segue to my next question, which is really about the coups that we've had in recent years in the Sahel and in our neighborhood. What do you think is driving this new wave? Because we thought we were done with coups, right? What do you think is driving it? And why have they gained such acceptability in the countries where they happened and seem to be capturing the imagination of younger people who may not have experienced military regimes as we did?
Patrick, poverty is what is behind all this. Let me give you the case of French West Africa. We're from English West Africa, so let's talk about French West Africa. Now, look at Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali. Look at the extent of poverty there. Yet, these countries are some of the richest countries on earth.
Exactly.
They are some of the richest countries on earth. And yet, its people are amongst the poorest. And what kind of situation creates this kind of poverty. Let me just try a few scenarios around you. Look at the case of Niger. It has a lot of uranium. Uranium is one of these most expensive, minerals on earth. Yet, and the other thing is they are independent. They are considered independent. Mali is considered independent. They've gained their independence from France. They've all gained independence from France, yet they do not control any of the mineral resources underneath their feet in their own country. Now, they are always being pushed to tax more, find more tax opportunities. Yet, nobody talks about taxing uranium. Nobody says, okay, the uranium is mine. Let me go sell it and use it to look after my people. Let me sell uranium to, and use the resources, use the outcome of it to help my people. But uranium is shipped to France and other places, and the people remain poor. Won't there come a time when they will say enough is enough? The same.
And by the way, we can switch uranium for any product, and the story will be the same. In Nigeria, it'll be oil. In Ghana, it'll be gold, cocoa, oil. So
long as these things don't belong to us, they are in our countries, but they don't belong to us. Look, we have a company here called Tullow. They are oil producers.
Yes.
They tell you we can't pay this tax because they take you to court, basically, and argue why they shouldn't pay this tax. They go to the international courts. They win the cases there. They pay no tax. Then, on other occasions, they say, we're not paying tax because we didn't make enough money. I can show you some of the cases they won. You can see them here. They say Tullow wins 320 million tax dispute against Ghana. On another case, Tullow wins something else. Tullow oil post 61 million loss. Now, you live in a country where you're mining oil and you pay no taxes and the people are poor. What do you think the people are going to do one day? They're going to get up and say, look, we can't stand this anymore. Similarly, the gold mines. You have gold mines, and remember, all these assets are owned by foreigners, from these colonial countries.
Let me try.
So long as we remain poor, people are going to get angry and people are going to attack the system. And
let me try another angle with this. So maybe the challenge we have is the way we've defined democracy. We've defined democracy the way it's worked in the West, where it was built out of their own culture, institutions, etc. One scholar who I'm beginning to really like her work is Yuan Ang. How China escaped the poverty trap, China's Gilded Age, etc. A concept that she's been pushing is what she says is how China, just liberated almost 1 billion people from poverty. And she calls it directed improvisation. So you try something, it works, you do it again. If it doesn't work, you change it. When we look at democracy, because I'm also a Democrat, I think that democracy works better than every other system we've tried, especially military rule. But it's not working for us today. Is the challenge that we haven't tried or exercised it, given the realities that we face in Africa? And at the root of that, is it because we've lacked the confidence to try things? If the idea is not coming from Washington, D.C. or Brussels or London, we don't have the, we don't have the confidence to say, this is not working. We've tried it for 20 years. Let's rethink it within the general frame of democracy, but let's rethink how this could work. Do you agree with this directed improvisation? Do you agree that part of our challenge is this lack of confidence?
Oh, yes, I agree with you. And I also believe that the lack of confidence is not helping us to promote our own indigenous systems and also to speak out. We're afraid that if we speak out, it may hurt somebody somewhere. We may not get the loans that we need. The whole country has become very dependent on foreigners.
Foreign ideas, foreign loans,
and foreign institutions.
Mm-hmm.
So people are worried about speaking out because they don't want one way or the other to cross what is being pushed by some of these international agencies. They want to see democracy. The Bretton Woods organizations would like to see democracy. If you don't accept it and sing the song, very soon somebody's going to cut you off. But I think that not only democracy, but our economic institutions ought to be restructured. We need to restructure some of our institutions to fit our own indigenous circumstances and to fit our culture. Without that, it's going to be a touch and go situation. So we have a culture before democracy came here. Modern democracy came here. We have a culture, we still do. And what the European will call democracy may be different from what we call democracy, but we had freedoms within our culture. The chief does not just do whatever he wants or she wants. They're all managed by people around them. There may be some bad ones, but that's not the norm. The Asantehene has advisors around him. He doesn't have an open sesame kind of mentality. He's always hemmed in. Even what he says is managed by people around him. So we have a culture here that we can investigate and see if we can add a bit more onto what is being suggested to us from outside. But swallowing this whole concept from outside, I don't think is helping us. And people are revolting, especially when things are not working well.
So let's switch gears a little bit and talk about governance challenges, which the key one for me is implementation challenges. I mean, if you read any of the policies, visions, etc., that come out of any of these countries, they all look seemingly good, decent on paper, but then we face that implementation challenge. The scholar Lance Pritchett, says that there's a capacity or capability trap, that we're stuck in, where our public servants, maybe through the process that they've gotten into public office or whatever, may not be the sharpest tools in the toolkit, or the incentive system may not have, is not incentivizing them enough to actually do the work. In your view, how do we begin to bridge this implementation gap, particularly where we have this significant human capacity or human capital constraint as a binding constraint?
Ghana used to have one of the best civil service systems in West Africa. We had very good people. Then came democracy. Then came the election of, the appointment of ministers. And then ministers started saying that they can't work well with the civil service, so they needed their own technical advisors. We used to have what we call the permanent secretaries, who held on to the ministry and made sure that the system worked. Now, these guys were all thrown out, replaced by political people who were associated with their parties. And within 4 years of an election, a minister who is coming in as a party person would want to do certain things which may not be correct within the ministry, but they get their way because they bring in their own technical assistance and so on. I, for one, have always said ministers should work within the civil service and not allowed to remove who a chief director or a permanent secretary is. Because the minister's tenure is only 4 years, and is temporary. Whereas you need people who are more permanent and are more interested in the development of that particular ministry or that particular department. So, you know, I think democracy, one way or the other, is also undermining the capacity, the ability of our ministries to do well. Because here you have a set ministry with a chief director or so on, and as soon as a new party comes in, the chief director is likely to be replaced because his ideas may not be in sync with the party, the new party. And as a result, you give way. That has not helped us.
How do we solve this problem, right? Because you and I identify it as a problem. In fact, the political leadership identifies it as a problem as well. Earlier this week, as part of another project we're working on, I was interviewing, former governors, and many of them complained about the same issue. Their hands are tied with the type of appointments they make, the commissioners they appoint, the ministers they appoint. And one of them said something quite prescient, that if the people do not demand for us to do the right things, we will not do the right things. He said it in a better way, but that's the core of the story. Yes. And that got me thinking that this is really, it goes back to that Acemoglu Robinson, the narrow corridor, where they say it's the civil society organizations that will force the people in government to do the right things. The civil society organizations kind of holding in trust the will of the people, right? But what we're seeing is that the civil society, the dynamism that we saw in the civil society organizations in our fight for independence or return to democracy, I'm not seeing it today. I don't know what the situation is in Ghana, but in Nigeria, I'm not seeing it. So how else do we get the politicians to do the right things, to tell them what we want, to get them to do the right things? What is the situation with what's holding the civil societies organizations back, and how do we fix that problem?
We have this, it's a big issue here. Civil society organizations are now being divided and are considered aligned with political parties.
Which is sad.
It's very sad. And if you try to remain independent, you are considered to be against. So it's like, if you are for, you have to be for me, but you cannot be independent. But some of us have taken it upon ourselves to say, well, the country doesn't belong to one political party. It belongs to all of us. And you may not agree with the suggestions coming out of the civil society organization like the IEA, but nevertheless, it's not because we are not part of you or because we are part of somebody else. We want to be independent, and you may not like our independence, but that's fine. That's fine. So maybe how many organizations can survive being independent?
That's my question, because IEA, Institute of Economic Affairs, you can survive because of the moat you've built around yourself. You've been around for almost 40 years. You're respected both in Ghana and across the continent and outside the continent. So you can afford to be independent, right? But some of these smaller civil society organizations may still be challenged in many other ways. Yeah. How do you, from your experience, what should they be doing to preserve their independence?
It's a very difficult thing because we don't have a situation in the country where philanthropy is big. We don't have a very strong philanthropic organization, structure here where civil society organizations can benefit from non-government philanthropy. You know, all the business people are aligned to, most business people are aligned to political parties. Of course, they're business people. And instead of them also supporting philanthropy, supporting civil society, most of them don't. It's a difficult situation, very, very difficult situation for civil society organizations like institutes and in the various forms, because you need support. And once they start casting you an enemy, calling you an enemy, it becomes very difficult even for corporations to support you, because corporations don't also want to incur the wrath of government.
Yeah. And that's, I think that's a big
smart situation. Yeah.
That's a big question we must have at our minds too. There was an incident or an example from Nigeria where we had a newspaper that tried to be independent and do a lot of investigative journalism, next newspaper. And even the private sector organizations will not advertise in the newspaper because they did not want to be seen as supporting the opposition. So I'm thinking if there are some thoughts of how CSOs who are listening to us, maybe some of the things that they could be doing, maybe new independent revenue sources that they could depend on.
Or maybe charging fees for workshops. People have told us here, why don't you convert part of your institute into a school to teach? And I always say the purposes are different. The purposes are different. Some people say convert it into a university, others say different ideas coming up. But it's very difficult for young civil society organizations to, first of all, to emerge and then to survive.
Yeah.
Because before you realize you have to join or be part or be seen, and you're rewarded for being seen as part of a government. They do that, and it's a difficult situation. I don't know. I don't have an answer. But we've been here 36 something years, and we're still strong. And I think that helps us because we've been here longer.
Yeah. Do you ever fear that Africa could get left behind, completely left behind, the same way you have lost tribes in the Amazon? That the world might move too far ahead and that we never catch up?
I believe so. You remember not too long ago, the Time magazine said the hopeless continent. Remember? Not too long ago, Time magazine front page says Africa, the hopeless continent. Then there've been other magazines, I think, talking about the problems of Africa. People have made, have created or built professions around Africa, criticizing Africa, beating down Africa, and Africa keeps coming back, surviving, and so on. But I remember when Time magazine said, no, The Economist, it was The Economist that said, Africa, a hopeless continent. And then another one said, a scar on the face of the earth. And the UN will hold general meetings on Africa. Glen Eagles Summit on Africa. Everybody is making a living off Africa, criticizing Africa, how we will not survive, how we will not. But Africa is bigger than what, for me, is bigger than what is being said about it. I think where is it? Is it Tom Sawyer who talks about his death has been exaggerated? his obituary has been exaggerated. I think Africa's obituary has been exaggerated and has been called on many times. The dead continent and so on. But you know, the potential of Africa is so strong that I don't think the world can do without us. What we
You
have,
reckon? You reckon that they can't?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Especially if we get our act together. And for me, getting our act together is stop giving away your critical minerals, your natural resources. Stop giving them away. Stop giving concessions. Don't give your gold to anybody. How can you have so much gold underneath you and say you're looking for foreign investment? Your gold itself is money. The dollar was backed by gold years ago. You know, gold itself is wealth. How can you have it, give it away to somebody in Europe, and then go beg for money? Go beg.
I think
we need to retool. We need to retool ourselves to be that Africa that can lead.
And also tell ourselves some hard truths, right? I think we've kind of soothed ourselves into this area of comfort and even maybe hope that, oh, the world cannot do without us. They need us for this, they need us for that. I don't know why of late I've been thinking that it's indeed possible for the world to move on completely. I mean, if you look at what's happening in AI, if you look at the kinds of monies that they're throwing into it, if you look at the capabilities that the world is building, maybe we get to a point where some of the things we thought they needed, they won't need anymore. And then, you know, if they don't need us, they don't need to extend any of this development support. They don't need to grant you any asylum. They just cut you off,
Patrick,
and then we die off.
Patrick, we don't need development support. It is us supporting the world. It's our gold that is keeping them together. It is our lithium. It is our uranium that is, look at what is happening in France today. It is the uranium from these countries that keep their lights on. You know, what we need to do is to stop giving our things away for free and let them also keep their aid. We don't need aid. Who is giving who aid? We're giving aid to Europe. You know the tons of gold that comes out of Africa.
Diamond.
And then they give and the diamonds and so on. And then they give us $5 million aid and tell you, be careful, don't spend it this way, don't spend it that way, and so on. We don't need that. Years ago, we didn't know better. But today, we know that we have more wealth. You know, these critical minerals, the lithium, other, you know, vanadium and all those things, we have them. We only need to get our act together and get good leaders. Good leaders.
Okay,
that's what we need.
And that's a difficult question, you know, that we're yet to find an answer to. But let me put an economics question on the table. The Chinese economist Ha Jun-chang, I'm not sure if you know of his work.
Yeah, I know. He's South Korean. South Korean,
yes. Argues that, you know, some of the developed countries used protectionist policies when they were developing. And now that they're developed, they're saying to Africa, you've got to open your borders, right?
Correct.
Now we look at a good friend of mine set up a solar panel manufacturing plant in the Lagos area, and he's not able to sell one panel. Why? Because China dumps, Chinese panels land in Nigeria, selling price at the cost of his input price. So he's dead, right? As an economist, what's your view on African countries adopting some level of protectionism for the nascent industries until they get to a point where they're able to stand on their own?
What you're saying is exactly what we should be doing. There's nothing wrong. Milton Friedman, the Nobel laureate, one of the heavyweights of the free markets movement, he talks about nascent industries being supported. He talks about infant industries. You know, I don't know what is wrong with us, that anything is being said to us, everything is being said to us, and we don't think by ourselves. Why should we just open our doors, our borders for everything that comes in, including chicken legs, chicken tails, dog legs, everything? Why? Why are we not supporting this solar manufacturer? And China would understand it because they did that and they still do. You know, we've swallowed this whole free market thing when we don't even have institutions to support free markets. We don't. You know, I think we need to wake up. We need to get to a point. And if you should ask me, what's my view? My point is that we need, African governments need to get to a point to realize that the market comes after you've developed your rudimentary, your institutions and so on. Rudimentary institutions. Otherwise, what is the use of opening your market and importing chicken feet? What's the use of it? And somebody saying that, oh, if you don't allow chicken feet to come in, the international community will be very upset. Why don't they eat their chicken feet? You know, we have to grow up to a point to say that, no, not all things we can do. We have to do what will help our economies to grow. If we don't do that, we're going to remain poor for a long time, and poverty is going to lead to what is happening in Mali, in Guinea, in Burkina, in Chad, in Niger, and it's spreading across.
Exactly.
Where people are very poor, they're going to start rising. And there's nothing else they can do. Nothing. They don't lose anything rising because there's nothing to life except to rise.
Interesting. What's your view on state interventions? You know, so states picking industries or companies to support and make them winners. I mean, the argument is all over the place. You know, so you can look at South Korea and what they did with their chaebols at the beginning. You know, they seem to be the right thing to do, but right now it appears that they're destroying value. You know, what's your view on state interventions, and how do we do it mindful of the other issues we're dealing with in Africa? So prebendalism, corruption, you know, and so on and so forth.
I have been preaching state enterprises. Nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong with state enterprises. China has come up this far through state enterprises. And at a point, they choose to sell, privatize on the stock exchanges, or to keep it. Korea started that way. All these countries that we're talking about that have graduated over the past 30 years or so have had strong states. The fact that a state enterprise or corporation is not doing well does not mean the concept of having a state-led approach is wrong. The state can contract private enterprise to run these things, but it should belong to the state and have the state check on them. Mining, I'll give you an example here. We have several mines whose leases are passing, are going to just expire. They've been 30 years. They've had, can you imagine, we've been giving these mining companies concessions for 30 years. Mine. Most of them will tell you we don't make any money. We don't make any money. They dump their waste in the community and so on. Now, these contracts are expiring within the next few years. Our approach is, if we cannot find indigenous miners, and we have a few of them, we should allow the state to take over. and give contract to private people to mine with indicators and let them honor, have them audited, have them. But I think that the way forward for most countries that do not have the expertise to manage is to contract out to the private sector, but not to give them ownership. You give ownership away, the dividends will go outside. Let the dividends be paid here so we can use it to develop our countries.
Fantastic, fantastic. And just to remind our audience, please put your question in the Q&A tab. I can see them there. I can't see them in the chat room, but you can keep having your conversation in the chat room. But a question for the guest, please put it in the Q&A. And I have one from Saul Chirume. He says, I concur with the concerns over how resources are being exploited or extracted, which destabilize, disenfranchise, and often displace local communities. This is an increasing issue across Africa and even Latin America. His question is, are the existing resource management systems working? If not, what are the options and where have they worked?
Well, that's a good question. And these are some of the issues we are also discussing here in Ghana and also in other countries in West Africa. You know, if we are being asked, Ghana has been to the IMF, or Ghana has been bankrupt about 17 times, where you go to the IMF to be bailed out. And in all cases, the main reason has been you don't have enough revenues, no revenues to cover your expenditures. You always have a deficit. Now, meanwhile, we have all these natural resources being concessioned out to European firms and firms from other places who claim they don't make money and they don't pay taxes. Now, and we all know that's not true. That's not true, because we have Ghanaian mining companies that will tell you we're doing well. If we're given the opportunity to mine this, we'll do well. Our suggestion is let the state participate in these companies. And where mining concession is expiring, the state should take over. If we cannot find, the state can take over and contract, give a service contract to anybody. It can be a European company, it can be a local company, but that's the way forward for us. The state should participate. The state should lead where we don't have local capital.
Interesting. I have a question from Professor Richard Joseph, who says,
I know him. Hi, Richard. Yes.
Yeah. So he says that you were at the birth of the redemocratization of Ghana.
Yes.
But what you have said about indigenous versus external political institutions have been known. Peter Eke provided the essence of your remarks with his two publics theory. And he says Rawlings would have criticized what you're now proposing about adopting Western approaches. Should we explore directed improvisation or other untried paths, but not repeat the Eke hypothesis? What's your view on this?
Hi, okay. Hi, Richard. Good to hear from you. No, I'm not saying that we should just adopt the Western model. What I'm saying is that we should try as much as possible to find a middle way using our indigenous systems. More of our indigenous systems should be the bedrock of what is being done today. As it is, we're only practicing the Europeanized kind of democracy, and it's not delivering wealth to us. We're still poor. There should be democracy dividends. We've practiced this for about 30-something years, and we still remain poor. What kind of system can we practice? Can we adopt to help us raise the living standards of our people. And the current system is not doing that. The whole UK democracy, American democracy, completely for poor people, for native people, is not helping us. We need to find a middle somewhere.
And another participant, Chugo Ayaji, takes that question further, and she says, what actionable alternatives are there to Western democracy? How do we begin to dismantle archaic institutions when multiple installed power structures are incentivized to maintain the status quo? What will the governance transition look like, or is violence inevitable?
No, I don't think violence is inevitable. Solution is not violence. But ask, I think maybe Richard and this gentleman can come up with a way, a method to show us how can the kingdom of Ashanti and the culture and the governance of the kingdom of Ashanti, what are the lessons that we can get from there to help move our democracy forward? It's about time we start thinking about these issues. We cannot have a group of people sitting in the capital cities making laws to govern our kings and chiefs, and them not having a say in it. There's got to be a way. Otherwise, sooner or later, you are going to see people very upset and people thinking there is no salvation anywhere. And then that's also leading people to religion and all those forms of religion.
Yeah. Another question from one of my, former guests on this show, Dr. Folari Badebo Smith. And he says, I see a problem of culture. As the book A Central Liberal Truth said, there are progress-prone cultures and progress-resistant cultures. I'm not sure I agree with that, but for the benefit of this argument, Africans constantly outsource their responsibility. That lays them open to the exploitative contracts from foreigners. The capability gap is another thing. This discussion is missing the flexibility question. Rigidity, faith in administrative systems is a challenge. There is no investment in the civil service as negotiators. The problem is not democracy. It is the blind leading the lame. I don't know if you have any response to some of the points he raised there.
I would say that the systems we have in West Africa, or what we have adopted from the West, we have to find ways to amend and not just swallow them in sync. That's all that I can say. Nobody, every human being can learn. And we have a great system that has worked for more than 200-300 years, from the days of Mansa Musa and all those guys. Are we saying that we have to throw away all that culture and history and just take on to this new Western model? That is not helping us.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, there's this suggestion that wealthy nations develop through manufacturing and innovation, and not commodity exports. Yet many African countries remain commodity dependent. Yes. How do we get countries like Ghana, to diversify beyond gold, cocoa, and oil? And I know it's an issue that your institute has been dealing with. So the question I'm really asking is, in your engagement with public officials and in trying to explain to them this need to diversify, what are you hearing back? What are the challenges they are having with, moving forward with the idea? How are you trying to help them navigate those challenges? So essentially, they may understand the theory of it, but there's a reason why they are not diversifying the economy. What are those issues, and what are some of the ideas you're putting on the table?
You know, you mentioned gold, natural resources, and so on. Those are the low-hanging fruits. And again, Ha-Joon Chang mentions this. You know, countries that sell raw materials tend to be poor than countries that sell manufactured goods. And there's an old history around this. And I agree. We've been preaching that here. But fortunately, our leadership also recognizes that value addition is the way forward. Without adding any value to your natural resources, you're going to remain poor. And you're not going to tell the British company digging up gold and shipping gold outside to add value, because it's not yours unless you impose taxes on just that to discourage that. But I think we have to come up, and this message is cutting across all political parties here, that we need to find ways to add value to our raw materials. And so gold is not out of it. Gold should lead. Gold should lead. Our bauxite should lead. We should add value. Stop selling bauxite to Europeans to refine and sell you aluminum. Stop selling cocoa to Switzerland for them to refine cocoa and sell you chocolate. Rich countries sell chocolate, or countries that aim to be rich should be selling chocolate, not cocoa. So these are the things.
My question is, what you've said now makes sense, and anybody anywhere in the world will understand what you've just said. Why is it difficult for a government to implement this idea? You know, is it the political structure? Is it a lack of confidence? Is it lack of human capital? You know, is it the poor incentive systems? What is it that makes it difficult for Ghanaian politicians from either party, you know, to be able to take a simple idea like this and say, okay, we're going to drive investments into power so that we can power our manufacturing and then do our local processing and sell value-added products? What is it that makes it difficult for African governments to take simple ideas and implement them? And what are some of the ways you've started navigating the solution or trying to get them to understand the solution?
I think getting them to understand is the easiest part, because they all do. It's easy for them to understand. You're poor because you sell raw cocoa. If you make chocolate, you make 20 times more. You're poor because you're selling raw bauxite. If you make aluminum out of it, you make more money and you'll be better off. Question becomes self-interest. Self-interest. Who are those against this kind of movement? You know, for every policy, there are winners and gainers. Who are the potential losers if we decide not to export raw cocoa beans anymore, but to add value to our cocoa? Who are those against it? And again, the president's office will be filled with diplomats and bankers from abroad and so on, telling them cocoa is good for you. You should continue doing that. We've had an occasion where our president was visiting Switzerland, and the prime minister or the president or so of Switzerland was telling him that the cocoa, keep selling us cocoa, you produce the best cocoa in Africa, so keep selling, keep it coming. And you know, you are told things like that. And for them, for most of them, they love it when they are being pumped. So, but the question is, who are the gainers and losers of these? If we say we're going to add value to diamonds today, who are the gainers and losers? The losers are going to do everything humanly possible to prevent you from doing that. They'll be lobbying the president, convincing him, and so on. And that is what we all need to work on now. That is one example. Look, there was a study by a UK body that says about $3.5 billion worth of fish comes out of the west coast of Africa, including Nigeria, Ghana, and so on. And the fish, they're being stolen by
trawlers.
Yes, yes, yes. And yet, $3.5 billion. We go out there begging to borrow when just saving, stopping this mechanism would create a huge market in West Africa, adding value to fish, creating tuna and other things. But yet, there are the losers who will never sleep. So you're working against the tide.
So if I tie what you've just said, back to some of your earlier statements about that we did not get independence, what we got was a Trojan horse. I think you're still pointing to that fact that there are external factors that kind of make it difficult for the local leaders to do the things that are right for their people. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. The external factors are there. And that also. I've been involved in situations where the people go to the IMF and the World Bank to lobby them to tell Ghana to sell its bank, a bank that is not doing too well. And who are the buyers? They're foreign buyers. And I'm asking, okay, if you're going to privatize that bank, why don't you sell it to a Ghanaian? There's nothing wrong with privatization, but privatize to local people. Why are you privatizing everything to foreigners? You know, and somebody will say, oh, but you're preaching nationalism. But what is wrong with that? Shouldn't nationals have anything? Do you have to privatize your mines to foreigners all the time? What about us? You know? And when you look at the advantages, the foreign firms are always evading taxes or finding ways to avoid taxes. You know, we've had 68 years of independence now. There are lots of lessons to be learned. You know, if you don't add value, you remain poor. If you don't add value, you remain poor.
And the bigger, the scarier part here is that we're getting into this fourth industrial revolution that will be driven by human capital, what the mind can conceive, what the mind can get machines to do, etc. I mean, Klaus Schwab, you know, frames it as fundamentally different, you know, characterized by AI, biotech, digital platforms, etc. And the risk that the amount of capital that's going into this, the amount of capability that we're building up could really marginalize the global South, right? Have you seen conversations in Ghana and the government circles, in private sector circles, on how Ghana can integrate itself in these discussions, look for whatever natural advantages it has to leverage that to insert itself in the conversation and ensure that we're not left behind? Are some of these conversations happening in Ghana?
Yes, yes. I've heard a few. I've heard a few in high places where government people are talking about not to be left behind with AI. That we have to start from the universities. We have to start from the universities. But I always say not only from the universities, but we also have to find practitioners and other people working in these areas to team up with. It shouldn't be a situation where we just sit there hoping that somebody is going to do that for us. You know, we need to get involved at an early stage, and that requires government lead. It requires government lead.
So are you seeing government, you know, think about policies or programs to support maybe the private sector to get involved in these conversations and help leapfrog to where the rest of the world is? Or is it still at a very high level?
It's still at a very high level where people are trying to understand, but maybe I don't know enough about this. But what I know is that the discussions have started. And it should go further than what is going on. But you know, what I think, Patrick, is, look, Ghana, Nigeria, we've been doing things together since independence. Why are we not coming together to find ways to resolve some of these issues and to tackle them. And besides, our people are friendly to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our leaders are friendly to each other. We travel across. Mm-hmm. These are the two. Nigeria is the big giant on the West. Ghana can team up with Nigeria, try to overcome solar issues,
mm-hmm.
try to overcome AI issues, try to even look at manufacturing, big manufacturing across West Africa, anchored between Ghana and Nigeria. You know, there's a lot we can do here. And fortunately, our leaders know each other. The old days were even better because we had many people coming to school here in Ghana, Achimota School, and we also had many people going to school in Nigeria. So there are a lot of people who know each other, families that cut across. But I think
it's the same. I think it's still, I mean, I have so many Ghanaian friends I went to school with, you know, we're constantly visiting each other. So I think those relationships still.
The time is now. We need a critical mass of people, and leadership should come from Ghana and Nigeria, you know, and hopefully maybe out of this could be discussions about what to do next. But AI, if we don't move fast, we're going to be the losers. We're going to be the losers. Same thing with pharmaceuticals, you know. Ghana and Nigeria, we have to work together to do these things.
I have a question from, you know, one of my partners at Next Year. He says, Ndumokolo, how do we get African leaders to gamble on development? And, you know, apologies to Stefan Deck, and, you know, than emphasizing on these issues listed by Claude Ake in his democracy and development and democracy thesis. You know, so, and Deccan's argument on, you know, gambling on development is, you know, when the government sees that, you know, it's got no other place to go, but it's got to gamble on driving development because there's a lot of competition amongst the different parties, that the only way you retain power is that the people see that you're actually driving development for them. And I guess his question is, in your engagement with the political leadership in Ghana, the economic private sector leadership in Ghana, why is it that what is really consuming everybody's mind is not how to drive development for the people, even from a selfish point of view? You know, I mean, because when we think about it, you know, I don't even mind if, okay, so let me give an example. Some people will complain that Dangote became big because of government support. Yeah. My view is he's not the only person that got government support, but the fact that he's got that money today means that we're refining petroleum in Nigeria, you know, that the government could not do. He's got a massive tomato processing plant, cassava, you know, all of that stuff. Could it have been done more efficiently? Maybe yes, but he's done it. Yeah. So even if we made an argument for political leaders to play a role in, you know, the commanding heights of the economy, if it moves the dial, maybe that's what we've been talking about, you know, indigenizing our system.
Yes, but what is wrong with that? What is wrong? That has been the argument of Claude Ake and Adedeji, and this has been the fight between the developed societies of Washington, the Washington Consensus Group, and the Lagos Plan. For most of us, we want to identify our own problems and we want to solve them ourselves. We don't need Washington to tell us to cut taxes or to raise taxes or to do this and do that. I mean, that's what we've had over the years. We're all getting to a point where the question becomes, so what can we do for ourselves without them? In all these years of structural adjustment, the HIPIC and others, you've never heard of them saying that, look, But why are you giving out your oil? Why are you giving out your gold? Why are you giving out your bauxite? Nobody tells you that. We have to think that this is money we're giving away, and we should stop and identify our own path or paths and then walk our own walk. We need that. Nobody is going to develop Africa for us. They're only going to take from us. So the way forward is for us to do it by ourselves. We have to find a way to do that. And supporting Dangote, supporting other such people, that's fine. It's been done in the US. People are supporting Elon Musk. Zuckerberg was supported. All of these giants have been supported by the state, the government, and they're still being supported. So what is wrong with us identifying critical people with talents and people with ideas to support? Maybe if we had done that earlier, we would have solved most of our problems.
I have a question from Jonathan Sandy. It's a fairly long question, so let me see if I can summarize it. His question is really about investing in promoting political pluralism and multi-party democracy beyond one or two party states, which will help to strengthen political cooperation amongst different tribes, ethnic groupings, and minority groups to work together for sustainable development and poverty reduction. He gives an example from South Africa, where he says that they've got in place 3 to 4 public financing mechanisms for promoting multi-party democracies, including a democracy trust fund for strengthening the administrative and institutional capacities of political parties beyond ANC, DA, and EFF. And he thinks that this model is working. And I guess the question is, why aren't other African countries promoting this type of structure where there is political financing to promote political pluralism?
Yeah, I've seen, in fact, we have a draft bill at the IEA to government asking that political parties should be supported by the state. Hoping that maybe that could help. But this came out of the idea that people buy political parties and end up owning them. And therefore, then when they come to power, they do the bidding of the owners or the supporters. I don't know. Maybe there's a better way. Maybe this one could be a better way of doing it. But I don't know.
Interesting. So let's talk a bit about regional integration and external relations. So something like dependency theory, which is associated to scholars like Andrew Frank, argue that global structures keep peripheral countries underdeveloped. Others like Bagwati argue for export-led growth. How should we be engaging with global markets while avoiding these new forms of dependency when we also have been conditioned that we must be exporting and selling into the West? Where I'm going with this is really about the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. Shouldn't we be talking more about this 1.4 billion, 1.5 billion market that's under our feet? And this question is really building on the back of what you said about Nigeria and Ghana cooperating. If we've got gas in Nigeria, shouldn't countries around West Africa come together and build power plants in Nigeria and then transport to use in all of these countries? Why aren't we having these kinds of conversations? And if we were to have these conversations, what would be the challenges and how do we address them?
This is very interesting. I think it has to do with leadership. But for the time being, we have the West Africa Power Pool.
Yes.
Where we've created the wires have been laid, and even pipes have been laid where gas can go both sides around West Africa. What we need to do is to do more of those. Our leaders are friends to each other. They've known each other. Why are they not coming together to do big projects across West Africa? I mean, people want to see money. We like taking money out of everything. But why don't we be Dangote and plant that money somewhere? You know, instead of taking cash and putting it in Europe or Switzerland or other places, why don't we use it to grow our sub-region? We know each other very well. You know, as you said, you have friends all across the West Coast. We have a big market. West Africa alone, if you put in Senegal, we have about 360 million people. It's a big market. And incomes are rising amongst us. So why are our leaders not coming together and push for big projects across? You know, that is what will save us.
Let's see if we can use the last 10 minutes.
Let me give you another example.
Yeah.
For instance, at one point, I know Obasanjo and Kufuor were talking about, okay, there's an aluminum smelter here. You have some bauxite there. You have energy there. Why can't we find a way to develop a power plant to feed the smelter and expand the smelter to serve the West region? Similarly, Guinea is around us. It has bauxite that would feed the whole of West Africa forever. I mean, for a long time.
Yeah.
Why are we not talking and rather have a ship to France, have a ship to Europe, have a ship everywhere except West Africa? We need leaders to be talking about development, but I think that the emphasis have always been on politics, survival. And by the time you survive, there's not much time for development.
Let me take this last few minutes and see if we can end on a more positive note. So I keep saying to you that every time I arrive in Ghana, I get a sense that it's a country that's going somewhere. You know, maybe because you live there, you don't see it, but I get that feeling from the airport. You know, I talk to people, you stay in the hotels. The people seem to be able to do simple things, you know, and here I'm comparing to Nigeria, obviously. So despite all these challenges we see, there are some countries in Africa where we've seen some relative successes. You know, Rwanda will come to mind, Botswana, and I'll add Ghana there. What do you think explains these successes, and are there things that we can replicate? You know, for instance, what is it about Ghana's election that it always works? You know, even if some people may not agree, but you know, I don't see people staying in courts. You know, it kind of works. You know, what are some of the things that's led to these successes that we may be able to replicate?
Remember, we are just about 32 million people. We're just about 32 million people. Nigeria is huge.
But there's some people that are 10 million and they can't get it right. So is it really in the numbers?
Yeah, so solving problems here can be manageable. We're just about 32 million people. It's easier to manage compared to 200 million people. And you also have a bigger country and so on. But nevertheless, you know, there are lessons that we can learn across from each other. And I think we should explore that. Because we're small, our electoral processes are smaller too. You know, so it's easier to manage our situation than yours. But maybe we need more cross-fertilization. What are the things being done here that can be learned from, can be studied outside? And Rwanda is smaller. Rwanda is smaller.
Botswana
is smaller. Botswana population is about what, 3 million or less, 1.5 or so. So Nigeria is huge, and so the problems are huge.
Okay, so I mean, at the IEA, you've done this for 36 years. What keeps you hopeful? What keeps you? Where do you see that hope for the continent? So looking ahead to say 2030 or beyond, what gives you the most hope for Africa's development, and what keeps you most concerned? So most concerned, but also what keeps you hopeful?
Yeah, I'm hopeful when I also travel across the region and I see young people talking about technology, young people talking about the future, where they're going, what they intend to do. And so that keeps me hopeful. But I wonder, sometimes I'm like, yes, underneath all this hope, are there legs to stand on? Because the legs are the culture of the country. What does the country provide for you to stand on to jump into the future? And that is a little bit disappointing to me. And let me put it this way. Our education system is not getting better. It's getting weaker. So when I see young people with hope, I wonder if they're getting the right education, because our school system is not getting better. Something has to be done. We used to have the secondary school, sixth form, and university. Some smart people came and changed it into SSS, junior secondary school, and so on, and high school. And the system is so confusing now. A person graduates from high school and needs more education to be able to do even basic tasks. We've had politicians coming in all the time saying, we're going to improve this, we're going to improve this. They come and go and nothing gets done. And our young people are being shortchanged. So looking into the future, I feel sad that our young people are not getting the education that they need to fight the bigger fights ahead of us. Yet on the other side, we have the culture, the resources, the mechanisms to make them very, very wealthy people in the future, if we can manage the current circumstances. Wealth is here in Africa. If we can get the education and the training, and then working together around the west coast of Africa, we will do very well. Yeah. We will do very well. Nobody's going to do it for us. Not the World Bank, not the IMF, not the Bretton Woods institutions. No, none of them. They're not built to help us. They are not built. They are built to keep us out of trouble. They are built to keep us out of trouble, but not to take us forward. We have to find or define our own destination and work towards that. It's not going to be done by any of them.
If you were approached by a young African leader who's just become president of their country X, knowing everything you've done in your career, both in the public space, public policy, business, etc., what would you tell this leader to prioritize? And mindful of all the challenges with implementing anything in Africa, how would you advise that they navigate to a solution in that area of priority?
You know, I've been doing this here in Ghana with a lot of young people. And first, you need to get education is necessary. Education is necessary. But for young people, I encourage some to go into politics as well. And I tell them, you have to go into politics because you need to set the rules, to set good rules to govern the future of the country. If you don't get good leaders, to lead you, we're going to be just being at the same place 20 times, going nowhere. But I encourage people, do well, go to school, but look at politics because the decision-making will have to be in good hands before telling them about business opportunities and so on. But I think for now, every young person wants to go into politics for the wrong reason, or wrong reasons, to make money. And I tell people, that shouldn't be number one. Unless we organize ourselves well, I don't know, Patrick, we'll be sitting here and we'll go nowhere. Because if look at what happens. You discover 1 billion barrels of oil in the sea.
Yeah.
And immediately you go to Europe to look for a European company to give a concession to come and mine your oil and give you a little something. Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to? You discover gold or lithium in your country, a critical mineral, very wealthy, I mean, very, very valuable mineral. You take a plane, run quick to Australia, going to look for an Australian man to come and get the concession. Why? You find gold, you forget about your own people, you quickly run to Australia, come and mine. This was done in the colonial times when the argument was that we didn't have capital. Today, it is not so anymore. So without education, without a lot more, I don't know if it can continue like this, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Yeah. Dr. Charles Mensah, thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you for having me. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's episode of Development Discourse. Big ideas, important questions, real conversations. Until next time, it's Patrick Okibo. Let's keep building that society that we want to live in. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Cancer is the leading cause of death worldwide. Now, the World Health Organization reports that over 10 million people die annually because of cancer. That is as of 2023. Now, our topic for discussion today is understanding cancer, environmental causes, and of course, how it affects people differently. Well, this is Inside Health. I am your host, Chigichi Agorom. We're going to go on a short break, and when we get back, I will introduce the guest and the doctor in the house, and then we'll get into the discussion proper. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thanks for still being here with us. Don't forget, this is Inside Health. I am Chigichi Agorom, and today we're talking cancer. Understanding cancer, of course, new treatments, environmental causes, and how it affects different people, well, differently. Today on the show, we have an expert He is a clinical consultant, clinical oncologist, and of course an epidemiologist, a cancer epidemiologist. He works with UNTH. He took us at ENUGU. He is Dr. Vitalis Okwo. Good morning, Dr. Vitalis. Or rather, good afternoon, Dr. Vitalis. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm fine.
Thank you so much for joining us for this program.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are talking cancer. It's also important that we mention that World Cancer Day is February 4th. It's just around the corner, which is why, of course, we are talking about cancer. But before we go into that, we understand who an oncologist is. It's a doctor who treats cancer patients. But when you talk about a cancer epidemiologist, we get a little bit confused. So before we go into the discussion proper, please, who is a cancer epidemiologist?
Well, a cancer epidemiologist is one who also studies about the cancer distribution with respect to geographical, environmental, and causes of cancer.
Okay, so an epidemiologist is more or tends towards being a public health specialist, except when it has to do with cancer.
Yes, it's related. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
it's related, but it's now narrowed down to cancer.
Yes.
Okay, great. So before we go into that, also, it's important that I tell you that let's try and use lesser medical terminologies so that our the viewer will understand exactly what we're saying. You're going to define cancer for us. I know it's more like a medical buzzword. Every human being has heard about cancer. But if you were to explain it to, in quotes, a dummy, how would you define cancer?
Well, it can simply be defined as abnormal growth in the body that continues to grow irrespective of the body control mechanisms. The body has a way of checking the growth in the system, but the body has a system of checking growth in the body. Let me put it that way. But when there's a growth that kind of resists that control mechanism.
Okay, we were taught in biology that the body is made up of systems, organs, then cells. Now you're saying the body has a way of controlling the number of cells per time.
Yes.
Okay. But we also taught that cells body sheds cells after a while, maybe cells that are one-off.
Yes.
Now explain to us how the body controls the number of cells when it tends to shed some cells after a while.
Okay, let me just use an example now. Assuming you have an open wound. Maybe someone had an accident or had an open wound. That wound is expected to, after some time, to grow and cover, kind of normalize, and you will start seeing hairs growing back in that area that there is wound. But a situation where the wound there continues to grow flesh, and flesh continue to come out continuously without stopping, or the ulcer there continues to develop and be eroding inside continuously, that is ways the cancer can present.
Okay, so the body has a feedback loop that stops excess growth of cells.
Exactly.
So tell us what happens in cancer. What now overrides that body's ability to stop that overgrowth?
Well, that's what we call mutation. You understand? Like, that growth mechanism can now be altered when there is mutation. Now is a kind of the genes now become altered. Those either injury, there are so many factors that can actually affect that, and it can be as a result of even the genetic own or the environmental. You can even use example sun exposure or trauma, so many things which we may talk later. But if these things now happens to the cells, and the cells is now disrupted in such a way that the repair mechanism is now damaged, it now loses that control. So if it starts growing, it cannot have control. So it will just continue growing either upward or inward, depending on the location.
So cancer is one of those non-communicable diseases that has eluded a permanent cure.
Come again.
Cancer is one of those non-communicable diseases that has eluded medicine in terms of getting a total cure. To a reasonable extent. You're going to still shed light on that, whether it's true or not.
Yes.
It is also the reason, or part of the reason, why medicine has not been able to come out with specific causes of cancer. Yes, for some kinds of cancer, like cervical cancer, Kaposi sarcoma, we know that they are caused by viruses. But then there are other cancers that we can't place our hands on the cause. You just mentioned mutation. And I was going to say, what are the causes of mutation? You said sunlight, what exactly? I guess all I'm saying is just to drive to the, this question. What exactly causes mutation that eventually leads to cancer?
Okay, now, what might cause mutation? It can be even chemical carcinogen.
What are
chemicals like, okay, for example, someone is working in an environment where he's exposed to some occupational hazards like asbestos, or some rubber industries like chemicals we call like naphthalene and some other. So these things now actually affect the cells. Let me just take, for example, smoking, which everybody knows. When somebody is inhaling the smoke and is going inside, so it kind of creates wound in the cells, in the cell lining the epithelium. Then that kind of things can now cause a kind of a disruption. Now, when it persists, take for instance, one smokes continuously, there is a persistent inflammation. It can cause such damages, changes that will now lead to mutation, that the cell growth system will now become altered and uncontrolled.
That part of what we're discussing today is how cancer affects people secretly.
Yes.
Now, I feel we are jumping ahead of time, but it's because of how you're responding.
Okay.
Now, let me paint this scenario to you.
Yes.
You mentioned asbestos, smoke. Now, there might be two workers in an industry or in a factory who are exposed to asbestos. 15 years down the line, one comes down with lung cancer, and the other one is okay. Both exposed to the same carcinogen or whatever. Now, would you say that there are other factors outside of environment? Because you have mentioned environmental factors, inhaling the sunlight, they're all environmental. Now, these two people exposed to the same number of hours, of inhaling the carcinogen, one comes down with lung cancer and the other one is free. Now, how do you explain that? How come it affected both of them, differently?
Now, there's actually interplay in the causes of or likely predisposing factors, and just as we said, there's no single known factor, but there's high predisposition by certain factors. When I mean by kind of interplay, or using like the scenario you have created, they get the same exposure, but now you remember there's what we call genetic makeup. Like as we are standing here now, we're not of the same genetic makeup. So we may be exposed to the same thing, but my own gene has a way of taking care of that.
Is it right to say that the human factor overrides whatever environmental factor that might be, producing the carcinogen?
We may not say completely overrides, because sometimes even the genetic, even the environmental may be more, in the sense that the genetic factor will be there, but sometimes if something does not affect that genetic factor, the person might even live all through and not having cancer. So, but now this person that is actually genetically predisposed, for example, using breast cancer, there's what we call breast cancer gene, BRCA gene. Now, this gene, they are there. Now, the person now starts eating excess fat, high fat intake, maybe taking some drugs to prevent pregnancy, what we call like oral contraceptives. These multiple factors put in, a person is adding weight, the risk now increases
so weight gain actually increases predisposes someone
Yes,
to...
weight gain, like exactly, less, like as increased fat intake can predispose one to cancer developments. But still, to answer your question, well, when I mean by interplay, these factors coming together, the genetic factor is there, but maybe is not stimulated because the person is living a good lifestyle, it does extra trauma, you understand, can start making something that's not supposed to develop. It will start developing if the person has the genetic factor in the body. But if it's just like the person doesn't have the gene, somebody can even have what we call there are some small growths we call fibroadenoma that can develop, and you remove them, and they can even stay for a long time without turning into cancer. But some of these growths in people that already have the genetic
can also differ significantly across cultures, where stigma, access to healthcare, and support systems vary. One thing is clear: cancer affects people in unique and profound ways. It's not just a physical illness. It reshapes lives, often in ways no one could predict. But at the same time, humanity's collective response to cancer has sparked a wave of innovation, collaboration, and empathy. The fight against cancer continues, with each new discovery bringing hope to millions. And perhaps that hope, that relentless pursuit of understanding, is the most powerful weapon we have. As we uncover new treatments, understand environmental causes, and explore how cancer touches every aspect of our lives, we get closer to a future where this disease is no longer feared to heal. The battle against cancer.
Before we went on to the special report, the doctor in the house has already defined what cancer is and the causes of cancer. He mentioned prone. However, doctor, are there other, predisposing factors to cancer other than, because you mentioned genetics, an individual having the gene cancer, if I'm permitted to use that phrase, and secondly, you mentioned environmental.
By the AIDS,
in every race, both blacks, Caucasians.
It's common. It's common among them that maybe you see this person that has HIV, that the virus, human papilloma, human immunodeficiency virus. Yes. Now, it's because of the immune suppression. You understand? It helps to give rise to certain cancers developing in the body, like cancer of the cervix can be one of them. Kaposi sarcoma can be one of the cancers that can develop in people that have HIV. Then even what we call lymphoma. There are different types of lymphoma. You can have the one in the brain called CNS lymphoma, or you can have some high-grade lymphomas. So lymphoma is there. Skin cancer, cervical cancer, and Kaposi sarcoma. There are other ones that are also related, like cancer of the anus, anal cancer. These cancers are common in people that have HIV. Now, there are cancer that have common in people that have the virus causing that is hepatitis. You have hepatitis B, hepatitis C. These are viruses, and they can trigger cancer of the liver because of chronic inflammation, and to result to cancer, what we call hepatocellular carcinoma. That's cancer of the liver. They can also have this even the human papilloma virus, which we have all known, talking about the vaccine. Is a cancer that can cause cervical cancer. It can also cause cancer even of the penis, and even some head and neck cancers. So there are so many as a result of maybe viral. It can even have some bacteria too, because infection generally can have the bacteria. It can have the virus. So the bacteria like Helicobacter pylori has been disposed to cause the cancer of the stomach, and that is gastric cancer. They can also have even protozoa parasites can also help also dispose to other cancers. So infection generally. And how do they even do this thing? Sometimes there's a relationship between infection and even immune suppression. So like I've used about HIV as an example. So the immune system becomes a defense mechanism, and it makes the body to be prone. So apart from the infection. You can also have other factors like diet. What do we actually eat? You know, some people drive joy in taking maybe high meat, low fiber diets. All these things can predispose one to cancer. For example, formation breast cancer, excessive intake of fat, excessive intake of processed meat, then excessive intake of something like maybe not really diet this time, but maybe what we call oral contraceptives. Some drugs too can cause it. But other cancers, like even diets, like even diet also rich in fat, can help develop colorectal cancer, cancer of the colon. So the diet has a lot to play. Infection has a lot to play. Then chemical carcinogens, as I've mentioned, also has a lot to play. Then environmental factors, where one is working. Like where one is working, you may be exposed, you may be inhaling certain things, and you may fail, nothing may come out of it. Sometimes some will have cancer developing as a result of those exposure to environmental factors. So even increased sugar intake has also
been linked to cancer.
Exactly.
So it goes to say that everyone is predisposed to cancer.
Sure, everyone is actually predisposed, because this cancer can occur in any part of the body. Sometimes you see people, they can either have in the breast, or maybe even in the legs, skin cancer, even in the head, different part of the body can do. So everyone is prone, and one has to be watchful and has to be monitoring living good style and the screening.
We'll get to that in a bit. Now, what are the most common kinds of cancer that we find in this part of the world?
Okay, well, this part of the world, the most common cancers we have breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer. Well, it actually depends. Maybe like in men, prostate is more common. In females, breast cancer is more common, followed by cervical cancer. Then both of them can have colorectal cancer or even anal cancer, cancer of the anus, very high. Even head and neck cancer, you can see a lot of patients having tumors developing in different parts of the head. They have what described as nasopharyngeal carcinoma, oropharyngeal carcinoma, anal cancer, oral cancer. So they have different cancers, or this environment, as I mentioned: breast, female, cervical in female, prostate in male. Then both of them actually share have high incidence of colorectal and even head and neck cancer. Head and neck cancer actually even more common in men.
Yes. I was actually hoping you would mention lung cancer, but I'm surprised.
Lung cancer is actually there, but not as high as you said that this environment.
Yeah.
This is because of environment, so that's why I'm not. Is higher in maybe in Asian countries. In Asian countries, lung cancer becomes the first. Then breast cancer.
Is there a particular lifestyle that is, driving it?
Now, like what people lifestyle one, and exposures, and even those things we mentioned like infection. There are some people that live across the Nile that they can have predisposed to develop having eating certain things like what we call a protozoa or parasite, what we call schistosomia. You can drink it from water, and it can cause cancer of the bladder. So the environment and the people over there in the Asian countries, they are more exposed to some viruses we call Epstein-Barr virus, and this thing can help in developing head and neck cancer. And also the smoke is higher over there, so you can develop a lung cancer, more common than this our environment. So based on environmental classification.
Yeah, there's an important word that you mentioned in the course of your explanations. You mentioned tumors. Now, are tumors cancers?
Not every tumor is cancer. You can have tumor.
But what are tumors first?
Tumor can also be described as abnormal growth, generally abnormal growth. But tumor can have a limit of growth. When it continues to grow unstoppable, then you can describe it as cancer. But when there is still a tumor, and after some time it remains, like you can see sometimes you can see a growth in somebody, even in the skin, that can be there for even 20 years. It can be, just call it a tumor. But those ones are called benign. They're not malignant. They're not cancerous.
Is that the reason why brain cancers are rather called brain tumors rather than cancers? Because they're never called brain cancers. But then you find out that there are some people that are diagnosed with brain tumors and they say the tumor is malignant, which is still going to explain the meaning of malignancy. Now, why do they, separate?
Something is that the society is actually used to describing most growth as tumor, so it's not. It depends on the level of exposure and the knowledge of the person. Will now start classifying it, whether it is malignant or whether it's metastatic, or depending on the level. But most tumors, generally, most growth, people say it has a tumor. It can even be in the brain. It can be, because even that brain tumor can be malignant. So tumors are generally defined or classified into two: benign and malignant. Benign simply means they can grow and remain there without invading, without infiltrating the borders. For example, a tumor inside, maybe like this biro, will occupy the whole of the biro, but it's not bulging out, it's not infiltrating. But the one that has the capacity, the potential to grow across the cell wall and start invading, those ones are called the malignant. So because they can now move from that, they can move outside that organ environment and start spreading to other places. So we can describe them as a malignant. But those ones that remain one place, that don't normally, they are usually benign. But all of them can be called tumor.
Okay, so let's talk treatment, because it's a very vital part of our conversation. Now, we listened to the special report, and of course we saw where they said that the original or the normal treatment options are surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. However, it was stated that these therapies, they are not the best because they are not able to single out normal cells from cancer cells. Now, tell us, let's focus on prostate and breast cancer, right? At what point would you recommend what sort of therapy? For example, I'm guessing that you don't recommend the three at the same time. So let's, talk about breast cancer. At what point do you say, okay, chemotherapy can deal with this, okay, maybe radiation can do this, or maybe surgery should be able to do this? At what stages?
Now, the real aim of treatment is to get rid of the cancer from the system, from the body. And often, the best way to treat a cancer, especially for early stage cancers, because I think it's better I put it this way, it depends on the stage.
Yes. Because
that's
there
the
are
level.
like 4 different
yes,
stages.
You have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Stage 1 simply means it's still very small and is localized in that breast. Stage 2 means it has started growing towards the armpit.
At what stage generally are we able to diagnose? Not that we don't have the capacity, but at what stage usually do patients present, and then the cancer is able to be diagnosed? At what stage generally?
Your question is not very straightforward. The patients can come anytime.
What I'm
saying, any stage.
Given our knowledge and our attitude, most patients don't present early.
Yes.
Now, do we have more patients presenting at the first stage or the second stage?
No, we don't have more patients presenting at first stage. We don't have patients presenting at second, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4. but most of them
Why is
stage
that?
2,
Because
stage 3.
the cancer is it doesn't show signs early enough for the patient.
Yes,
to start running to the hospital?
there are so many factors. One can even see something and ignore it because he doesn't believe it can turn to cancer. One can actually feel that there's a growth, but he feel that it will resolve because he has been having so many growths in the body, or that sometimes resolve on his own. So the tendency is to wait to see whether that thing will go, and when it doesn't go, it can be also economic situation. Okay, where to go? You don't even know where to go, and maybe when you go to a hospital, they now tell you to open a folder and they charge you. So they just try to be managing it. So that is part of the problem. Most of them don't present in stage 1, and they present like stage 2 or stage 3. And again, presenting in stage 1, those are presenting in stage 1 actually are people that go for screening. That's voluntary screening, like on your own now. You want to go and do body checkup, do some investigations. When you pick something very small, that is when they pick it in stage 1. But those that, because it has shown, it has started growing, feel it by themselves, they usually stage 2.
All right, Dr. Okwo, we'll go for our Vox Pop to find out what the people know on the streets, how much they know about cancer. Do take a listen.
It's an illness. It's something that affects, if not significant parts, certain parts of the human body. It's not a death row. Cancer is not a death row. It's not something that should stigmatize you as a person. It's just something that you get to know about yourself. So cancer is just something that helps individuals more enlightened about their body. Because let me use Nigerians for example. We are not usually sensitive about our hygiene, personal hygiene, how we relate with people, our social life. It's just something that, God forbid, if anyone should have it, it enlightens you more about yourself. You begin to treat yourself better, top up your personal hygiene. The last time I checked, the government in current budget budgeted about billions of naira in the health sector, but cancer still is not a pronounced illness in the country today. Let's not forget that there are international organizations like the UNICEF, the World Health Organization, that come down to these African countries and help enlighten people more on these diseases. Regardless, the government still needs to do more.
One of the things that causes cancer or that brings out the outgrowth is as a result of our diet. Our people are now so much concerned with synthesized food other than natural food. That's the little I know about cancer. In men, there is this gland that is found in men that is called a prostate gland. And that prostate gland also, when it is infected, causes prostate cancer. So that one is not in women, but it's in men. So cancer is everywhere. Where both men and women can have cancer. Just that women's cancer are more pronounced in Nigeria than more need to be done. Because awareness most often are centered in the metropolis. People in the rural area don't have much information about cancer, just like they did in the case of HIV.
Yes, I think they are right, because I have people around me who are working in the hospital, who are medical experts, who are complaining that women are dying of breast cancer, vaginal cancer, of many things. And I've seen some whom I knew who suffered breast cancer, later died. And in fact, I believe that it is true.
I think I would say I know a lot about cancer and the way that it mostly affects women. Let me not be like one-sided with somebody. I've mostly known cancer with like maybe breast cancer, women, and most times I see it's like women having like cancer, they have to cut their hair off and stuff like that. I do know a lot of people too that have like a lot of men that have cancer too. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm always open to mention. Because I feel like there's even more information about things like HIV and AIDS in the society than cancer. People know about cancer, yes. But I don't think people know about cancer to the point where, like, it's enough. And, maybe there's like studies, there are like organizations. Maybe there might be some organizations that I may not know. But like, I feel like there could be more could be done, yeah, for the success, you know.
We're still discussing understanding cancer, the treatment, environmental causes, and how it affects people differently. Now, Doctor, before we listen to what people had to say on the streets, which you will agree with me that they have a little bit of an idea of what is going on. Yes. However, we're talking about treatment options of the different stages. So please go on with that, that response.
Okay, like the treatment actually depends on the stages, as I've mentioned. Okay, taking for instance breast stage 1. If you have breast cancer at stage 1, the treatment option is usually surgery. Now you have different types of surgery, and at this point you are not targeting to remove the whole breast, so you can do lumpectomy or wide local excision. That is, you excise around that area. But the thing there is that even before you do all these treatments, the first thing usually to make the diagnosis. And how do you make the diagnosis? Diagnosis is made by using a kind of there's a special needle called through-cut biopsy needle, okay, to pick a sample from the tumor and test it to confirm that it is cancer. You do what you call histological confirmation. When you confirm that, before you can now start, you do your staging. If it's stage 1, you can use. Okay,
from the test, you can know the particular stage.
No, from the test.
Clinical,
no, it's from clinic. It's from clinical. The test. I'm just saying that the first thing before you start treatment of any cancer, you need to confirm that it is cancer histologically. Okay. Then you now go into staging. What stage it is? That's the next step. So the stage now, you do your clinical examination, you do the investigation, like do, for example, mammography, chest X-ray, and every other thing. If you confirm that it is stage 1, what you now do is to do wide local excision around that area. Then after that, because there is risk, cancer is a microscopic disease. Mm-hmm. This cancer we're describing are very small, even if it's just like a very tiny, like sand in the blood, in the breast, it can regrow. So you now, after removing it, you subject the patient breast cancer, maybe like stage 1. Now, in some cases, you may not even go for radiotherapy if you are sure that you have done your necessary investigation very, very well, and you do a wide local excision. How do you? What is normally done is that if that tumor or that is removed, or they excise the tissue, you subject it to another histology, what we call a frozen section. You subject it, a pathologist will come and look at the cells in a microscope and confirm whether there is any cancer cell there or not. Mm. These are the procedures. But it's when it has passed that stage 1, maybe the cancer has involved, extended to the armpit, to the axilla, then that's stage 2. Now, if you are doing surgery to remove stage 2, and you are trying to do a local surgery, you are not going to succeed because there's already, the tumor has extended beyond the area you're going to operate. So you'll be looking at how you can treat that area it started and the area it has spread to. And for you to do that, that comes the need to start chemotherapy. And what is this chemotherapy going to do? Chemotherapy will now do what we call downstaging. It's already stage 2, but you want to downstage it back to stage 1, so that the risk of spread during the surgery will reduce.
Well, there's a possibility of spreading more during surgery.
Yes, there is possibility of spreading more during surgery when the tumor is like stage 2 or stage 3. It can, you know, as we are cutting the blood, the cancer can deposit another place. It can spread from what we call hematogenous, spreading through the blood. Can spread through the lymph node, the lymphatic spread, or even direct contact. So now what you do is that for stage 2, you try to give chemo to downstage the tumor. Even if it is a stage 3, or you reduce the tumor size, before now going to the surgery. Then after doing surgery, you now subject the patient to radiotherapy. Radiotherapy is so important that almost more than 50% of cancer patients in this region should even be more than 80% should undergo radiotherapy after surgery. Then the chemotherapy depends on which stage you are. Once it is considered advanced, you start with chemo, then do surgery, then follow it with radiotherapy.
Okay. Now, there's this school of thoughts. I'm going to say it so that you can respond to it. They say, once excision is made, which you have alluded to, there's a possibility of spread. And then secondly, therapies for cancer are not selective, which is why when somebody undergoes radiotherapy, the hair starts falling out. Now, do you think that we have need for new and emerging therapies for cancer? From our special report, we saw gene therapy, we saw immunotherapy. Do you think these other three therapies, surgery, chemo, and radiotherapy, they are not doing enough for us and will have need for new and emerging therapies for cancer?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Yes, there are actually other treatment modalities. There's what we call hormonal treatment, hormonal. There's also what we call immunotherapy, and there's what you call targeted therapy. These have reduced side effects. They have reduced side effects. For example, a patient that is confirmed that has cancer, what you normally do is that after the histological confirmation, you now use that tissue and do what we call immunohistochemistry. That is the second step, and it's very, very important. That second test you do immunohistochemistry will tell you other new modalities of care that the patient can benefit. But this issue of chemotherapy, surgery, and radiotherapy are just like the basic that any person can undergo. Now, the other one now become selected, individualized.
These new therapies.
Immunohistochemistry, okay. They're affordable in the sense that the hormonal therapy is not costly. If a patient is on tamoxifen, you can get it less than up maybe 10 to 15,000 every month. I can be taking it. If it's on one we call aromatase inhibitor, depending on the company, you can get it up to 50,000 every month. There are some other companies that you can get even 10,000 naira, so it depends. Now, the ones that are a bit more costly are the ones you call targeted therapy or the immunotherapy. These ones are more costly. Immunotherapy can range in the range of maybe 1.2 million, like pembrolizumab. Then targeted therapy like palbociclib can be up to 500,000 naira. So, but these ones, they don't have so much side effect like this hair loss that is normally seen.
All right, I have more questions, but we are really running out of time. Now, I mentioned earlier that February 4th is World Cancer Day. Now, you belong to a cancer society. I know you go for outreaches and things like that. Tell us some of the activities that are lined up to commemorate this year's World Cancer Day. All right, so that the person listening can know, okay, you can go and access information or whatever that you guys have to offer.
Okay, like this is the 4th February is on Tuesday, and we have activities outlined, but I work at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, so there we have oncology center. The oncology center is going to do outreach in the nearby village, ENUGU, this time around. So we are going to do, we have contacted the community, so, but they're not going to do it exactly on 4th, it's going to be on 6th, because we have a lot of clinic activity going on that day. We don't want to disappoint our patients, so we shifted it to Thursday, that is 6th, in ENUGU village. We're going to do screening for prostate cancer, for breast cancer, cervical cancer, and others, and they're going to be free of charge. We're also doing radio program, TV program. Those have come here. It's also part of to create awareness, so we can give room for people to ask questions and also give them more information they need to know about the cancer.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Vitalis Okwo. You have been very, very insightful, and I love your perspectives, given your experience as an oncologist. I'm sure our viewer here has, learned a thing or two. So thank you so much for joining us today at the show. All right, you've heard it all. I'm sure you learned a thing or two. Mind your lifestyle. Mind the things you put in your mouth, the things you eat, where you go, the things you ingest. Don't forget, your health is your wealth. I'm still your host, Chikichi Agoram. Thank you so much for staying with us. See you same time next week.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chikichi Agoram, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Because of this festival. The Center for Memories is an initiative. The center was set up in 2017 by a group of like-minded individuals who are passionate about keeping our stories and our history and our memories as Ndi Igbo alive. So we have people like Patrick Okibo, Ndidi Nwuneli, Judy Ilo, Nkem Nweke, and Nkiro Bareka, and the rest of them. So they came together to set up a center, and the idea behind it is to have a place for documenting, for preserving, and also for showcasing our, important Igbo stories, our history, our culture as Ndi Igbo. And, the work of the center is hinged on 3 pillars. So we say Makonya, Tana, Echi. Makonya, because it's really very important for us to go back in time to the past, to where we're coming from as Ndi Igbo. Because to be able to understand how we got to where we are as a people, we need to know where we're coming from. And that's where our initiatives like our exhibitions, that's where they come in. So we have exhibitions from time to time that look at different aspects of our life as Indigo, our culture, our history. So between 2017 and now, the center have had over 12 exhibitions cutting across different areas of our lives. So we've had an exhibition on reviving lost technologies and innovations of Ndibo. We've had an exhibition on All Ndibo, iconic Igbo individuals and their contribution to Nigeria and the world. We've had an exhibition, a very important exhibition on the Nigeria Biafra War that is titled Ozoemena. We've had an exhibition on Igbo cosmology and spirituality that we titled Ordinani. And currently, inside our gallery, we have an exhibition inspired by Things Fall Apart as part of this festival. But beyond the exhibition, there are other programs that the center does. We have this program, this monthly lecture series in Kataumibe, where we gather as a people, like Anguli said, to have conversations around those important issues that affect us as a people and what individuals like ourselves seated here can do to move our region forward. That is for today, those issues that affect us as a people for today. Then what about tomorrow? How do we groom the next generation, the people coming after us? How do we raise a generation of Igbo people who are grounded in their history, who are grounded in their culture and are also proud of their identity? And that's where our program, Nzukumaka, comes in. So every month we have a program for children where we try to teach them their culture, we try to teach them their history, we try to, teach them those things that they need to know. And we have a monthly book club for book lovers, both for adults and for children as well. We have memorials and documentary screenings and other programs. So we're happy to collaborate with anybody. If you believe that the work of the center is very important and you think that this work should go on, please reach out to us at any time to see how you can be of support. It mustn't even be financial. It could be any other way. We're happy to partner with organizations doing similar things because no ofa alajika in Achiriefi. So thank you so much for coming out this evening, and I'll hand over back to Anguli.
Thank you. Well, I am actually Alhaji. I'm not sure Igbo people would like the Alhaji part of it. Maybe no Funzek. I am actually I'm teasing. Thank you so much, Ifoma. But I think that the message is clear, and it is that the purpose is, we're in unity, we're in unison with what we're doing. The message, the mission of the center, the purpose for founding the center aligns with our collective idea of whom we are as a people and touches on our overall appreciation of our identity. This is a special edition of Nkata because, as I mentioned, Nkata is not holding at the Center for Memory, it's holding an Omorphia, and it's in the spirit of the Things Fall Apart Festival. And this month, we're looking at Onoka. Onoka, the theme is Onoka. Things fall apart when stories are lost. And this session will reimagine, a renaissance of the Igbo society through cultural memory. And it's to be led by no other person than Ujuako Akukwe, who is the founder of the Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, ENIF. Anyone who has come across her or has paid attention to the festival will know that she's a force of an individual because as Igbo people, we have a lot of stories, we have a lot of potentials. But one thing also stands out, and it is the challenges that many of us meet when we take the step of founding or driving enterprises or communities. And as someone who has done that, she knows what it takes, she knows the challenges firsthand. And I think that there is no better person to speak to the issue of Onoka, the place of storytelling, the place of memories, the place of cultural memories in shaping our identity and moving forward as a region than Uju Akokwe. And so, since Ifoma has talked about the center in the absence of the director, the conversation will start. Bikonu, in Omuafia, Milin Ezoku, it was mentioned, in fact, in every chapter of the book, in one way or the other, Chinua Achebe talks about the weather. Sometimes, too much rain, sometimes too much sunshine. And I think that we're experiencing a part of, that Omuafia that we read about in the book, where today it's a little too much rain. But we're also hoping that, the sun comes out and the weather is fair enough as we proceed in today's endeavor. So thank you so much for joining us, and I will welcome Ujuaku to the podium for her presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today. And It's not my first time. I think about 7 years ago, the Center for Memories hosted the screening of my documentary, Afi Attack, at the ENUGU Sports Club. And that evening planted a seed in my heart. And when the time came for us to establish an organization, we chose to bring it back home. So we established Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival and decided to host it in Southeast and in Enugu. Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, it's ENIF for short. And we did that because Center for Memories, they're already here, and they encouraged us to come. And today, ENIF stands as one of the living testimonies of what becomes possible when we find our way back home. And I'll say with intention and purpose. So to Center for Memories, I truly appreciate all you do to keep our memories alive. And I want to say a very big thank you, not just for the invitation, but for your consistent work in preserving our culture. I also want to say a very big thank you. I think he's someone I appreciate a lot, and I can't stop appreciating him and telling him how important he is to the Igbo nation and to me in particular, because he's someone that has supported my work since I met him. He's my mentor, my big brother in every true sense of the word, and my darling friend. And he's no other than Chief Ben Etiaba. You know, I always tell you that you are an excellent man. And Jide Kiji, Ifenia, you are truly a light. So, my name is ENUGU. It means I came in abundance of wealth. I will also add that I came in abundance of stories, culture, and purpose to create impact, empower voices, and preserve heritage. I was born curious, not the kind of curiosity that drives children to scatter the house. No, not that type. But the kind that pays attention to silences, especially ones that come after laughter or after stories end too soon. I grew up in a home where storytelling was not merely entertainment. It was the structure behind how my siblings and I learned. And looking back, it's not surprise to anyone that knows about my background. It's not surprise that I became a storyteller. So today, I'll be telling you a beautiful story. Are you interested? My late grandmother, Ogbenyanu, a woman of sharp wit, caustic tongue, and few direct answers, believed that truth lived in metaphor. She told stories layered with proverbs and riddles, and she expected me to sit with them until understanding came. And I remember one day we were watching a Nollywood movie titled Died Wretched, Buried in 3.2 million naira caskets. I don't know how many of you that will remember that movie. The film told the story of a man who lived in poverty but was buried in extravagant luxury. And I said, Mama Nobi, like we used to call her, why do people spend so much money on people when they are no longer here and can no longer see us? And she looked up from the television, looked at me, and said, Onolo akwa nwanne ya welu nkata jebe afia, okposa anya zolo, obafolubo onye ebu onwu. And you know that I'm not going to interpret this proverb. Makanani ibu anya da akowa inu. Right? Then she turned back to watching the movie as though she hadn't just left me more confused. That was the world I knew, where lessons were hidden in proverbs and wisdom was rarely handed plainly to you. And I'm sure a lot of us came from that kind of world as well. It was also the world my father tried to preserve with his memo. My late dad, Apokalia, documented our family history, our culture, and ancestral knowledge. He believed that if we didn't archive our stories, we would be forced to borrow the identities of others. That foresight, I believe, was prophetic. So, when I was invited to speak on this topic, Onoka, things fall apart when stories are lost, reimagining our Naibo through cultural memory. I felt an immediate sense of both honor and urgency because we often speak about Anaibo as a land, a place on the map. But Anaibo is more than geography. It is a worldview, a way of being in which community, spirit, and nature were so deeply connected that today it almost seems mythical. Because when you research thoroughly about pre-colonial Igbo society, you will understand that our forefathers came before their time, and they did a lot to bring us to where we are today. So when you talk about the achievements, people will look at you like, oh, are you sure this is not another Nollywood movie? But I tell you, they did so much, and I will encourage anyone that is a true son and daughter of the soil to research pre-colonial Igbo. So the Igbo believed that life itself was spiritual. That was and still is our philosophy, a sense of purpose, wholeness, of Ubuntu, if you will. And when we speak of cultural memory, it is not nostalgia, it is survival. To reimagine an Igbo through cultural memory is to walk back through the smog of colonial disruption, spiritual erasure, and economic devaluation and retrieve what was almost lost, our dignity, our designs, our spirituality to which our moral compass is tied. Because it's important that when people talk about Igbo spirituality, that is what we know as Ordinana. It's not about setting up ring lights to make videos or using chalk to put under your eye to tell people that you are now an Ordinana practitioner. It's tied to hard work, decency, and it's tied to our moral code. So it's important that we know that Ordinana is not just about performing spirituality. And I'll say that this work of remembering where we come from cannot be passive. It must be done with imagination, with nuance, and above all, with the humility to admit that we have in many ways become strangers to ourselves. And this brings me to the man in the title, whom I love so much, Onoka. In Things Fall Apart, Onoka was the father whose life was never meant to be emulated. He was a flutist, Ogboja, a debtor, Onyogwo, a man who avoided war. He loved his music and moonlight. He enjoyed the present moment. His son, Okonkwo, hated him for his effeminate nature. But I want us to pause and reconsider. And what if Achebe wasn't merely contrasting father and son, but seeding a question in our minds? What if Onoka wasn't a failure, but a symbol of an alternative Igbo masculinity that was once allowed to exist and flourish before it was shamed out of memory? Before colonialism interrupted and recorded our value systems, our culture had created space for all kinds of people. There was room for the musician, the storyteller, the dibia, the hunter, the farmer, Diji, the palm wine tapper, Diochi, Dimba, the wrestler, Dinka, the creative person, and so many of them. Back then, strength was not only measured by aggression, power, or authority. It was also measured by wisdom, empathy, and restraint. But times changed. What changed? Colonial rule, missionary teachings, and later on, our own internal anxieties and insecurities. They turned us towards a narrower version of manhood, one that glorified dominance, immoral wealth, and excessive materialism. And in that shift, Unoka the flutist, the gentle father, the man who preferred music to war, became everything we were told to reject. But I want us to also pause even further and think. Unoka was not just a passive figure. He was a creative, a dinka, a master of music. And in a society where professions like DG and DOC were honored for sustaining the community, the dinka held a vital role too. He was the conscience of the community, the one who gave expression to joy, grief, conflict, and hope. His flute was not mere entertainment. It was a vessel of memory, emotion, communication, and collective reflection. And like all true artists, like myself and many others, he carried what others felt but could not say or express. Music in traditional Igbo life was not entertainment alone. It was communication, it was ritual, it was resistance and rest. The flutist was not idle, it was integral. And Unoka's role as a flutist, when understood in this light, was not one of failure but of function. His art served a purpose that our modern metrics no longer know how to measure. And Achebe, Chino Achebe, masterful as always, gives us a glimpse of this in the wrestling scene. And that is my best scene in the book. When Okonkwo prepares to wrestle Amalinze the cat, the sound of the flute floats in the background, a sound that reminded him about his father that he so despised. So even in Okonkwo's greatest moments, where he is at his most physically powerful, Achebe brings back the presence of Unoka through music. There's a lot packed in this scene: family history, identity, remembrance. And I do not think that it is accidental. That is memory. Achebe perhaps was reminding us that tenderness and strength are not opposites, that one does not cancel the other. They coexist. As our people say, when one thing stands, another must stand beside it. We make a mistake when we evaluate a flutist with the metrics of a wrestler. Every calling has its own measure. And I wonder, in today's world, would Unoka still be considered a failure? I don't think so. In today's world of creators, wellness advocates, and storytellers, where vulnerability is no longer shameful and emotional expression is seen as strength, Unoka might not be mocked at all. And I think he may be an influencer and have a large following on Instagram. His flute might even be his brand, because my brother here, Gerald, his flute, his oja, is his brand. And also there is this Reverend Father that uses oja during Mass, and I think a lot of people love him. So I think Unoka would have been a great celebrity today. Unoka might be the one reminding us to slow down, to breathe, to live fully in the moment, to live life because of tomorrow, the very things so many of us are now trying to relearn. And there's something deeply ironic in all of this, that the very traits colonialism taught us to dismiss, tenderness, creativity, and emotional openness, are not celebrated around the world. And the traits we were made to embrace, stoicism and relentless striving, are the very things unraveling many of us from the inside. Because before all of that, our culture had created space for everyone. We lost that not by tradition, but by disruption, and we are only beginning to remember. And maybe Achebe was not only showing us Okonkwo's tragedy, but offering us a quiet alternative. And maybe he was whispering that our future as a people does not depend on Okonkwo's fire alone, but also on Unoka's way of being, that both are needed and that neither should be forgotten. And maybe our loss of cultural memory is not simply about forgetting facts, but about forgetting our options, forgetting that there were once many ways that made us Igbo. Because when stories are lost, it is not just memory that disappears, it is identity, unity, spirituality, and even vision. We begin to lose our sense of honor, of home, not just as a place we return to at Christmas to show off our beautiful cars and mansion, or a place to perform culture by wearing red cap and displaying our isiago, but honor as a symbol. We forget that in Igbo cosmology, life is not linear, it is cyclical. And that to forget is to fall out of rhythm with who we are. And Igbo, in my opinion, didn't fall because a white man came. Part of it. But I think it fell and continued to fall because the stories stopped being told and documented. Chinua Achebe once said, and I quote, "There is no absolute. There is no absolute anything, even good things. The Igbo are against excess. Their world is a world of dualities. It is good to be brave, but also remember that the coward survives the brave man." That, he said, was the central theme of his life and work. And it was also where Igbo culture first came into conflict with those who came to improve us. The missionaries brought certainty, one way, one truth, one life, one religion. But as Achebe pointed out, the Igbo found that idea very extreme, because to be Igbo is to make space for tension between bravery and caution, between tradition and modernity, between worshiping God in a particular way and the possibility of having different ways of worshiping God. Makananko di namba na eyelu mba nli. Our stories created space for contradiction, and our worldview kept that balance. And without those stories, we lose more than memory. We lose our ability to think in layered, flexible ways. We then begin to crave absolutes. And this is how a people once rooted in balance begin to break. Our cosmology, the Igbo cosmology, was never random. It taught us that the dead, the living, and the unborn exist in constant dialogue. That names carry memory, that rituals are not superstition, they are structure. They map our time, our values, and our place in the world. But when memory fades, language begins to sleep, and with it, we lose the frame through which we once understood everything. Because to name is to remember, and if we can no longer call on the names of our deities, like Akwali Omumu, Ogugu, Udo, or speak of Ofo Nogu or Ikenga without discomfort or apology, then we are not merely forgetting, we are unlearning who we are. So what do we do now? We reimagine. And reimagining is hard work. It is invention rooted in remembrance. It means returning to the sources of memory that still linger among us and shaping them to meet this moment. We do not have to look very far to begin. The fragments are still here with us, some whole, others cracked, but still alive with meaning. And perhaps the first of these is our language. Let us begin the reimagination with our language. Our proverbs are short, but they carry weight. In just a few words, they pass down lessons, values, and warnings. The Igbo do not shout to teach. We whisper wisdom in lines like Ewe Belu Ugo Belu and trust the hearer to understand. These are not just sayings, they are political blueprints. They teach justice, equity, and diplomacy. Then we turn to storytelling. I remember the moonlight evenings filled with riddles and tales of the tortoise, not just to entertain children, but to teach society. These stories carried lessons on greed, humility, cleverness, and survival. And what we called folklore was moral framework. And today, we must return to them, not by retreating, but by retelling through podcast, animation, and cinema. Let them live again, not only on the lips of our grandmothers, but in pixels and sound waves. And we must not forget our elders. There are books that were never printed. Their memories carry the architecture of pre-colonial life, justice systems, land agreements sealed with just words, that's integrity, marriage customs that valued family ties over flashy celebrations. We should be archiving them, not as relics, but as teachers. Because when an elder dies, it should not mean that a library has gone. And yet, too often, it does mean that. Even time for us had its own rhythm. Our market days, Eke, Ore, Avo, Nankwo, they weren't just names on a calendar. They shaped how we lived, when we gathered, traded, rested, celebrated, and even buried our dead. Today we live by time that never stops ticking. Calendar alerts, deadlines, wake-up time, countdowns. But perhaps our healing lies in remembering our own time, aligning with them, our own rhythms, and deeper meanings we once attached to them. Our spiritual frameworks deserve remembering. Chi, Allah, Ofonogu. These were not outdated beliefs. They were structured philosophies of justice, identity, and accountability. They told us that every person carries a divine spark, Chi, and that truth had a spine, Ofo. And Allah was not just land. It was sacred, Adi Emeru Allah. To harm the land was to disrupt the order of life itself. And to discard all of these is to lose the moral code our ancestors lived by. How about our governance systems, often misunderstood or dismissed as informal? They were in fact detailed models of participation and accountability. The Igbo famously say Ibenweze. We've heard it many times. The Igbo have no kings, but that does not mean we had no order. What we had was a decentralized, consensus-based system rooted in collective responsibility. Power was not concentrated, it was distributed. We had village assemblies, councils of elders, and age grades who performed duties for the community. We had the Omonna, patrilineal kinship groups that managed the land, settled disputes, and maintained societal structure. But alongside them, we had the Umuada, the daughters of the land, women who could challenge wrongdoing and restore balance. The Umonna wielded power, yes, till today. They made laws and protected lineage interests, but the Umuada held authority. When the Umonna strayed, the Umuada intervenes. They did not fight for equality in the Western sense. They practiced equity. Roles were different, but power was not absent. This wasn't about sameness, it was about balance. Each group in its time was entrusted with the power and authority to act for the good of all. We don't need to reinvent everything. Some of our governance blueprints are still here, deeply republican, partially democratic, and very comprehensive. What we need now is restoration and strengthening, to recognize that equity was our way, and in that way was wisdom. Atuolo Omalo. Atuolo Omalo. Omalo. Atuolo Ofeke. Let's reimagine our symbols. Uli, Nsibidi. These held codes of womanhood, power, covenant, secrets, and history. Let us not lose them to novelty. Let us reimagine them in murals, textiles, streetwear, and digital art. For us, beauty has always had meaning. Let us celebrate our artists and historians, our writers and musicians and storytellers and memory keepers. From Achebe's quiet defiance to Uche Mechata's bold truths. From Mike Ejara's lyrical storytelling to Diobilibo Brothers and Celestine Opo's philosophical high life. They remind us that memory is not a dead thing, that every generation must write its own or risk losing the plot entirely. And in this digital age, memory must live where people live. And today, People live online. We all live online, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and all of them. All of the above. Our ancestors inscribed wisdom on walls and skin, on cloth and drum. We too must inscribe, but now on servers, in apps, in films, and in code. Imagine a virtual reality museum where a young person in London or Brazil can explore the sacred spaces of our land, places they may never visit in person but can still connect with. Or a mobile game, not about fighting or winning, but about learning, about taking a journey through Igbo cosmology guided by proverbs, where each level teaches what our ancestors once passed down by moonlight. And what of our language again? Thoughts may not always begin in language, but language is how we refine it, how we carry it, how we pass it on. Every word we lose is a thought that may never find its way to the world. Reimagining an Igbo means speaking Igbo again, not just in prayers or in political slogans, but in WhatsApp love notes like Nkem, Obim, Afolonginanya, Umwaku Neligokwanni, and memes. We need to start creating those. We can bring it to life in animation, in storybooks, in voice-activated apps that teach our toddlers to say Biko before they learn please. We must also draw from our indigenous knowledge, not just to archive them, but to translate them into tools. Our metaphysical concepts like Chi, Ogbanje, Ilowa can shape conversations on identity, on life and death, on ethics, even on environmental consciousness. And when we create, let us create from our own core. Very important. We must stop waiting for Western validation because before we believe in our stories. Let our fashion reflect our fabric. Let our hair reflect our identity, not our inferiority. Let our tech be guided by our reality, community logic, akonuche, wisdom, not just Silicon Valley blueprints. Because the real work is not to choose between memory and modernity, but to have a conversation with them, to blend them together. Let artificial intelligence learn our stories, not to replace us, but to reflect us. Because if memory dies, so does imagination. And if imagination dies, so does the future. We are not too late. Anaibo is waiting. Our ancestors have not left us. They are still speaking. Perhaps we are the ones not listening. We must learn to listen again. Because if things fall apart was a warning, then this may be the reply, the call to rebuild, not by copying the past, but by conversing with it. Achebe gave us the falling. Maybe it's our turn to write what must come together. He wrote things fall apart. Maybe it's the time to someone to write things come together. And to do that, we must first appreciate what makes us Igbo. A worldview that honors every person's contributions. One that sees the hunter and the palm wine tapper, the engineer and the software developer, all contributing in different ways, each one valued, none ranked above the other. In our culture, no profession is beneath dignity because dignity lies in the doing, in the purpose, and in the role each person plays in holding the community together. Makananyu koma emilionu ogba ofofo and ekele olu eke onye malu nkie onodu na nkie na alu. We must preserve this wisdom and pass it to the next generation, not just in books, but in practice, in policy, and in pride. Because every time we forget who we are, we become easier to reshape by others. My father used to say, when we are growing up, and if I ask a little naughty, my dad would say, "Nonya amaronyo obo, uwa boyonya," and he would go and say, "Onye kebo." I'll say, "My name is Obianujua. Wafam Obianujua." I said, "Obianujua, unwo onye kebo." I'll say, "Abom unwo onye ichi nwaka alo ada akokalia." He said, "Remember that." So onye amaronyo obo ndi mmadụ eme gịnị? Aboyonya. So let us be intentional in anchoring our investments here in people and in purpose. The Center for Memories is here. Afia TV is here. ENIF is here. And who is next? Onyaga na nwanne ya. Let no one be left behind. Not the widow in our family, not the cousin struggling in silence, not our neighbors whose name we never ask, not even the sibling we have grown apart from. Maka na ọnwa nnozu na wozu arụ. Ka anyị chịkọta ọnụ maka na anyị dị iche. Anyị bụ ife dị iche. That's my mother's name. My father gave her that name, ife dị iche. And the ndị Igbo bụ ife dị iche. Ana anyị amaka. We have land, gold in our land. And anyị bụ ndị gboo, the Asians. Ask questions about that. It's time to retrace our steps. It is time to remember. It is time to reimagine. And it is time to rebuild our Igbo. Daalụnụ.
I'm going to be inviting someone who will help to unpack her presentation this evening and who is going to lead the Nkata, part of the Nkata Umibe. So he's going to unpack the session. And he's no other than Gerald Chukwebuka Ibe. So Gerald is a storyteller himself. He's a writer. He's a folklorist. And he's going to help us to unpack the conversation. So there are going to be questions with the speaker, and then they'll open it up to the audience at some point. So let's please stick together. Thank you very much.
Ujuaku, thank you very much for this lovely time you have shared with us. It is impossible to disagree with everything you've said. I think you've laid out your argument in a very thoughtful, a very thorough, a very sophisticated way. My intention with the 30 plus minutes we have together is maybe to problematize some of these ideas, to go deeper in them, and then to bring everybody into a conversation around some of the core themes that you have hit on today. The goal is to keep it very casual. I'll ask a couple of questions. There'll be a microphone floating around. My grandfathers were monuments of men. They were masters of magic, of mischief and mystery, king and judge to saint and sinner. The first lesson I learned in their shadow was to polish silence until it shines. To find truth in parable and proverb, their libraries and cellars were glorious colosseums. Magnificent monuments, pages stretched to the heavens, cellars dug to the earth's core. But see, when you are a child, everything seems bigger than it actually is. My grandmother said men can get drunk off books and become literate in liquor. There is nothing noble here. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who forgets his name? I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name after he has died. And I remember visiting my grandfather's bar, falling between cracks of ledger and constitutional law. I still return to these chapters in night tremors. The clinks of bottles and the swoosh of pages. I see my grandfather drink away another book. A dream more vivid than a memory. I remember his mind giving up on him for staying alive too long. And the second time for defying death. He lost control of half his body. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home to a room full of grandchildren whose names he had forgotten. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name long after he has died. Thank you. That was impromptu, just to give you some time. The first memory I had, speaking on the conversation of family memory, first memory I remember as a child was a memory of my father cradling my 3-month-old older sister. And I remember it very vividly. He had a Mercedes-Benz in a house in Lagos, in Ikeja, and he was in front of rocking her back and rocking her back and rocking her back and forth. I remember the event like I was there. But the challenge is that I was not there. The challenge is I was not even born. And I wonder, what are the limits of our memories? Sometimes we remember some things that we experienced, but we were not even there when those things happened. So I wonder how you think about this concept of memory. Where does it begin? Where does it end? Who holds it? Who doesn't hold it? And how can some people access memories that they weren't even there to have in the beginning?
Thank you. That's a powerful one, like remembering your dad with your younger sister, and you were not, your older sister, and you were not even there. I mean, that's a powerful memory, right? Because memory lives in our bloodline. And if we understand that memory, it's in our bloodline. Sometimes, not to go through, not to be spiritual here, but sometimes, sometimes we remember things that we are not even witness to, right? Especially if you come from a family that is deeply connected to your spirituality, to the land, to one that honors a lot of elements. So that kind of thing could happen. Another thing is you could also reach out to your dad or your great-grandparents and ask them questions about memory because they hold that, or the elders in the community. So there are a lot of things, if we look around us, that hold memories. It depends, where are we looking? What are we asking? Who are we speaking to? Right? And it's not just humans. Even the tree in your community is holding a memory that if you want to assess that, you can ask questions and they will tell you. So in my, like the Obu of my family, there is a tree there, and that tree has been there thousands of years, right? And is holding a lot of memory. And when you ask questions, the elder will tell you, the people, my uncles, my dad, will give you the history of that tree. So, but if you don't have people around you that can actually tell you what that tree is carrying, there is also a way to assess that. And that is tied to your spiritual background. But I don't want us to go deep into spirituality today. Yeah.
I mean, I think in one way, many of us are trained with a very imperial logic. You have to be somewhere, feel something, know something, for something to be valid. Can you trust a memory that you think you have, but it's not yours? Is that authentic? Is that original? Is that powerful? How do you think about that?
I will say that it's authentic because these are the things I love to speak about the things I've experienced. And there are ways as Ndibo to assess that kind of thing. So there are some remembering that you have, maybe through dreams or through meditation. And if you're not so sure, you ask questions. And one of the ways our people ask questions is to go through AFA. So I don't know how many of us understand what that means. So if there are memories you don't really trust, because I believe that every memory, majority of them is authentic, even the ones we consider negative, you find out, why is this showing up in my thinking, in my thoughts? Why am I seeing what I'm seeing? You ask questions, and once you begin to ask questions, even if you don't want to do AFA, ask your dad, your parents, your grandparents, your uncles, and most of the time, a lot of the time, they will tell you, oh, now one that kind of thing for before. There's always an answer because of what? It's in our bloodline. That's why family history is really very important.
You spoke about the benefits of memory and memory being a platform for multiple imaginations, reminding us of the multiple ways that we exist, multiple ways that the example you used was, for example, how masculinity had existed in the past. I wonder what the benefits of forgetting are, and if there's a pathway to reimagination that also flows through forgetting.
I think when I was doing my short speech, sometimes we forget, not because we just want to forget. And reimagination is also very critical in remembering. And it's tied to, when we forget, we lose everything. We lose our identity. We lose our vision. We become less confident, right? And our remembering is very powerful, because when we remember who we are, we begin to find ways to become better. And when we talked about the Igbo male masculinity that was shamed, and you look at what is going on today, you see that a lot of Igbo men are trying to be Odogun. There's nothing wrong with being an Odogun. But Ada Abaka Abu Odogun. And it's because the society has made them to think that for you to become a man, there are certain things you need to do. You must have cars, you must have beautiful houses, you must be shown to be a man like Okonkwo. But there are other ways to be a man. By being soft, there's nothing wrong with that. By showing emotion, just like Onoka. So I think in Things Fall Apart, Achebe was also trying to show us, like Debo, we have, it's not just a narrow, it's not linear. It's cyclical. Debo philosophy, we don't believe in one thing. We believe in both in the negative and the positive, right? Yin and yang, duality. So it means that all of these, they can coexist. And when we think about what happened in the past, right, how we used to live before it was shamed out of memory, right, and begin to think about it and marry it and accept everyone, we'll have a thriving society. And that's when people will actually be very free to begin to ask questions, trusting that whatever it is they will find, that they won't be shamed for it.
Thank you very much. You had spoken also about being informed by our culture as we're creating and having our memory inform our culture. I look at the room here, and I look at the Umofia here, and there are many different types of artists. We have incredible folk musicians who are reimagining and reviving indigenous Igbo instruments, but with incredible amplification and playing new rhythms on them. We go into the center over there, and we have individuals who are reinterpreting in CBD and Igbo motifs and ideas in acrylic and paint and oils and new types of artistic practices that might not have been indigenous to our people. I wonder how you think about this relationship of indigeneity and of kind of cultural continuity and the relationship and the marriage between both. And I'll throw this question right back to the audience, but I also wonder if you could talk to us specifically about your own artistic practice and how you've been able to marry and maybe any tensions that exist between these traditions, if you even see them as tensions at all.
I think it's very important that we understand that the world has evolved, right? And we live here now in a digital age, and it's not like in 1960s or 1950s or even pre-colonial time, not like the time of our forefathers. So what comes with this kind of age is reimagination. We evolve with time. So I struggle when people think that we have to continue to do things our forefathers did. They performed wonderfully well, and I love them for it. But it's time to reimagine new things. So the way they, for instance, prayed to their gods may not be the way we do that. And the way they communicate with nature may be different from us. And when it comes to storytelling, they believed in oral storytelling. They just pass down knowledge. But we are in this age, the digital age, when we have everything around us to help us document those stories they have told us. Majority of them did not document our stories, but some of us still know the stories, either through research or through what they have told us. So it's going to be very disingenuous if we don't document these stories for our children, because they will come tomorrow and ask us, you were at the time of ChatGPT, AI, tech, and all of that. Ma, where is our story, right? So I believe in reimagination. I believe in, a lot of people are doing it anyway, but I believe it's about time to tell our stories truthfully, in authentic ways. Of course, we are not going to water it down, but tell it to meet today and also meet the future and leave something for our children that are coming up.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to throw that question to the audience This isn't Qatar, so we're here to have a conversation. I know there are many visual artists in the room. There are many folklorists in the room, ethnomusicologists, novelists, whatever your background is. How do you balance the past and the present in creating your art? So let's start the conversation there and let's move it around. The question is, what is the relationship and how do you balance incorporating your indigenous tradition with the modernity in creating your art, writing your novels, creating your literature?
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Chima Kore. I teach history. I specialize on Igbo history. I teach at Marquette University in the United States.
We are local.
International community is observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ENUGU government flags of College of Nursing, Rehabilitation of School of Health, Oji River. ADC factions clash over leadership as protests hit HINEC headquarters. Trump slams NATO over Iran after meeting Rutte, renews Greenland threat. And Trump says U.S. forces to stay near Iran, ready for next conquest. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba has performed the groundbreaking ceremony of the College of Nursing Oji River with a promise that the project will be delivered in 4 months. The project includes the construction of a 176-bed hostel, a new administrative block and classrooms for the college, which will serve as a campus of the State College of Nursing. Performing the ceremony on behalf of Governor Mba, the Special Advisor on Health, Dr. Yomi Jaye, said the project reflects a deliberate commitment to fixing critical gaps in the health sector. He also announced plans by the government to carry out a massive renovation of facilities at the College of Health Technology, Oji River.
We are going to commission the foundation of our Oji River College of Nursing campus in this place today. And what that means is that the people in Oji River can now enroll for nursing program in our ENUGU State College of Nursing Sciences. And more than that, the hostels that we have will also be part of the renovations that we are going to be doing as well. So I'm glad to tell you that your governor, our governor, Barrister Peter Mba, has good intention for every part of the state, and Oji River is not excluded.
So this foundation is laid in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and for the good of the people of Oji River and Enugu State at large. Thank you very much. Now, the work has started. Men, get to work. Don't let us come here next week and see that there is no men on site. Let me tell you, there are many layers of people watching you, and I will not tell you. Okay? Thank you. God bless everybody. These are the gentlemen. These are the gentlemen on site, right? Yes, sir. I like the way you are looking, and I like the way you are properly dressed. Safety. Do you have your safety officer on ground? Yes, all right. So because you have to walk and feel safe, right? Thank you. Tomorrow is. Yeah.
The provost of the College of Health, Professor Lazarus ENUGU, said the moment carries deeper significance as it brings an end to the decades of neglect of the institution.
You can see it's a very important day in our history, the history of Enugu State College of Health Technology, Ojiriba. I might interest you to know, or you'll be disappointed to an extent, that the school started since 1947, forgotten by several governments. At all. You see, it was Sullivan, His Excellency Sullivan Chime, who tried to do something, who erected that our magnificent building, and enabled us to pack from that archaic house there to come over this place. And since then, actually, ENUGU did the little by finishing the change of Enugu State School of Health. It was Sullivan who started it, but Ifeanyi changed it finally with the school. Uzobado, sorry, Donatus Uzobado. You know, that's his name. I took it all the time. Donatus Uzobado. They helped in changing it from school.
Chairman of Oji River Local Government, Greg Anyegbudike, who praised the governor for his intervention, said the council has done enough in the provision of scholarship to indigents of the area. The leadership crisis within the African Democratic Congress has escalated, with a faction led by Nafiu Bala Gombe staging a protest at the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Abuja, demanding formal recognition. Gombe, alongside a Kogi State lawmaker Leke Abejide and hundreds of supporters, accused a rival group led by former Senate President David Mark of attempting to hijack the party's leadership in violation of its constitution. Addressing officials of the electoral body, Gombe insisted that due process must be followed, warning against what he described as efforts by moneybags to undermine internal democracy within the party. Also speaking, Abejide called on INEC to resist what he termed an attempted takeover, stressing that the ADC constitution requires a minimum of 2 years of active membership before contesting for leadership positions. In the same vein, the party's Director of Youth and Mobilization, Mohammed Saha, commended INEC for complying with a court order, but urged the Commission to go further by recognizing Gombe as authentic national chairman. Responding on behalf of the Commissioner, INEC National Commissioner Abdullahi Abdul Zuru assured the protesters that their concerns will be reviewed and that the Commission will provide feedback. The protest comes barely 24 hours after a rival faction led by David Mark staged a separate demonstration in Abuja under the banner of #Occupy INEC, accusing the electoral body of actions undermining democracy and the party's internal structure. The back-to-back protests highlight a deepening division within the ADC, raising concerns about the party's stability ahead of future elections. PDP philosopher and thinker Professor Jerry Gana led the national chairman of a faction of the party, Taminu Turaki, and Governor for your state, Seyi Makinde, to a closed-door meeting with chieftains of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Abuja on Wednesday. The ADC, whose chieftains hosted a meeting, did not disclose the issues discussed at the meeting, which lasted for over 4 hours. Correspondent Nasiru Usman reports.
The personalities at the meeting, which took place at David Mark's Abuja residence, was the first indication that the meeting was momentous. At the meeting, were David Mark, National Chairman of ADC, Rauf Aregbesola, National Secretary, Peter Obi, poster boy for the coalition, Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President, Aminu Tambuwal, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the leader of the Kwankwasia movement, Rotimi Amechi, former Rivers State Governor, and many others. That roll call triggered speculation that the Turaki-led faction of the PDP was emptying into the ADC. Governor Seyi Makinde, however, told reporters that the PDP chieftains took the whole of 4 hours to show solidarity with leaders of ADC who organized a peaceful protest on Wednesday to save Nigerians' democracy.
We came here to visit the leadership of ADC. We're on a solidarity visit. We've seen what has been happening within the political space, the court, and the protest today. So we came to show solidarity and to commit to a clean, democratic space in our country.
If the Turaki-led faction of the PDP merges with the ADC, PDP would have transferred its substance to ADC, leaving a soulless party for the Wike faction. The leadership struggle, which has torn the PDP in the middle, with the Wike faction promising to not field a presidential candidate in the 2027 election, has migrated to the ADC, where the position of the national chairman is now a matter before the courts. INEC has also withdrawn its recognition of the David Mark leadership of the party, a situation which many Nigerians say endangers multi-party democracy in the country. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
The Bauchi State Caucus of the All Progressive Congress has moved to manage internal divisions over the possible defection of Governor Bala Mohammed, setting up a high-powered committee to harmonize positions and engage the party's national leadership. The decision followed a caucus meeting in Abuja where members expressed sharply different views on political and structural implications of admitting the governor into the party, exposing cracks within the state chapter. Acting Secretary of the caucus, Dabo Ismail, said the committee is mandated to articulate and present the caucus demands and conditions to the national leadership in event of any defection into the APC. He added that the committee would also engage critical stakeholders to ensure a smooth and inclusive negotiation process, represent the caucus in all related discussions, and provide periodic updates to members. Speaking after the meeting, the senator representing Bauchi North Senatorial District and chairman of the caucus, Samaila Dahua, expressed dissatisfaction over what he described as a lack of prior consultation by the party's national leadership.
It's important that we approach them with caution, maturity, and sense of responsibility. As a party, the APC has always upheld the principles of inclusiveness and dialogue. However, it is equally important to recognize and respect the collective effort and sacrifices of loyal members who have consistently worked and built and sustained the party, often under challenging circumstances. The APC's strength lies in its structure, discipline, and commitment to internal democracy. It is a party that values fairness, rewards genuine contributions, and ensures that every member has the opportunity to participate and be heard. These principles must continue to guide all decisions, especially in moments that may test our unity and cohesion.
The caucus also resolved to formally communicate its position and grievances to the party's national leadership, insisting on strict adherence to due process and internal consultation. Governor Bala Mohammed, on March 31, 2026, disclosed plans to defect to the African Democratic Congress and meet ongoing political realignments ahead of future elections. His move drew further attention following a recent visit by APC National Chairman in Tawe Yilwada and Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf to the Boji Government House for closed-door meeting. The National Assembly has passed a vote of confidence on Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, and other security agencies for their role in restoring the nation's oil production. The announcement came at a one-day conference on pipeline security and crude oil theft, where Parliament also dismissed 3 petitions challenging pipeline surveillance contracts. In recent weeks, calls for the decentralization of these contracts have gained attention. The conference brought together key stakeholders to address these concerns, although the petitioners were notably absent.
The Joint Committee knows that the petition was not received in the of common reasons for peace and unity in the Niger Delta, on urgent demand for immediate decentralization, transparency, and competitive procurement in the surveillance contracts. The petitioners were duly invited on multiple occasions to appear before the Joint Committee to defend and substantiate the allegations contained in their petition, despite this repeated and formal invitation, including invitation to appear before the Joint Committee today. The petitioners failed to appear on every occasion, offering no valid explanation for their confusion.
The conference, representatives from the NNPCL, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Tantita Security Services, and the Nigeria Police Force highlighted the progress made in tackling crude oil theft. They noted that Nigeria's oil production, which had dropped to about 960,000 barrels per day in August 2022 due to theft and sabotage, has now significantly improved.
While significant ground has been recovered, we must be clear-eyed. The war for energy security is not over. As Nigeria experiences heightened global geopolitical tension that continue to exert upward pressure on crude oil price, the incentive for crude theft, illegal refinery, and associated criminality persists. Any relaxation of focus or fragmentation of our current collaboration could reopen vulnerabilities within the energy security ecosystem. Accordingly, I urge all our stakeholders, legislative, executive, security, regulatory, industry, and community leaders to sustain and institutionalize the collaborative framework that have delivered these gains.
One, the pipeline vandalism incidents have dropped by over 40% compared to what we had in the past years. Secondly, we have discovered and destroyed 60% more illegal refining sites, which means we are detecting more and disrupting more. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is already mapping out strategy to achieve the 3 million barrels per day towards 2030, as anticipated by the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President.
And that has given us the results that we have been earning till today. In 2020, Nigeria was producing about 1.8. At 2021, it was about 1.6. Then in 2022, it dropped to 1.1, including condensate. Then we were awarded the contract in August, and we started. Today, we're about 1.4, including condensate. And we can still do better. Why can we do better? Because
at the conclusion of the conference, the Joint Committee moved and passed a vote of confidence on all efforts to safeguard the nation's crude oil production and curb oil theft.
Illegal connections discovered and dismantled have increased by over 300%. Volumes lost to theft have dropped from the peak of over 400,000 barrels per day to under 100,000 barrels per day. More importantly, pipeline infrastructure that was previously sabotaged weekly now enjoys longer periods of integrity. Fourth, fiscal impact. For every 100,000 barrels recovered daily, Nigeria saves approximately $3 billion.
The federal government's introduction of pipeline surveillance contracts, including engagement of private security firms and community-based structures, has been credited for the turnaround today. The nation reportedly produces about 1.8 million barrels of crude oil per day, significant improvement over previous years. The Defense Headquarters says troops have repelled an attack by Islamic State West Africa Province fighters on a military base in Beni Sheikh, Borno State. A statement released on Thursday, the Defense Headquarters said the attack occurred around 12:30 a.m. when insurgents attempted to breach the headquarters of a 29 Task Force Brigade in Beni Sheikh. According to the military troops of Operation Hadinkai responded with superior firepower, successfully repelling the assault and forcing the attackers to retreat. The DHQ described the attack as an act of desperation by terrorist groups following sustained losses from ongoing military operations in the northeast. While confirming that some soldiers lost their lives during the encounter, the military did not comment on reports alleging the death of a Brigadier General O. Obraima during the incident. Chief of Defense Staff Olufemi Oluyede paid tribute to the fallen troops and extended condolences to their families. Defense Headquarters said more details were made available after the next of kin of the deceased personnel have been duly informed. It also urged the public to disregard unverified reports and misinformation circulating on social media. Meanwhile, clearance operations are ongoing in the area to track fleeing insurgents and prevent regrouping, as the military reaffirmed its commitment to combating terrorism and called on citizens to provide credible intelligence. Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited has announced a significant increase in Nigeria's crude oil production, rising from a low of 960,000 barrels per day in 2022 to an average of 1.71 million barrels per day, with a peak of 1.84 million barrels per day in 2025. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Bashiru Ojulari, discloses at a parliamentary roundtable of a state pipeline security held at the National Assembly in Abuja. Ojulari attributed the growth to the implementation of an integrated energy security system across the Niger Delta designed to tackle oil theft and pipeline vandalism, explained that the model combines policy coordination, intelligence gathering, security deployment, regulatory oversight, industry collaboration, and community-based surveillance. According to him, the improved security framework has not only boosted production, but also restored investor confidence in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Senator Jimoh Ibrahim, called for stronger collaboration among stakeholders to sustain production growth. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, represented by Julius Ihombere, urged participants to assess progress and ensure fairness and equity in the sector. The roundtable, organized by the Joint Senate and House Committees on Petroleum Resources, had in attendance top government officials, security chiefs, and industry regulators alongside private security operators. Trump slams NATO over Iran after meeting Rutte, renews Greenland threat. Trump says U.S. forces to stay near Iran, ready for next conquest. Details of these and more in our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
United States President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO over its reluctance to join Washington's war on Iran and appeared to revive threats over Greenland following a meeting with the alliance's Secretary General. Writing on his Truth Social platform on Wednesday, Trump said in capitalized letters that NATO wasn't there when they needed them and they won't be there if they need them again. The remarks came after a too-long meeting with NATO's Mark Rutte at the White House, a day after the US and Iran agreed to a ceasefire. Ahead of the meeting, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said that member states had turned their backs on the American people who fund their nation's defense. She said Trump would have a very frank and candid conversation with the NATO chief and quoted the US president as saying, "They were tested and they failed." The rhetoric has raised seats in the West that Trump could move to withdraw the US from the transatlantic alliance, which he has repeatedly called a paper tiger. Several NATO members refuse to open their airspace to US military aircraft or send naval forces to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a vital energy route that Iran has effectively closed. United States President Donald Trump has warned that US forces will remain deployed around Iran and threatened overwhelming military action if Tehran fails to meet Washington's demands, casting doubt over a fragile ceasefire. Writing on Truth Social on Wednesday, Trump said US troops, aircraft and naval forces will stay in position until what he described as the real agreement is fully implemented. The remarks came just a day after a 2-week ceasefire between Washington and Tehran, brokered by Pakistan, paused 6 weeks of fighting and briefly calmed global markets worried about disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Yet, Trump's language underscored how quickly the truce could unravel. He reiterated U.S. demands that Iran abandon any nuclear weapons ambitions and ensure safe passage through the vital shipping lane, while boasting that U.S. forces were loading up and resting, looking forward actually to its next conquest. United States Vice President J.D. Vance has warned Iran that it would be dumb to jeopardize its ceasefire with Washington over Israel's attacks in Lebanon. Although Pakistan, which mediated the truce, said explicitly that Lebanon is included in the 2-week ceasefire, Vance told reporters that the U.S. did not agree that Iran would stop attacking the country. Earlier on Wednesday, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi shared Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharaf's statement announcing the ceasefire. He highlighted the part about Lebanon. Still, U.S. President Donald Trump and his White House have argued that Lebanon was not part of the deal. The Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in occupied East Jerusalem has reopened to Palestinian worshippers after a 40-day closure by Israel. A verified video showed Palestinians streaming through its gates early on Thursday morning. Around 3,000 worshippers attended morning prayers. Access has been completely prohibited or restricted to a few dozen faithfuls at Jewish, Christian, and Muslim sites following the outbreak of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran on February 28th. Israel often imposes restrictions, especially on Palestinian worshippers. The Islamic Waqf Department in occupied Jerusalem confirmed that the doors of Al-Aqsa would be reopened to all worshippers from dawn. The Jordanian-affiliated religious authority responsible for managing the mosque did not provide further details. Video from earlier showed volunteers and caretakers in courtyards and prayer areas preparing to receive worshippers and holding religious rites. And that's it on the foreign news.
Entertainment news is next.
Afrobeat star Wizkid has publicly criticized Burna Boy following an alleged assault on DJ Tunes, Wizkid's official DJ. According to reports, DJ Tunes was attacked at a Lagos nightclub on Monday night by Burna Boy and members of his entourage, reportedly for not playing his songs. The incident sparked outrage within the music community, prompting the Nigerian DJ Association to ban Burna Boy's music from playlists nationwide. Amid the backlash, Burna Boy shared a video on social media showing himself dancing in a towel, which many interpreted as a mockery of DJ Tunes. Reacting angrily, Wizkid called out Burna Boy for the incident, criticizing him for allegedly confronting DJ Tunes with a group of about 10 people. He also insulted Burna Boy and mocked the towel video, referencing rumors about his association with American rapper Diddy. Gospel artist Shola Cymbal is preparing to host a special praise concert titled Shabbat Encounter in Lagos, bringing together several gospel ministers for a powerful worshiping experience focused on spiritual renewal. The event will take place at the Elevation Church and is expected to draw a large and diverse audience from across the state and beyond. Cymbal, who recently returned to Nigeria from the United Kingdom to oversee preparations, said she has spent weeks ensuring every detail of the program meets expectations. She noted that the concert has been highly anticipated since last year, with considerable efforts invested in making it both spiritual, impactful, and socially meaningful. Meanwhile, the uniqueness of Shabbat Encounter, the singer emphasized that it goes beyond a typical gospel concert. She described Shabbat, a term rooted in Bible, as a loud, triumphant expression of praise that releases victory, an atmosphere the event seeks to create. According to Cymbal, the program is intentionally built around three key elements: worship, warfare, and witness, rather than focusing solely on performance. It is designed to actively engage participants and foster a deeply spiritual connection. She added that the concert prioritizes spiritual impact over entertainment, using corporate praise as a channel for breakthroughs. The gathering aims to create an environment where burdens are lifted, faith are strengthened, and lives are transformed through sincere and heartfelt worship. Former Big Brother Naija housemate Sultana has paid a courtesy visit to Basi Otu, expressing her willingness to support the state's tourism sector as an ambassador. The visit was confirmed in a statement by the Cross River State government, noting that she met the governor at his country home in Adiabo. Welcoming her, Governor Otu described the visit as timely, especially during the Easter season. He commended her for choosing to spend time in the state. He also acknowledged her Cross River roots, stating that the government takes pride in celebrating its indigents and believes she has the potential to achieve even greater success. The governor praised her performance on Big Brother Naija, highlighting her journey as a reflection of resilience and courage in a highly competitive environment. Speaking on development priorities, Otu emphasized the importance of the creative economy and said her interest in promoting tourism aligns with the state's broader vision. He noted that the government is open to collaborating with her to strengthen Cross River's presence in culture, tourism, and entertainment. He further explained that the state is intentionally positioning itself as a leading destination in Nigeria's tourism and creative industries, supported by ongoing investments in infrastructure and cultural initiatives. He also assured her of the government's support to help grow her brand and expand her influence. Governor Otu added that further discussions would be held to formalize areas of partnership and involve key stakeholders in driving the initiative forward. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta's Signature TV News.
Thank you for joining us for the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Don't mention my name without your TV again. Don't say anything. I don't really give a shit. I really don't. That's the truth.
Mariah Brown gives me an exclusive. She is leaving her job after 12 years as the host of Your View on TVC. And she says, no, she's not going to join President Bola Tinubu's government. So why is she leaving?
I said, sir, I heard that anytime we see something on TV, they say that Bola don't just called. They're always stressing us that you're always calling that, it kind of affects the show.
She talks about 12 years of not being her full self because she had to craft and build this show. She tells me about the time she was fired from TVC for politics and how she got her job back.
At the time, when I went to go and call him, saying, this is the Alawa Kabashano's daughter. That's when he knew it was me. Right. And then he called me to his office. I said...
She tells me about the accident in her youth where she was, a ghastly accident where she was hung on a tree. Her car went up a tree and they had to send an air ambulance to extricate her, and for the next 1 year she was fighting for her life.
And then I crushed my thigh. I have a hole here. I have a hole here. I love my 6 inches of my femur was flushed out. Whoa. I have a scar on my ankle. I have 2 screws on my hip, 2 screws on my ankle. I have metals all around me, sir.
She says that was when she made the decision that she was going to return to Nigeria and build a legacy. She says that legacy is built and now she's ready for the next chapter. In between, we talk about some of her biggest controversies, supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2023, while still being an impartial TV host, her attacks against candidate Peter Obi.
You can count 1 or 2 people that knows Peter Obi. Right. I can't.
That time, people accused her of calling her husband a pedophile on TV, and how the First Lady helped her apologize to her husband, and why she said Two-Face is in the wrong for what he has done to Annie Idibia.
I took that position because it was good for conversation, right. Because I really give a shit.
She tells me her thinking behind all those controversies, how she survived them, and why she thinks that now that she's leaving the show, she's finally going to be her authentic self. Plus, why, despite loving her mother, she is living a life where she will not become like her mother. Mariah Brown, a modern TV institution with today. Come for me. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Right. Today. So the public would have known that this is our second sit down. But because we've already talked about it on TV.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
But this is our second sit down. Just something to just note. It feels, this is random, and it might be, it feels like your energy is different.
I think so too. I think so.
Yeah.
I'm here today more with a lot of boom, you know,
Yes.
there's a lot of energy, and
Yes.
I'm pretty excited about the future. So yeah,
Yes,
I'm
I
here
can
on the
sense-
different, you can sense it, right?
I can sense
yeah,
it.
even in my posture, I feel like it's different, yeah.
Something I told my producers that maybe that might be a part of it, maybe like 5% of it, is when you're talking about how you deal with negativity, and you said it destabilizes you.
Absolutely.
And I thought that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Because even the interview that we didn't do was because, so the interview was something, we talked about something,
Right.
then there's something else trending,
Yeah.
and I could see how people can think that some of the things you said in the interview
Right.
are part of that.
Exactly.
And I'm like, so I understand that. But when I saw that, I'm like, it makes sense because I don't like negativity.
Yeah.
So I'm not on social media. Whatever people say about
But
my
now WhatsApp said we have to be looking
Exactly. I'm not on
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. I'm not on WhatsApp. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with passive aggression inside WhatsApp groups.
Right.
When somebody's saying something and they are trying to get your attention, I can't deal with any of it. I can't. I have no such resilience.
You know, see, when that happens,
Yeah.
so when negativity happens around me, I just get destabilized.
Yes.
I don't even understand where to start from because I want the positive energy. So when people are negative, I get confused. Like, okay, how do I even respond? How do I fit into this energy? I usually excuse myself. So but sometimes when I'm forced to be in that place, I am confused and I'm totally, I'm not sure what the next line of action is because negativity is always weakens me. I just get so weak completely.
So how were you able to do a daily show?
Listen, after a while, because you learn from experience, I'm on the kind of TV show, it's a live show, you see something and that's it. You can't take it back. So whether you like it or you have to get a coping mechanism. So what I did in the past is find a way to ensure that I never read feedback from people or comments on social media. So the negative energy is there, I know. I don't even check it out. I have people who read for me. My husband is the #1 reader. And I'm like, please don't even pass what you're reading, don't pass it on to me. I have more important things to do. But he's like, block this person, delete that, move that. I'm like, I can't tell my PA to handle that. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I learned from the very first incident where I said, I can't let my husband bath my daughter. And that went viral, and that was a really crazy experience for me. But since that, I learned very quickly that I don't need that kind of energy in my life. So because of that, the way I cope with it is just keep it. So if you greet me on social media, I wouldn't know. If you shout at me, I wouldn't know. It's based on what they are telling me. They say, oh, Chudi responded to you. Oh, really? Help me to reply and say, thank you very much, sir. That's what I usually do. So I keep my sanity that way.
Yeah. How many years is the show now this year?
We're 12 years in May, so we're 12 years plus few months now.
So 12 years of doing this show.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be here 12 years after?
Honestly, I'm proud of where we are 12 years after. I'm really proud of the work the entire team has put in to make an awesome show. And I love the fact that many more people have replicated the format, which is really great. So where I am, where your view is, I'm grateful to God for it. And I think that we've done well. And the show definitely can only get better as we move forward.
But speaking of that, which we are getting an exclusive on, you've left your view, which is inconceivable for me because I remember when you left TVC as an employee. So I thought you were leaving your view. But when you didn't leave, I'm like, okay, that makes sense because your view is your baby.
Right.
You know, it's like Barbara Walters and The View.
Well, not exactly. So yeah, somewhat because Barbara Walters was a staff and then she left.
And then she left.
So I created Your View, and it was based on the View in the US. And I also got in all the ladies to come. I specifically picked out the ladies I wanted to be on the show. So I created the show. And the truth is that I just felt that it's been 12 years. It was that when we're 10 years that I knew that it was time to go to the next thing. I've been harboring that thought for a while, but I just didn't know to what or to where, you know. But I think last year I got that light bulb moment where I knew that, okay, it's time to leave. And I'm really proud of where they are. And I know that Your View is only going to get better going forward. I mean, I'm proud that we have a great team and I handed over to amazing ladies. So they're good and the show is only going to get better after me.
We're going to talk about the future, but let's go back to some of the most viral moments from the show. The show, I think one of the beauties of the show, even for me, because that it's 12 years old and still going viral, is a testament to its power.
Absolutely.
Because many shows don't continue to go viral years after.
Right.
And so, I mean, you mentioned the one about your husband, which you talked about the other time, but these things have real life impact, because this thing that was said on a show, even your show, had a real life impact on your marriage, you said.
Yes. I mean, my husband was in camp. He was in camp and he had no clue what was going on.
Yes.
And he came home and I just think, Abraham, you know, it went viral. I said that I won't allow you to bath my daughter. And it went viral. I said, oh, really? No big deal. Why are you stressing that? He now turned on his phone. His phone was off for a whole week because he was in camp doing time with God. The moment he turned it on, he charged the phone. He saw the barrage of message. He shouted, Morayo, what is this? What have you done? You know, because then he was angry because at that time he was praying. He goes to church 5 a.m. in the morning to lead praise and worship. Like, people will be thinking I'm a pedophile. I jog in my estate. People will see me like, this is not just about what you say, it's about perception.
That's the authenticity.
Exactly. That's what was out there without the context. And then it went viral.
Yeah. So, and then I don't know if you told me the last time that the First Lady.
Oh, yeah. So when things got really bad and I was really crying, you know, she was in camp.
Yes.
So the First Lady and
Senator Remi
called me because then she was concerned about all the virality. I said, Ma, this happened. I said, okay, with pastors here, we're going to be praying for you. But what I want you to do, I want you to go on TV tomorrow and I want you to apologize to your husband. Don't cry, be firm and apologize to him and be kind, you know. The next day, the first thing I did was just crying. Because the next day, I just started crying. And the woman said, I told you not to cry. But at least she was happy. It was her that told me to apologize to him on national television. Because obviously I hurt him. Even though he's fine with it, it's important to the public to know that I will apologize to my husband for what I said.
That is this on an aside. Because people expected that you were going to be... In fact, this now leads me to one of my questions. People expected that you were going to join government. You know, people thought that after you worked in the 2023 elections, that the next level was this. And you are so close to the first family that you can call the First Lady to get advice.
Really? No. So then, yes, and because we have a history. My father was president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and he was a human rights activist. And when he was very ill, the governor at the time, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, stood with my mother. I mean, he cared for my dad. He helped with medical bills. And then the things were really tough for the family. And he was there for us. And then my brother came back home. He held my brother's hand in politics. He was somebody that stood with us. And it wasn't through him I got my job at TVC. It wasn't through him. I mean, I was hired because I used to work with Tony Subar.
Yes, at High TV.
And High TV.
Yes, which is why I knew you for the first time.
Yes, I worked with High TV. And then I was in Cannes in France, where I met RDG, late RDG, let God bless his memory. And he saw me, he loved my work ethics. And we had a good rapport. A few months after High TV went down, and he calls me and said, Maria, TVC needs a director in charge of programs. Are you ready for the job? And I came around and I spoke to Nigel Parsons, who was the CEO at the time. He interviewed me, said, okay, you know what? I need you to do me a report first. Let's see what you can even fix this channel. And I did a report for him after 4 weeks. I presented it to him. He said, okay, you're hired based on this, implement all this report. And that's how I got into TVC. It had nothing to do with Asiwaju. It was fact, few years after, when I worked at TVC, internal politics got me fired. It was after I got fired that my CEO at the time...
You got fired?
I got fired in TV. Go and read my book, you get the details. I got sacked because internal politics sacked me. And then people nowadays, do you know who you sacked? I mean, people now called Asiwaju, you know whose child was sacked? He said, I'm not aware. That's when people like Tony Subar, Tunji Bello, and even my CEO, Mr. Lemmy, at the time, my deputy CEO, at the time, when I went to go and call him, saying, this is the Alawa Kabashano's daughter. That's when he knew it was me. And then he called me to his office. I said, what happened? And that's when, after a lot of back and forth, I got my job back. Although I was demoted, internal politics still demoted me for whatever reason. But you get the details in my book. But the point is that I didn't get my job through him. And I went there purely on merit.
Yeah. But you still worked for his campaign.
So the campaign thing, I was invited. I got a letter. You know, from the women's arm of the campaign, saying that I've been selected to work. Now, I had two choices, say no, or support him, because I actually did support him, because I believed in his candidacy. So it was my job, and it was my own personal decision. I mean, I always remember when Oprah held up Obama's hand when he was running for office. And I had to go back and check him around. Are you sure it's something you want to go public about, that you're supporting this guy? And yes, I was skeptical, no doubt about that, but there's nothing wrong in me having a personal view. So I said, you know what, I'm going to support him openly. And that's when I accepted. And again, it's not every day you get an opportunity to work in a campaign. I mean, I was working closely with the media team, and I thought it was a good opportunity. So yeah, I took the job, and and it was really
Was
nice.
it worth the perception in certain quarters that you cannot be objective because you've worked on his campaign and you're doing a daily show, you're in a station that's owned by him. So was it worth people, you're still highly respected, so we can't call it reputational damage, but just the perception that this person cannot be objective about Asiwaju matters.
But the truth is that it's a perception. The perception is not always reality. Because the truth is that I think TV is probably one of the most objective stations. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth.
How many years is the show now this
year? We're 12 years in May, so we're 12 years plus a few months now.
Yes, so 12 years of doing this show.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be here 12 years after?
Honestly, I'm proud of where we are 12 years after. I'm really proud of the work the entire team has put in to make an awesome show. And I love the fact that many more people have replicated the format, which is really great. So where I am, where your view is, I'm grateful to God for it. And I think that we've done well, and the show definitely can only get better.
Right,
as we move forward.
But speaking of that, which we are getting an exclusive on, you've left your view, which is inconceivable for me, because I remember when you left TVC as an employee, so I thought you were leaving your view. But when you didn't leave, I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because your view is your baby.
Right.
You know, it's like Barbara Walters and The View.
Well, not exactly. So, yeah, somewhat, because Barbara Walters was a staff, and then she left.
And then she left.
So I created Your View,
Yes.
And it was based on the View in the US.
Yeah.
And I also got in all the ladies to come. I specifically picked out the ladies I wanted to be on the show. So I created the show. And the truth is that I just felt that it's been 12 years. It was that when we're 10 years that I knew that it was time to go to the next thing.
Right.
I've been harboring that thought for a while, but I just didn't know to what or to where, you know. But I think last year I got that light bulb moment where I knew that, okay, it's time to leave. And I'm really proud of where they are, and I know that Your View is only going to get better going forward. I mean, I'm proud that we have a great team, and I handed over to amazing ladies. So they're good, and the show is only going to get better after me.
Amen.
Amen.
But have you chosen your successor as host?
I don't think it is my place to choose, because the show doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the company. The company owns the show.
And so you created it for the
company as a staff. So I cannot take ownership of the show.
Yeah.
So it's a TVC project.
Right.
I'm sure, I mean, the next person handling the show is based on the vision of the company, and I'm really sure it's going to be a good one for the show.
I think one of the beauties of the show, even for me, because that it's 12 years old and still going viral, it's a testament to its power.
Absolutely.
Because many shows don't continue to go viral years after.
Right.
And so, I mean, you mentioned the one about your husband, which we talked about the other time, but these things have real life impact, because this thing that was said on a show, even your show, had a real life impact on your marriage, you said.
Yes. I mean, my husband was in camp. He was in camp and he had no clue what was going on.
Yes.
And he came home and I just said, Abraham, you know, it went viral. I said that I won't allow you to bath my daughter. And it went viral. I said, oh, really? No big deal. Why are you stressing about that? He now turned on his phone. His phone was off for a whole week because he was in camp doing time with God. The moment he turned it on, he charged the phone. He saw the barrage of messages. He shouted, Pariah, what is this? What have you done? You know, because then he was angry, because at that time he was praying. He goes to church 5 a.m. in the morning to lead praise and worship. Like, people will be thinking I'm a pedophile. I jog in my estate. People will be seeing me like, this is not just about what you say, it's about perception. So I then understood the gravity of what it was. So it affected, but he's a strong man. He was able to understand that I didn't do it intentionally. So he came out with his own statement, you know, reassuring everybody that, listen, I understand she didn't do it intentionally. And then
I think he said it was even his idea. It was he set up that structure in the family.
Right,
like
that exactly.
Yes.
So he backed me up, and I think that helped me a bit. But whether he liked it or not, people will still talk in his ears. People will still say this. So it took a while for us to adjust, because they need to be like, don't mention my name on your TV again. Don't say anything. You know, that happened for a while, but eventually then he just got used to the fact that, listen, I have to share part of my life stories on the show.
That's the authenticity.
Exactly.
What was the point you were trying to make then? in a nutshell.
So we had a guest on the show who was talking about how fathers were molesting children, and just having a conversation. And I just said, I can never allow my husband to, it was a casual comment. But at that time, we didn't realize the impact because somebody extracted that clip, put it out there without the context, and then it went viral.
But even before that, I remember that our last conversation, we talked about your mom.
Yeah, I was hoping you would go there because I was not get emotional again.
That was an emotional moment.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And I didn't want to ask you, but it just occurred to me because we talked about being a woman. Yeah. So let's leave the emotional part of it because you talked about dealing with her loss and all of that.
Yes.
But I think what is even more striking for me was you talked about, I asked you if you thought your mother was happy by the time she passed, and you said you were not sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I thought that was so powerful for so many women, and that you fought to not be the kind of woman.
You remember? Oh my goodness, you're detailed. Absolutely, in fact, and that hasn't changed.
Right.
I totally still feel that.
Can you explain that?
No, because there are many layers. My mother, as much as she tried to fix a lot of things, but it was difficult for her to fix it.
Fix in the marriage?
No marriage.
Or in her life?
In her life.
Right.
She knew that growing up, she have made certain decisions. Unfortunately, she was faced to live with those decisions. And I think I knew her hurts. I knew her pain. I knew what she was going through, but I couldn't help her. I mean, I was there as a daughter. But I always tell myself, Mariah, yes, mommy made certain decisions, not because she's a bad person, but because it was the decisions she could make. I must be conscious not to fall into that trap. Right. I must be, I mean, in recent times, we've had issues, frictions here and there. But I remind myself, Mariah, you cannot be your mom, and you're not your mom. You're a modern woman, and there's a way you have to handle issues. So I know my mom is happy, but I wouldn't say, I know she had some regrets. I know that for sure. Not something she expressed a lot, but those of us who were really close to her knew she had some regrets.
Was this mostly linked to marriage?
The whole works, marriage, family, how she chose to raise the kids, decisions she had to make, letting go of her kids pretty early. My brothers left Nigeria, teenagers, and she couldn't stay with them as long as she wanted. And, she didn't have time for me for as much as she wanted. There were a lot of issues where she felt that she wasn't there for me at the time where she should have. The bond we should have had early in her life was after I got back from America that we started sharing that bond. That was a bond that she should have shared with me when I was much younger. Yeah. We made up for it, but when something is not there from the beginning, it's always harder. So as I said, she had to feel some regrets, but generally I think she did the best she could. And I'm happy that how she found God and how God kind of filled the vacuum that was required for her.
Looking back on the career you've had in Nigeria, was it worth it to have returned to Nigeria?
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't lie. The first 3 years I was depressed. I was crying every day. I was like, why am I here? Because I didn't even do my visa. You know how you go to America? The first thing they tell you as a Nigerian, go and do papers and stay. I was very foolish. I didn't even care. Right. I'm like, I'm going back to Africa. And that's the problem when you let a child leave Nigeria at a young age. I left at the age of 15. Right. Now, if you leave Nigeria at the age of 15, you're so young that your brain will make you think you are an American. As you're growing adult, you start thinking that you're an American person. Right. But if you live to an adult, maybe you leave Nigeria after university, you're mature. When you get to America, you appreciate the opportunity and you make the best of it. But as a young person, I just wanted to come home, but I still were like, I want to go back to my country. I'm done with this country. I don't live in America. They kept begging me, Auntie, don't go to Nigeria without doing your paperwork. I didn't care. I entered that plane. So, I mean, I love that I came home. I regret that I wasn't able to get my stay before I left. Right. But I love that I came home. It was hard because when I left Nigeria, we're living in Baghdad. And then it was a very middle-class community. When I came back, everybody started living. I mean, like the whole place was crowded and people were in the streets and road. I'm like, when I was growing up, it was never like that. It was a very nice neighborhood. So things had changed. And then my parents were not working and it was difficult. So I was depressed. In fact, I was suicidal. I just left everything. I just started walking on the express, hoping that the car would hit me. It was that bad. I mean, I was so depressed. But after that I had to go back and find God. And reconnect myself to take things from their own perspective. And then you look at it and wonder, okay, I can pick from this Hausa experience, I can pick from this Muslim, I can pick from that. And it changes your orientation. That is what your view has achieved.
Right.
Now, whatever it is I'm going to do is going to be leaner towards that also, reorientation.
Right.
But you see, life is not just about the fluff, the celebrity lifestyle or the opulence. It's about really changing the mind, because Nigeria can never move forward if our mindset doesn't change.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to